Recording in progress.
There are no public. We can do roll call with 3 unless you'd like to wait for the mayor.
I think we're okay. Should I call the meeting to order? Or you want to?
Sure.
Okay, so welcome to the Marina City Council meeting. This is the regular meeting for January 18th, 2023. And could we have a roll call, please?
Sure. Councilmember Brian
Councilmember
McCarthy.
Vischer.
Oh.
Here. Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here. And
Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen. Mayor Delgado.
Okay, we do have a quorum, and so before we go to closed session, is Heidi here?
Yes, I am here. I'm present.
Great. Yes. Is there any changes to the agenda?
No, there are no changes.
Okay, so why don't we all adjourn to closed session? We'll be back for open session at 6:30. Thank you.
But anyway, hopefully everyone can join us again for the ribbon cutting when the project construction is done. We can see it and appreciate it for decades to come. So hopefully everyone can come back in August on the same sort of matter. And I think there's a Martin Luther King anniversary in August, which would be fun to coordinate if it makes sense, like we did yesterday or a couple days ago on Martin Luther King Day. All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make an announcement that the rail cars, the handrail cars along the Del Monte stretch, they're back this weekend. So they're taking reservations. If anybody's interested, go ahead to their website, handrailcars.com. I wanted to also give a special thank you to Public Works for their help in putting together the chairs and all of the logistics for the equipment for the Martin Luther King Day event. It was fantastic. And also a very special shout out to Maya Morrow, who is a very eloquent teenager here. She's a junior at Marina High School, and she gave an incredible speech. If anybody would like to watch it, it is on my Christina Medina City Council Facebook page. It's an unofficial Facebook page, but I went Facebook Live, and it would really behoove you to watch it. Inspiration is fantastic. And then I just wanted to say, sorry for my late absence. I was going from my home to City Hall offices with better and secure internet. So thank you all.
All right, thank you, Christina. We'll go back to Lane, our city manager, for any input he may have.
Sorry, I just forgot to lower my hand.
All right, and Christina, your hand is now down. So if there's no other council staff comments, announcements, we'll move on to public comment. And this is also the time to comment on anything that's on our consent agenda, which is the next item. So everyone has up to 3 minutes, and we'll go over to the public now. And let's start with Grace Silva Santilla. Good evening, Grace.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Kathy?
could you also remind the public that in our new process that this is the time for them to comment on the consent agenda?
Yeah, this is the time for both anything that's not on the agenda and for anything that's on our consent agenda, that list of items that normally are non-controversial and voted on as a package. But this is the time to comment on that as well. Thank you, Kathy. So let's move over to Grace Silva Santella. Hello, Grace.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
I just wanted to remind you, the staff, and the community that this Sunday at 2 o'clock at the Marina Library, the family and friends of Mike Owen will be holding a celebration of life. We invite you to come and share your stories and your memories of Mike. If you're able to, share a potluck dish with us. His family will be having a slideshow. We have a few speakers set up, and it's a great opportunity to learn about a man who gave so much to the community of Marina in his work to preserve trees in Marina. And I look forward, and Mike's family looks forward to meeting all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace. It'll be a wonderful event. Let's go to Ana Acosta. Good evening, Ana.
Sorry, I had to press unmute. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Delgado, City Council members, and public. My name is Ana Acosta, and I am the Food Environment Lead for the Blue Zones Project, Monterey County, specifically serving Peninsula cities, which is Marina, Seaside, and Monterey. And I just wanted to take this time to share with you all about an exciting event that we had this past Saturday, in which we celebrated Coffee Mia Brew Bar and Cafe for officially becoming a Blue Zones Project approved restaurant This is our second restaurant in Marina, and we're really excited. Aki Fresh was our first. So we just wanted to thank Horace Mercurio and his team, who was such a pleasure to work with, because our Blue Zones Project restaurants are slowly growing here in Monterey County. And for those of you that are not familiar with what a Blue Zones Project approved restaurant is, these restaurants offer what we call Blue Zones inspired menus or Blue Zones inspired dishes. So when you walk into Coffee Mia, you're gonna see a Blue Zones inspired menu. And on there, you're gonna find healthier options and plant-based dishes that you can try. And lastly but not least, I just wanted to invite you all to our event that we are going to be having this Saturday at the Marina Library. So this Saturday, the 21st at 10 a.m. This is our Winter Wellness Family Fun event. We are partnering up with Monterey Bay Moves, who will be having Zumba. And thanks to Citizens of Sustainable Marina, there's going to be some fun gardening projects. There's going to be plant-based bites, a fun raffle prize. So someone's gonna get to go home with the brand new bike. And if you pre-register, you'll get an extra ticket and get even luckier for winning that bike. And as of right now, there's no rain, but if the weather changes, we're gonna move the event indoors. So we hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. We had Francine Rod, her hand up. Francine, did you mean to take it down? But let's go, there we go. Let's go to the Marshall Rod, I think, Francine. And hello.
Hi, this is Alistair Robb from the Monterey Bay Estates. I understand that I can talk on a consent agenda item, is that correct?
Correct, this is the time.
So I would just like to note that one of the consent agenda items is to change the name of the landmark avenue of trees over here on Beach Road, and to rename it the Mike Owen Landmark Avenue of Trees. I'd like to publicly support that. Mike has contributed over the years quite significantly to the city of Marina. He was a man of the trees, and this would be an appropriate recognition. And so I'm just offering public support for that particular item.
Right. Thank you, Alistair.
Thank you.
And that's, yes, that's item 10F.
Is that enough?
All right. Good. Let's offer anyone else time to speak if they'd like to raise their hand. Let's go to Greg Fury. Good evening, Greg. Still trying, Greg. Thanks for being patient. On my end,
okay, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I would like to suggest or encourage the council to plan to reconvene at some point in the near future in council chambers for the meetings. I know Monterey is doing this. They're offering people can attend live. I know that council has attended a dinner. They've attended, 4 members attended a recent presentation on the card room, and there's a lot of commingling. I'm still, like a lot of people, concerned about COVID, but I think that there's adequate ventilation in council chambers. You're not directly facing each other. And I think it's more transparent. That's my main concern, because I've seen meetings where it appears like members are texting and coaching, and I just think it's more transparent for the public. So I would encourage that, and maybe a little less convenient. I certainly understand that, because I participate in a meeting that's on Zoom regularly, but it's because we don't have a meeting room that has good ventilation. Also wanted to encourage the council to be independent as independent members. And I think that's a particular concern always. Also, I wanted to call attention to the fact that the meetings, which some members made a big deal about how long the meetings have run in the past, they're exceedingly long. And that loses public participation, public interest. I think it's just, I think that people need to, some members of the council, the mayor, whoever may be using the bully pulpit and talking on and on about things, and maybe summarize their thoughts in a little better way, present issues in a little better way, and not be as argumentative, but not to take up so much time. It really does deprive the public of participation. And then the last thing I wanted to ask the city attorney, I was told that in the card room presentation, the mayor, somebody had pointed out to the mayor that it was perhaps inappropriate to be commenting, leading discussion, making comments about a card room, because it could be a violation of the Brown Act. And the mayor basically stated that he had checked with the city attorney and that it was not a problem as long as the council members that were in attendance, the four, including the mayor, did not speak amongst themselves. That is not what I learned when I was on the Planning Commission, the Brown Act. I'd like to ask the city attorney if that was appropriate, because it concerns me. Anyway, thank you very much, and I appreciate the time.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Let's go to Margaret Davis. Good evening, Margaret. Your show is unmuted. Go ahead, Margaret. We'll give Margaret another moment, and if she's having difficulties, we'll come back to her. All right. Please come back to us, Margaret, if you could. But for right now, let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to support the comments made by Mr. Marshall regarding the renaming of the Avenue of Trees on Beach Road. I think it's highly appropriate. My understanding is that that was the first trees that Mike Owen worked to have designated as landmark trees, that they would be preserved in perpetuity as long as they were healthy enough to stand. And I think it's a great way to appreciate all the work that Mike did within the community as it related not just to the trees, which was his primary concern, but to all things related to the environment. He was a huge advocate, and I do believe that it is entirely appropriate that those landmark trees be designated in his name. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Nancy. So let's give Margaret Davis another moment here in case she can raise her hand and connect. And anyone else that hasn't spoken yet, please raise your hand. Here's Margaret. Okay, Margaret, you show.
Hi, the connection is really bad. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to, I would like an update on what's going on with Chaparral and the Marina Equestrian Center. And also there's a rumor that the city is giving land to the Marina Equestrian Association for boarding horses. Would you let us know what's going on with that? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Margaret. And let's go to Tommy Balea. Good evening and Happy New Year, Tommy.
Oh, hello, testing 1, 2.
Yes, hello, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I don't know if this is general. Is this the general part of that we can discuss anything, or is it specifically the part of?
Mike, you can discuss anything not on the agenda, and you can discuss the consent agenda.
Okay, well, as far as that card room, I mean, it would be, I don't know, that guy that talked a few minutes ago, give that guy a bronze star.
Tommy, the card room is on the agenda in just a few moments. So right now you can't speak to that substantively, but the gentleman before you wasn't really talking about the card room. He was talking about the Brown Act. And
Okay.
meeting. Yeah.
Okay, so do I get a reset on my clock, or you've kind of been going back and forth here, but that's okay. Is there a way to get rid of that clock? Because it looks really stupid. Can I see the people like I'm in the room?
Tommy, let's go with the clock right now and see what can be done about it in the future, but it's helpful for me to be able to track the meeting.
Well, I can track my time. I just don't, I like to see the people like if I'm in a room or something. But anyways, I mean, I don't know if we're going to continue with this Zoom thing because it's really, it's like talking in a cardboard box. I mean, we got to get something going here with that building that you have over there. If it's broke, let's fix it. Let's don't say the roof leaks. You can fix a roof. I mean, I fixed the roof at the church, at my church, and we fix the problem, we move on. But we're not going to tear the church down because it leaks. You fix it. And I don't know, it just seems like this thing is just, it's like talking in a tube and you're trying to communicate. I know Zoom is this 21st century thing, but I think we had enough of it. I mean, that other guy that talked earlier, give this guy a bronze star. He's right on it. I mean, that's step one that we should start fixing. And I don't know. It just seems that I know you got us down to 3 minutes, but you could talk all night for a card room or whatever, and I don't know how faster you can do it. I mean, the last time you talked about the marijuana, you talked for 4 hours or 3 hours, 4 hours. It's not getting any shorter. You're still talking the same amount of time and we get less time. So you want public input, or I don't know if maybe you don't want public input. I don't know. It's just totally mixed signals. I mean, I want to be part of the government. I want to do my part. But if it's just going to be you and we're just kind of a formality that you have to have some type of formal meeting, but we have no input from the public. I don't know. I just don't see where we're going, and it's just like we're blind. It's like we're driving through fog and we're just totally blind. Good evening.
All right. As always, Tommy, thank you. We appreciate your input throughout our meetings. And anyone else who wishes to speak, please raise your hand and then we'll close public comment if everyone's finished who would like to speak. Okay, we'll close public comment, and our city attorney, help me out here. We had two people speak asking for information. Do we answer that now, or do we check in with them after the meeting's over when staff has time later this week or next week regarding the update on the MEC issues, 2 of them, and the use of the city council chambers?
It's really appropriate to refer the item to staff to follow up with the people after the meeting so we don't inadvertently get pulled into a discussion of an item not on the agenda.
Okay, and then the third item, I overlooked it a moment ago, was Greg Fury's question about the Brown Act at a meeting held in the Spring Hill Suites regarding the card room. I think it was last week. So those
I
are the
actually have a professional conflict, so I am not the city attorney for that item, and perhaps special counsel who's acting as city attorney for that item can address it at that time.
Yes, I can respond yet. Alex Lorca, he's not here right now, but when we get to the Carter item, he will join us and he will address all those issues with the council.
Okay.
Alex is there.
So it sounds like after tonight, the only referrals are to Margaret Davis on equestrian issues, 2 of them, and Tommy on the city council chambers issue. All right. So let's move on to our consent agenda. Does any member of the council wish to comment? I see Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen. So this is our chance as a council to pull anything from the agenda or ask brief questions or make comments that wouldn't pull items from the agenda. So let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the 44 people attending. I have a few questions on consent agenda F4. This is having to do with renewing the Monterey County Tourism Improvement District. And may I ask a question, or is there any? I don't necessarily want to pull it unless another council member would like to.
Now, this is the time to ask a brief question without pulling any item, or make a brief comment without pulling any item.
My question is, having read through this, I could not find how much is collected, how much is invested back to our city. Those are two questions, and there may very well be another based on that.
I wanted to follow you. Which item are you referring?
That would be 10F4. This is approving a consent to renew the Monterey County Tourism Improvement District.
Okay, I think this might be a Matt Williamson question, Matt.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I will do my best to answer that. We also have Rob O'Keefe and other people from the MCCV board who are on the line that we can bring over to a panelist. But the answer is, so far it appears the TOD, which is the I'm sorry, not the TID, the Tourism Investment District, has been about $200,000 a year that has been basically a pass-through. And so it's an amount of money. It varies depending on the level of the hotel, that is collected on a per night basis. And that is just a pass-through from the city over to MCCVB. So that's one component. The other component is TOT revenues. And our contribution there has been between $80,000 and $90,000 a year of our TOT revenues. And that's dependent on the amount that we bring in.
How do we know what the return on investment is? And I say that with a specific example of the rail cars, for example, trying to drum up business, and not, for example, that is an asset. And I just wonder, how do we know, and how do we promote our businesses, and how do we get some of that investment back to our city?
Those are good questions. I was just about to promote Rob O'Keefe and he disappeared. Did somebody else promote him?
Yes, he's on the panel now.
Okay. So I think he might be able to best answer that question about how all the money is invested.
All right. Robert O'Keefe, thank you for joining us. Do you want to address that?
Yeah, hi. Can you, first of all, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, good. I appreciate the opportunity to help answer some of these questions. I was just scrambling around because I'm bouncing around between my house, girlfriend's house. No one has electricity. And so I'm glad I'm on here at the time the question is asked. The short answer is we provide return on investment reports twice a year for each of our jurisdiction investment partners. I'm trying to look to pull up the latest one that we just did. But there is a specific return on investment. Well, overall, and I want to make sure everyone understands how the TOT and the TID work. The TOT is the jurisdiction investment. That's about $90,000. And then the TID that's directly from hotels. And that's a hotel-based program where they are the ones who decide how the dollars are derived. In other words, how they charge their customers, and then how the dollars are spent. And it's blended together with our overall board of directors, of which Matt is an advisor. So that's how it all works. Looking for the last report for the city of Marina to share with you the specifics of that. You may want to see if this is going to become a question from others. Are there other questions related to this?
One moment, please, Rob. Heidi and Lane, do you think we're spending too much time on this? Should we pull it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we're starting to spend a little bit too much, but this is an item really needs to be approved. If it gets pulled to the end of the agenda, I think the card room is going to take a lot of the meeting. Let me summarize it this way. Like it mentioned, we put in 200,000 a year. The other cities from their portion of the TID, they put in almost $8.8 million. And so we're really a small part of this larger pool. I can tell you the occupancy of our hotels has been extremely high. And so if you're looking at value, our hotels have done very well. MCCVB, they do an annual presentation. And I think when they do their annual presentation, they can come back and give a much more in-depth discussion of the value of our dollars. But again, this is the TID. This has nothing to do with our TOT revenue that comes to the city. This is a separate TID. If the hotels didn't pay for that, that would not come to the city. It would go away. And so this is something that it's no cost item to the city.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Lane. That is correct. It's TID is the hotels within Marina paying into a larger investment that drives value for the greater destination and the city of Marina.
So let me offer really quickly. I have that. I'm sorry, Heidi, go ahead.
Heidi, did you have input?
Through the mayor, I was just going to say that typically when you do pull the consent item, it goes to the end of the action items, but under the council rules, the mayor has the ability, subject to a majority vote, to overrule you to reorder the agenda item. So you could, if this is an item that needs further discussion, which it looks like it does, given all the hands that are raised, you could pull it from consent and move it elsewhere in the agenda, and you wouldn't be restricted to placing it at the end of the action items.
Okay, before we go back to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen, let me ask the other council members their hands up. Is it for this item?
Okay.
Councilmember McCarthy, is it for this item? Your hand up? Okay, so let's pull it. And if there's no objection shown right now by the core council members, we'll put it as the first action item. We'll put it as the next item to be addressed before we go into public hearings. So right after our consent agenda is concluded, we would open this up for more in-depth discussion if there's no objection by the rest of the council. Okay, I don't see any nodding heads or shaking head anyway. Okay, so we'll move on. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, I definitely have some comments on that item, and I'll wait till we discuss that. The second piece was just to address the item regarding the Mike Owen Memorial Row of Trees. Listening to the public speak about this, I honestly didn't expect to once again become so overwhelmed with emotion, but I am just so thrilled that the city is taking this action. I think it's not the last word on Mr. Owen. Just such an incredible human being that, like many in the audience today, struggled throughout his time in addressing the city of how to make the biggest difference. And I think that's all he wanted to do. And that he did. And so just really grateful that this action is being taken tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala. You're muted, Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to make a brief comment also on the 10F3 agenda, Mike Owen Avenue of Landmark Trees. He was so generous with his time, especially with me. I have walked many places and looked at trees and parks, and he was always so wonderful in explaining things about plant life. And on my very first tour actually was, we were to meet him at that line of trees. And so I think it's an absolutely perfect tribute to him. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Kathy. All right, let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher.
Yes, I have a few remarks and questions. The first one is about F2. I would like to thank staff and especially resident Carlos Nuno for having worked to make our city eligible to receive grant funds. And I do have one question. Why does it state in the, sorry about this, in the resolution item 2 or line 2, why does it state that the amount of the grant to be received is not to exceed 945,000? This is an estimated amount, and what action will be required if it turns out to be hopefully more than that?
All right, let's go to our Community Development Director, Guido Persicone.
Yeah, all throughout the HCD memos online, it's all an estimate because it's based on how many documents are recorded. It's like a tax on every recorded document, and so it's really just an estimate. So yeah, so I can't give you the exact amount.
So could not to exceed, could those words be scratched?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, that will make me happy. Thank
Okay,
you.
that sounds good.
Thank you. And then for F3, just like the other council members and other people who have spoken, members of the public, I wholeheartedly support renaming that 3 avenues in honor of Mike Owen. And I'm quite new to the city, as most people know, but I'm just so glad that I got to know Mike. And that was all because he was reaching out to residents here at the Dunes. And he taught me that you can use a hole in the fence to go explore. So I'm very glad with that, that it will be renamed, or I think we'll approve. So my last question is for F5 and 6 about new positions. How are Marina residents informed about job opportunities and especially about new positions?
All right, let's go to our city manager, Lane Long.
They can go to our website, www.cityofmarina.org, go into human resources, and we have our jobs listings that are available.
So there's no outreach beyond that. They will just need to actively keep searching themselves. Because I would love for Marina residents to get to know about especially new positions, give them an opportunity to apply.
Yeah, like we'll put ads in paper, but these types of positions will have a lot of applications. Usually we just post online. So people looking for work, just come to our website and keep looking there.
So as council members or members of the public who are aware about these new positions, we could post on social media to help our local residents, make them aware.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Those were my questions and comments.
Okay, let's go to our Finance Director, Juan Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we're trying to cast a wider net in our recruitment process. So, you know, we're kind of making progress on how we outreach to potential applicants. So, you know, for Finance Department, we reach out and post on Government Finance Officers Association websites. We have a recruitment out now, right now, that's going to Indeed.com, careersingovernment.com. So we kind of looking out for other avenues to post. And so because it's so difficult to recruit kind of in the post-COVID environment, we're really trying to cast a wider net, but we can certainly you know, work with our internal team, and you know, as we post new jobs, we can put them on the front page of our website on kind of a blast page, right? And so that type of thing is a no-brainer for us. So thank you for that input, and we definitely work on that.
Thank you.
Juan, I think Councilmember Vischer is hoping to try to cast a net locally, and I'm wondering, maybe through you and Matt Mogeson and Lane Long, can we establish a notice text? You know, I'm signed up for a lot of Marina City notice texts, and probably most of those go to locals. Could we set up that kind of a text for those people? So all we have to tell people is, you want to stay aware of jobs opening, put your name on this text notice service. Can we do that for job postings?
I think so, Matt. That seems possible, right? I think with our current, yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay, we're going to go to Heidi first and then Guido.
Mayor, and through the mayor, I just feel that this is again veering into a discussion and an action item for this particular consent agenda item.
Okay, so I think council is done on this item. Guido, do you have a brief comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I've recruited for a couple positions. You can actually go on the government jobs link and get an alert directly from the government jobs for specific jobs. If a resident is keenly interested in a specific job classification. And we've been active on Facebook and Nextdoor as well, trying to push that out. And to Juan's point, for like planning, we have APA, we have a whole bunch of other opportunities. So I don't want to run afoul of the city attorney, so I will be quiet now. So.
All right. And maybe Lane can follow up with council on how this might be working, because we're in a rush right now because we don't want to take too much time on this. Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yes, Mayor, I was just going to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Did I preempt you on something?
Oh,
you
go
had-
ahead. Motion is good.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the consent agenda and pull 10F4 on the MCTID.
And are you okay with the language to strike not to exceed on 10F2?
Sure.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. And I'd just like to make a comment that, Mike was our Lorax, and Mike was more than our Lorax. I remember in 1996, he came into my office, had no idea who this guy was. He had a rolled up piece of paper with a lot of hand scribbles on it, long list of trees. And he wanted to know which trees were native and which trees were not native. And I was like, who is this guy? That was kind of like the days before the computers were big. And I'm not sure Mike ever really did enjoy the computers very much. But since that time, Mike inspired me to be involved in a lot of median plantings of trees and lobbying efforts, getting people to run for office. He was all over the place, as everyone has said, in a very good way. And it's great that he's getting this one step, and maybe there'll be others, as Councilmember McCarthy said, to have an avenue of trees named after him. All right. Let's have a roll call vote, please, unless, Kathy, your hand is up. Did you have input?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So any final
Councilmember
comments?
Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
I'm sorry, Anita. Just want to make sure that the council members don't have any input before we go to vote for brief comments at this time. Okay, Anita, thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
That one, Mayor Delgado.
That passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you, everybody. A lot goes into these staff reports and these issues. It's great that we have a consent agenda full of important items that can be approved at once. So our next item is a public hearing. We're going to go to item 8F. Help me out here. 4.
10F4.
And that's on the MCCVB, the Convention Visitors Bureau. Where did we leave off? Council members, please raise your hand and let's pick up there. Does anyone have questions or comments? Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I know that Councilmember McCarthy also has some questions, but I was following up with a line of questioning of how we either analyze our investment, how we benefit. There's various zones that I read. So if it goes into a big pot of promoting the area, how can we better see some of those dollars returning by either promoting us? I had multiple social media handles from our nonprofits and tag See Monterey, but I'm just wondering how we can better work together to promote our assets here in town, our businesses, our hotels. And I guess that's a question for the convention the Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, before we go to Rob or Paul from the MCCVB, Matt, did you have any input, or Lane?
We've found a bit of resources that I can display, but I think Rob has had time to think about the question a little bit more and ready for a better answer. I think some of this might be materials too that I can provide to you, and you can, after the meeting, kind of look at and digest a little bit more on where the money goes and what they do with it. But Rob, would you like to try and fill it out better?
Yeah, I'm happy to. And again, thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity. And again, just for everyone, I'm the President and CEO of the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Mayor Pro Tem, there's sort of two parts I'm taking away from your question. How do we measure success? And you're seeing an example of one of the reports that we put together. Measure success, ROI, based on paid advertising, earned media, direct bookings, where we're putting rooms into hotels in Marina. And it's all pretty specific to the activity that you're contributing to, investing in, and what you get back. And I let my colleague Paul, who is our VP of Finance, address this a little bit more specifically. But I also want to say the bigger question I think that you asked is, how can we work more effectively together? And that's what this TID renewal is about. How can we all of us, not just the city of Marina, but all the jurisdictions that we work with, including the county, how can we and what we do contribute to a bigger opportunity for ROI and benefit for our community? So if Paul's on, I'd let him just dig into this report a little bit so you can understand how that looks. And then I can speak a little bit more to the future. Paul, are you on?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, Paul. Good evening.
Great. Thanks, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, rest of the council. So what this report shows you, this shows the city investment. That's the TOT portion only that Matt talked about, the 3% of your TOT that you invest in us. And it weighs that against what we get in terms of our business development team, our group sales people, and the direct booked room nights. Now, Marina isn't a huge group area, although it can become one. And that's $149,000 worth last year on that. But the bigger piece is the public relations, earned media advertising equivalency. You get about $2.2 million in advertising equivalency from all the media we work on to get out into the public for people to learn about Marina as a specific destination within the county. I think one of the more exciting things I look at in this whole thing, we work with a company called Tourism Economics, who are a globally renowned company who looks at tourism and how investment in marketing helps jurisdictions. This TID renewal, which will increase our budget, is estimated to increase TOT, your money into your coffers, by $2.9 million over the next 10 years. That's $290,000 a year. That's without counting the new properties that you were bringing online. And Marina is unique in the county in terms of having more properties coming online in the future. So it's really critical that we continue to boost Marina, and Marina stays a part of this to really capitalize on those investments that the hotels and other investors are making in Marina for more rooms. Does that help?
Yes, it all helps, Paul. Really appreciate the education.
And if I can address a little bit more on the future and build on what Paul said, you're going to have in the next 3 to 4 years, conservatively, another 600 or 800 or more hotel rooms in Marina. They're going to be appealing to a lot of leisure business, but also more group business. You've got a number of hotels already, like Sanctuary Beach Resort, that's coming back online and coming back from COVID. We work and have Harvey Dodwell on our committees, and the investment that he's making. A lot of what we're doing now is looking out over the next 10 years and making sure that we're positioned, our destination, Marina, Seaside, City of Monterey, Carmel, all of us are prepared for success in the future. And we're coming out of an era where we weren't as competitive as we should have been in the first place. So how can we work more closely together was the question. The answer to that question is getting together more often. We're building back our team. We went from 38 people to 9 during COVID, and we're just coming back and building up bandwidth. And we want to have these conversations. I don't imagine that this is the forum to get into the details, but we want to get into those details. And having Matt on our board has provided a conduit for information sharing, but we really need to roll our sleeves up and have a bigger planning meeting, which is something I would like to do in the near future.
Thank you again, Rob. All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make us aware that this was on the consent agenda, and it's about the TID. So it's a district that is paid for by the hotels and tourist entities in those districts. They voted for us. They want to be in it. Part of the city's role is the pass through of that money, and some of that money goes to the Monterey County Convention and Tourism Bureau, which I think we're getting into that discussion, and they do give us an annual report, and our contributions to that bureau is, I think, where we would focus in another separate agenda item, but this is really focused just on the TID district. And so I hope that we don't make this into a presentation about the MCCTB, because this is a totally different issue. That's my comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Biala. I have a let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it really brief because I respect what Councilmember Biala just said. But I do think there's incredible opportunities here. I think Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen is the person to go to that will just provide a lot of value in the future of how this money, I don't want to say is used because that's not our purview, but having those discussions with Mr. O'Keefe and their staff. And I know that Matt Mogeson is our point person right now. And I'm not suggesting that it shouldn't be our point person, but what I am suggesting is that I see in maybe myself and Mayor Pro Tem Dirksen, don't let me speak for you, but a lot of interest. And so please bring us in. I'd love to have a meeting with you next week to the extent that it doesn't violate Brown Act. And because I've got a lot of questions. I think Marina has a lot of potential that maybe is not being tapped, and we just want to be partners. We want to be part of that discussion to the extent that it doesn't derail what you're trying to accomplish. So those are my comments. Otherwise, I completely support this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brian. And I want to point out that Matt has done a good job representing us with MCCBB, and we're trying to shoehorn Kathy, Councilmember Biala, in there because of her experience with Chamber of Commerce and her ability to highlight Marina's opportunities. So the two of them, I'm hoping, are going to be a tandem team that you're welcome to join at any time, as you say, it's appropriate. My brief comment on tonight is the TID, the Tourism Improvement District, these funds go to the MCCBB to use them basically as they want to make us all more successful. And I just hope that, as you mentioned, Brian, that our handcar opportunity can get highlighted, similar to how we saw tonight on the screen. The Sanctuary Resort is deservedly being highlighted because it is a unique experience that does exactly what the MCCBB is trying to do, is get people to come here a day early, get people to come here and stay here a day late. And so I hope that those discussions that you mentioned, Brian, and it can't happen with Kathy and Matt and people like Paul and Rob and their staff. Let's go to Heidi Attorney. Let's go to our city attorney, Heidi Quinn.
Mayor, I was just wanting to make sure, I don't think you went out for public comment. And I know under the new process, we have clarifying questions, public comment, and then back for discussion.
Yeah, I am confused because it was a consent.
Because it was
item.
pulled, right? I just want to make sure that we don't forget to go out for public comment.
So if something is pulled from consent, then it deserves its own public comment. That I didn't know. So although it's a little bit out of order, at this time, let's go to public comment on this tourism district fee. And there's some hands up. It might not be for this item, and that's okay. We'll just go through them and find out. Tommy Bolea, did you want to speak to the tourism improvement district fees? Tommy's had his hand up for a while, so maybe he'll come back to us. Let's go to Mason.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, yeah, my name is Mason Clark, and I'm the founder of the of what people are calling the handcar business, handcar tours. We're a new business in Marina. Although we are new as a permanent business, we did this about a little bit over a year ago, 2021 summer. We did a 3-month trial period, and we had a lot of success. So we came back, and now we're is permanent in Marina, and we have plans to bring a whole bunch of tourists in the coming months and years. So this money is something that is a real asset. I think if it could be used to help promote us along with other businesses, it would really help, because our business brings people from all over the country. We brought people from East Coast. We brought a ton of people from Silicon Valley, and a lot of those people were staying in hotels. So this is something that will benefit, both us and other tourism businesses, as well as the hotels. So I just wanted to, say that I'm in support of using these funds to try to really highlight the businesses, because our business is really unique. It's the only one in the world that uses these hand-powered rail cars, and it's something that is really a great asset to the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mason. And let's go back to Tommy. Give you one more chance here, Tommy, if you're back with us, to unmute. If you wanted to speak to the Tourism Improvement District improvement funds. Okay. Let's close public comment and come back to council.
Nancy Amadeo had her hand up.
I didn't know. Nancy, you can raise your hand. Let us know that you want to speak. I don't see Nancy even on the call any longer.
Mr. Mayor, you have me as a Mr. Mayor, you have me as a speaker. That's why you didn't see me. You promoted me.
Great. Okay, Nancy, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say this same conversation has occurred every time there are new members of the council on how that money is recognized in terms of a return on investment. And that's why those 2 reports the council receives every year are so important for the council to understand what the city of Marina's benefit is, especially.
All right, that was my fault. I was leaving her to a public attendee, and I didn't know that would mute her. Okay, Nancy, we're going to bring you back ASAP here. If you can stop the clock, please, Anita. We'll give her some more time when she comes back. Nancy, you should be the attendee here. All right, Nancy, you're still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Thank you.
I apologize. Go ahead.
That's all right. It's just important for the council to know that those 2 reports that are given semi-annually really do explain what the benefit is, what the hotel industry gets out of it, because that's separate, what restaurants and just general publicity about our area. It could be about the great parks that we have. It could be about our beautiful beach. There are all sorts of things that can be put forward on the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau website that promote tourism in Marina, because that's what this is all about, supporting tourism. So I do hope that when those reports come to the council, they will better understand what this organization does for Marina, the huge benefit it is to our hotels and to our restaurants and to our other businesses, even though they may not be paying into it, that they do benefit from it. And I hope that they will support this tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, so we'll give everyone one more moment to raise their hand on this issue, and then we'll close public comment. Okay, let's go back to council. Any final comments before we make a motion? I should say, let's make a motion, and then we'll have some final comments. Go ahead, Councilmember Biala.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution number 2023XX approving consent to the City of Marina to renew the Monterey County Tourism Improvement District, MCTID, and include the City of Marina in the MCTID.
All right, I'll second that, and want to give a shout out to Bob O'Keefe and Paul Martin for joining us tonight. We really appreciated your time. We have a roll call, please. Well, first, before we do that, I'm so sorry, Anita. I'm trying to get used here. Any final comments by council members before we go to a roll call vote? Okay, let's have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, thank you. Now we're going to move to a public hearing regarding adoption potentially of an ordinance establishing AHO, Affordable Housing Overlay. And we'll turn this over to Guido.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we begin, Nikki from RINCON is still listed as an attendee.
Okay.
I need her to be listed as a panelist, so.
I've promoted her. She needs to accept it.
Okay. She's the main presenter, so
We're trying to move you over, Nikki.
there she is.
Good evening, Nikki. Hello.
Good evening. Are you passing this on to me, Guido? We're good?
Yes.
Great, great. I'm gonna share my screen here. Just a
The
moment.
soft pass, Nikki.
Okay, all righty. Does that look okay for everyone?
Great.
Awesome, great. Well, hello and good evening, Mayor Delgado and members of the council. As Guido mentioned, my name is Nikki Strigan, and I am a senior planner with RINCON Consultants and here to present this item for you tonight. I'm also joined in the audience by two other staff members from RINCON, Bruce Haney and Kamika Lazardi. So we're gonna run through a couple components of the affordable housing overlay, including why the city is adopting the affordable housing overlay. We're gonna walk through various parts and pieces of the overlay itself, and then we'll talk about the outreach that we have done to date, including some comments that have been received on this item. I also want to kind of touch on the three sort of top objectives that the city was aiming for as far as that have been identified for the project. First and foremost, satisfying the fourth and fifth cycle housing element obligations was the first objective. So as you may know, local governments are required to show that they have capacity for housing that accommodates incomes at all levels. And this is shown through every housing element cycle. The city, of course, as you may also know, is preparing its sixth cycle currently, but it still needs to meet obligations from its previous two cycles. So the affordable housing overlay helps to meet those obligations. The second objective was to identify a simple zoning mechanism that can quickly satisfy these obligations, so that overlays, of course, are a tool being used in this capacity. And a key benefit of the project is that it is simple. Owners can adhere to it or their base zone district. We'll talk a little bit more about that a little further on. And then third, it was to ensure compliance with some recent legislation, mainly tied to objective standards tied to housing developments and housing projects. So again, we'll touch on that.
Okay, Nikki, let me jump in here. Who's controlling the slide presentations? Is it you or Matt or somebody?
I am.
Okay.
Everything looks okay.
Yep.
Great. So we'll begin here with the basics. What is an affordable housing overlay? It's a regulatory tool that's used to increase the supply of affordable housing. It creates an additional set of standards that property owners can exercise at their discretion. It doesn't require the development of housing. It simply affords an additional option for property owners. So the example here on your screen, some of the sites that were selected for the overlay have an underlying base zone district of C1 or retail business. So the property owner can continue to exercise the allowances in that base zone district, or since they're recipients of this overlay, they can take advantage of the provisions in the overlay. So again, not a requirement, but another option. And then finally, it provides a clear list of development standards and incentives for developers or property owners who include an affordable housing component in their project proposal. Other cities, some in the Bay Area, which is in just northeast of your region, use affordable housing overlays to meet their housing goals. So you can see that listing here. It's a pretty common tool actually being used throughout the state of California, and we see them in different forms, some with different objectives. There are transit-oriented development overlays. There are senior housing overlays. Sometimes you see them used tied to, more environmental issues like flood overlays or airport overlays, that kind of thing. But in this case, using them to sort of direct specific development for a specific objective is how this particular overlay is being used. Some of the benefits of the overlay you can see on the screen. They enable the city to achieve compliance with its housing goals, offers flexibility and to some extent predictability for those who are interested in these types of developments, and then again gives property owners options and not a requirement. We will touch on each of these in a little bit more detail further in the presentation, but here are the key components. The overlay is proposed on 23 specific sites within the downtown area. The density ranges that are proposed for housing range between 30 and 50 dwelling units per acre. And those were derived from the Downtown Vitalization Specific Plan, the draft of that document. Those are in sync with that standard. There is an affordable housing requirement to use the overlay, so a minimum of either 12% very low income or 15% low income housing have to be proposed as part of the development. There are standards that are separate from the underlying base zone, and of course those touch on development standards in other parts of your code, similar to other parts of your code, like parking, setbacks, building height, minimum building site area, open space and site coverage. And then there are design standards to address the relationship of the form of the structure to the street and aesthetics and things like that look at height transitions, building orientation, entry features, and that kind of thing. So we'll take a look at some of those also. And then there are key incentives that are identified, mainly development streamlining is one of the big pieces. So projects that come in proposed on one of these 23 sites are approved at a staff level review as opposed to going through a discretionary process, which is an immense benefit to a project proponent. And then there are some financial incentives too. And then finally, another piece of the action that you are recommended to take this evening is a general plan amendment. It's a very small general plan amendment, but was proposed to remedy inconsistencies with the underlying general plan land use map, in particular inconsistencies with the density allowances. So of course, 30 to 50 dwelling units exceeds what was allowed in the base general plan land use. And this small amendment allows consistency with that. So before you on the screen is a map showing all of the 23 numbered sites that are proposed to receive the overlay. So this is all, these all take place within your downtown. And you can see a number of them along Reservation Road here on this portion of your screen. Some of them along Del Monte Boulevard, and then some others along kind of this middle area of your downtown along Carmel Avenue and then Sunset Avenue. But again, these are the 23 sites, the exclusive sites that are proposed to be the recipients of the overlay. As far as the development standards, again, I'd mentioned density was pulled forward from the draft downtown vitalization specific plan, as were all of the rest of these on the screen. So the density standard is identified at 30 to 35 units per acre, with the exception of projects that are proposed on Reservation Road or on Del Monte Boulevard. Those can be up to 50 dwelling units per acre. There is no max site coverage requirement. Typically that's a percentage of the site that can be covered by development, but in this case, there is no max site coverage, again, consistent with the draft downtown vitalization specific plan. You can see the setbacks here on your screen. Front setback is 10 feet. Side setback is 5 feet or 10 feet if it's adjacent to a side street, and the rear setback is 5 feet or 10 feet if it's adjacent to a side street. Max building heights are 42 feet, except again along Reservation and Del Monte Road, where you are intending to kind of drive more intense development. So along those frontages, you'll see heights proposed up to 48 feet. And then for open space requirements, 15% total are required for lots over 1 acre and 10% for lots under 1 acre. And then finally, maximum building site areas of 6,000 square feet are required. Parking standards were a topic of discussion among the community, along with some stakeholders. So the table before you on the screen shows a comparison between the base parking standards in your current zoning code and the modified parking standards under the affordable housing overlay. So you can see here, there's not a deviation for those for studio units. So 1 space per dwelling unit is required there. But for 1 bedroom and also 2 to 3 bedroom units, rather than 2 spaces per dwelling unit, 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit are proposed in those cases. And then no spaces are required for guest spaces. Rather, no guest spaces are required. This is, this again was something that came up during a discussion with business owners, so much so that staff had actually requested from Kimley Horn a parking analysis, which is attached to your staff report packet. Obviously deviating from the parking standards and reducing parking standards is a really common tool to help development pencil out better, and especially with some affordable units. But nonetheless, the parking analysis was prepared, and It determined that weekday peak parking demand does not exceed parking supply requirements. In other words, there's an oversupply of parking in the downtown area. That was one of the findings. For the purposes of the affordable housing overlay adoption, staff's perspective was this is a minimal deviation from the code, and that these standards wouldn't necessarily exacerbate any parking issues within the downtown. However, it's understood that this is a concern among certainly some downtown business owners, and with the downtown vitalization specific plan on the heels of this project, staff has committed to pursuing a more detailed parking study in order to make sure that the intensity of those land uses, since they're far greater than just these 23 sites, but that those would be studied more extensively and discussed. But of course, for the time being, that this was a minimal departure. As far as objective design standards, these are requirements that apply to all residential projects that are coming in under the overlay to create both predictable and easier to interpret standards for not only stakeholders, but decision makers, staff, applicants, members of the public. And so you can see the listing of each of these standards types that are in the actual code language. I'm not going to go into detail on each of these, but I'll touch briefly on some of them. Height transitions are proposed as far as addressing building design. This is to sort of navigate when you've got a 1-story building adjacent to a 3-story building, that the transition between those structures, whether it's through step backs and that kind of thing, makes it less stark between those drastically different height transitions. So there's some standards in there tied to that. Building orientation looks at the relationship of the actual building being proposed, the relationship of that to the street. There are standards tied to entry features, along with facade composition, windows, building articulation. A lot of this is proposed to create an aesthetic structure, not just looking at sort of big blank walls, but looking at something that has a little more, has an aesthetic component. Parking location is also addressed, namely that parking occurs at the rear of lots rather than right up on a street frontage. Pedestrian access is also discussed. It makes it that your downtown, the vision there is to make it walkable, and that walking through developments and maintaining pedestrian connectivity throughout the downtown is a priority. So there are some standards tied to that. And then privacy was also an important thing. So standards are identified here, mainly that windows are sort of offset so that a taller building doesn't look down into a smaller one in order to promote privacy, especially among residences. As far as financial incentives, the following incentives are proposed as part of the plan. We did speak with affordable housing developers to see how viable these would be. So these include waiving, reducing, or deferring plan check or construction permit fees, deferring city-generated construction and impact fees until the completion of a project or occupancy of a project, and then finally that payment of construction or impact fees could happen over a longer period of time. Again, just to support helping these projects pencil out and make it easier for them to occur. So the next 4 slides are example projects, just to give you a sense for the scale and look and feel of the types of projects at the densities that we're talking about on lot sizes that are realistic within the downtown area. So this example, this example and the next one show projects that are 30 dwelling units per acre. This is a 0.7 acre lot with 20 units. And the thing I'm kind of having you cue in on are obviously building height. So this is a 3-story building, and then the location and type of parking. So parking here is tucked under on this first floor. along with some surface parking. That's part of the lot. So again, a 30 dwelling unit per acre project with 20 units on 0.7 acres. This is another 30 dwelling unit per acre project on a bit larger lot. It's 1.25 acres. It includes 36 units, and its parking is all surface parking, as you can see. But you can get a sense for, again, scale, height, and location of parking. The next two projects show 50 dwelling unit per acre projects. So of course, a bit more as far as the quantity of units allowed on an acre. So this is a 0.9 acre lot with 40 units. The parking for this is actually tucked behind, or it's surface parking on the back side. Of course, you can see this is right up on the frontage of the corner of this particular location, but it's a 3-story building. Again, giving you a sense for the scale of 50 dwelling units per acre. And then finally, another 50 dwelling unit per acre project on a much smaller lot. So this is 0.36 acres with 19 units. This includes some parking within a structure here, and then street parking. But this is a 2-story building, again, on a much smaller lot, but pretty effective as far as meeting 50 dwelling units per acre. We wanted to speak a little bit about the relationship to the draft downtown vitalization specific plan. Again, the design intent and a lot of the standards are consistent with what was identified in the draft downtown vitalization specific plan, namely the density provisions. Obviously, residential uses are allowed throughout the downtown under the draft vitalization specific plan. So that's a sort of land use consistency. The draft, the DBSP will actually create additional design standards and a bit more prescriptive design and development standards as an approach, a more holistic approach to the overall downtown. So other amendments are being made to the DBSP, including the addition of a public facilities chapter and an implementation chapter, but by and large, a more robust set of standards, both design standards, are going to be included there. Eventually, the DBSP the zoning in that specific plan will replace the base zoning that is currently in the downtown, of course, establishing a more comprehensive vision for the downtown as a whole. Just speaking a little bit to the consequences of non-compliance. So again, we're meeting the 4th and 5th cycle. So those are your previous cycle housing elements. And if those remain out of compliance and are uncertified, a couple of things could occur. And I think that your community development director and staff have sort of felt the effects of some of this, but ineligibility for active transportation funds, safe routes to schools funds, and other funds that are administered through HCD are one consequence of that. So not being able to access those grant dollars. The city could be subject to carryover laws. So we didn't talk about regional housing needs allocation or RHNA, but that's the number that's given to the city and to counties as far as the amount of units that they have to identify among sort of variety of income levels. And those could be added to your 4th and 5th cycle if this affordable housing overlay isn't adopted. And so, a lot of jurisdictions have seen a pretty big jump in the amount of housing sites they're supposed to identify and the housing goals they're supposed to achieve. And this overlay helps to sort of alleviate the city from any carryover laws. The city, of course, can be subject to sanctions from the Attorney General's office and lose authority for issuance of building permits and that kind of thing. And so again, just running through some of these consequences, which your community development director has talked a lot about with staff. Looking at the project timeline, you can see here that some property owner and community outreach occurred in the summer of last year. We visited your planning commission on September 8th in order to workshop and run a study session on the affordable housing overlay. The CEQA document went out for a 30-day public comment period between September 26th and October 25th. And then we held a planning commission hearing on December 8th, where they made a recommendation to support the affordable housing overlay with a couple of modifications, which we'll show to you. And then, of course, the adoption hearings with your city council occurring today and in the month of February. As far as the public outreach that has occurred, I had mentioned that staff consulted with local affordable housing developers that occurred in the month of June and July of last year. Your community development group mailed letters to property owners in August, notifying them about the project, and then shortly thereafter held a meeting with all the property owners. No property owners voiced concerns about their properties being included in the overlay. They were generally supportive of the additional density, but also were supportive that it was an option and not a requirement. So it kept, it gave them that flexibility. There was some discussion about the access to site number 20, and that's in the south western corner of the property. But in consultation with staff, we had discussed how any standards that are required for access under typical approvals would apply in this case. The downtown business owners met with staff on September 7th. They expressed, again, some concerns related to parking, but overall supported the affordable housing overlay because they saw a need for affordable housing based on impacts that they're feeling on local hiring and employee retainment and that kind of thing. When the CEQA document, which was an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration, went out for 30-day public review, we did receive some comments from a group called Land Watch. Our determination was that the comments were not on the adequacy of the ISMND, but rather they were looking for some other clarification. So those are noted here. They were looking for clarification regarding the intent of the affordable housing overlay as far as applying to the 6th cycle. Right now it's not the affordable housing overlay is not intended to be used to accommodate 6th cycle, but can obviously be supportive of 6th cycles so long as these sites are made available during this this year. Additionally, they had some questions about relationship to the inclusionary housing ordinance, and they had questions about if this can be used instead of developing on these sites, if in lieu fees could be taken or offsite affordable housing units could be constructed. Those are really separate requirements. These are standalone sites that have kind of been surgically picked to receive or be developed for affordable housing. So there's no need to run offsite or run an in lieu fee for them. And then finally, they had questions about the origination of the density ranges. We've talked about that. Those come from the downtown revitalization specific plan itself. There were some additional comments that were received this morning, and so we have addressed those here. One of them is tied to the applicability of Chapter 17.62, tree removal, preservation, and protection. The overlay does not circumvent the requirements in your tree ordinance, and projects are still required to meet these in your city code. As far as site selection, there was a question about why more parcels in the half-acre to 10-acre range were why more weren't selected. And some of the criteria that we used to make that selection included vacant sites or what we call underutilized sites. So they may be sites that have either an aging structure, they have a low floor area ratio, and just generally are underutilized on the site itself. And so that's some of the criteria we use, along with proximity to transit and services, and aligns by and large with what housing and community development is looking for during a typical sort of sites inventory. As far as adding sites outside of that 23, if other sites are interested in being part of the overlay, they would have to undergo a separate discretionary process, the rezone process, effectively, to amend their designation, assume the affordable housing overlay designation, and that would require a subsequent CEQA process if they're not otherwise already included in the 23 that we're talking about this evening. And then finally, there was a comment about the relationship to inclusionary housing, the inclusionary housing requirement and state density bonus law. And I'll skip to the next slide here to show you an example of how this project, how the affordable housing overlay would work with inclusionary housing and state density bonus law. So your community development director and I kind of walked through this morning. There is a example of this embedded in the actual ordinance, but we wanted to show another example here. So this is a hypothetical project on a 1 acre site, again with a density of 30 dwelling units per acre that is resulting in 30 total units. So I'll step you through this as best as I can, and then I can have Guido kind of step in to see if he has anything to add. But section 17.48.030, that's your inclusionary housing section of your code. It requires 20% affordable housing for projects that are over 20 units. So of course, this is a 30 unit example. This is a project that's 30 units. 20% of that results in 6 affordable units. So it would be subject to inclusionary housing requirements. The requirement under the affordable housing overlay, if this project was proposed on one of those 23 sites, is either 12% very low or 15% very low income units. So 12% of 30 units is 3.6 units. We always round up. So they would be required to have 4 units plus 2 more to total 6 to meet your inclusionary requirement. And then for 15%, if the project elected to use 15%, because it's either or, 15% of 30 units is 4.5 units. Again, we round up to 5 plus 1 more unit, very likely at the moderate income level. Again, total 6, which is the required affordable housing requirement. And then if they were to pair that with state density bonus law, there's a table that outlines the density allowance based on how much low income or very low income is proposed. So if 12% very low income was proposed, that's an additional 38.8%, and that results in 19 additional units. If 15% low income is proposed, that's an additional 27.5%. So that's 14 additional units. Depending on what they designate, what the project proponent designates for, whether very low or low, you're looking at adding 19 to 14 units to the projects for a range of 44 to 49 total units. So, a bit of math here to step you through, but this is something that your community development director and staff planners would walk people through, to understand the amount of units that they would get. The benefit of here being, if they're on one of the affordable housing overlay sites, they get to take advantage of streamlining and not go through a, again, use permit process or discretionary process. So I know there was a lot of math in there, and we can come back to this if there are questions on it, but I'll keep moving on here. The Planning Commission, again, voted 6-0 in support of the affordable housing overlay, and they had 2 key changes. One was to ensure that the affordability requirement was required via a recorded deed restriction. So that language was written into the actual code to ensure that that would happen. And then the second part was to clarify that the requirement of 12% or 15% were minimum requirements, And then anyone who proposed something in exceedance of that could do so at their, at their discretion, but that those were minimum requirements. So that language was also added. That by and large concludes my presentation. The action that is before you on the screen is the action reflected in your staff report. I'll read that off and then we'll open it up for questions, but it is to adopt the affordable housing overlay and mitigated negative declaration, and then to adopt the general plan amendment to section 2.2 of the Marina general plan to implement the affordable housing overlay.
Okay, Guido, what step would you like to take next in this issue address?
It's up to you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of questions or.
Okay, let's ask council at this time for questions on what we've been presented by Nikki. And thank you, Nikki. We often say thank you for a good presentation, but this was a really excellent presentation. It's very dense, a lot of information, but you've done as well as anyone could do, and I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's go to questions for Nikki and Guido, starting with Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Nikki. I also find your presentations to be so easily digestible, which is a really tricky task to accomplish. I had the luxury of being on Planning Commission when this came before Planning Commission. So this is not the first time I've heard this presentation, and even yet I have learned some more things. First question is, Nikki mentioned that this would be handled at a staff level review. Is that a requirement from the Housing Authority, or is that what you're just recommending that we approve tonight?
Yeah, based on your fourth and fifth cycle, Marina, let me back up a little bit. Based on your fourth and fifth cycle obligations, the specific plan was what was promising these units to be available. And those multifamily units were promised at a streamlined review level. So of course, that is what we're carrying forward. Leveraging staff level review to support that streamlining.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, I just wanted to add that unofficially, when we spoke with representatives from the state, they were very supportive of the streamline process in order to get us compliant with previous housing element cycles.
Okay. And then the second question, and apologize to staff in advance because you've heard this from me, but I think it's important for my fellow council members to hear. And that is, with the housing overlay today, do we have any objective guidelines on the books? In other words, there weren't any in the packet that were provided. Is that correct, or did I miss them?
No, we actually, after the September 8th Planning Commission meeting, we did take the advice of the Planning Commission, and we did add them, and they're identified in section 3F of the draft ordinance.
Okay.
It's on page, I don't know how Shep numbers them, but page 11 of the, so.
And do these objective guidelines that have been provided apply to the otherwise affordable projects that we've seen? For example, if the Del Monte apartment complex would be reheard by us for some reason, or just using that as an example, would these guidelines apply to that project, or is that a separate effort?
Not familiar with the Del Monte project, but this is for the affordable housing overlay. And as Nikki mentioned, when we're going to hopefully come back later this year for the downtown plan will actually have more detailed objective standards that'll hopefully further enhance what we're trying to propose tonight. So,
okay, I'll leave it at that. I have some comments about objective guidelines, but I'll save those for comment time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just put my hand down here. Thank you very much for that presentation. It is very dense, as it should be, right? Since we're talking about density. But forgive me if some of these, I'm just trying to understand the whole thing. This AHO is really almost like creating a motivation for these specific property owners that maybe have not thought to develop their properties because it was such a headache. There's so many regulations and, they would have to do so much. And is that kind of where we're looking at? Because these are properties that you handpicked, and yet they haven't advanced. They haven't indicated that they wanted to develop. So this AHO is really a way in which you're sort of encouraging them by sort of incentivizing, but of course you have no control over whether they take the bait or not. But is that kind of how we should look at this?
Yeah, so we are past due for housing element cycles. This is a way to make us whole, and there's a carrot to if you agree to build these affordable units within your project, then you will potentially get a streamlined review process so that people get what they want, and then the city gets whole with the state in terms of our housing obligations.
Right. In the past, I know that the RENA numbers have always been kicked down the road, and suddenly now I think that there are hefty fines if we don't comply. Is that correct? So
the state has sued 17 cities, and that was 17 as of a couple years ago. The HCD has created a housing enforcement accountability unit. They've given HCD authority separate from the Attorney General to further I'm not sure what the word is, review or go after cities. So yeah, there's a lot more teeth to housing element stuff than there was even 5 years ago.
Yes. And when they fine people, are they fining them because we haven't identified feasible plots, or are they fining us because we haven't had these people develop on the actual properties?
I'd get paid a lot more if I was an attorney. I'd have to punt to Heidi about the specific legal cases. I just know that there is heightened enforcement, heightened involvement by HCD in terms of the details of the litigation. I'd have to punt to Heidi on terms of those cases.
Okay, great. And maybe I can find out later. But so our RENA numbers were, I think, the second highest of all the peninsula. And now suddenly with the new numbers, we're like half of what we were expected to. So for the fourth and fifth cycles, we had this 1308 number of affordable units that we had to comply with. And so that's the AHO is attempting to get us to acceptable documentation to pass the fourth and fifth cycle, correct? But the sixth cycle is going to be based on our 685 RENA number. So do we, how do we go to the next cycle when we've already sort of committed to a much larger number, and then we get to the sixth cycle and now we only have to have 685 on the books? So what do we do about that? And not that I would still want to build as many affordable housing units as the prior RENA numbers, but because there's so much hefty fines associated with non-compliance, I was wondering, how do we set that for ourselves when the state basically, or the AMBAG, I think it is, that sets the RENA numbers, when they've now said, Marina, hey, you only have to be accountable for half that number?
So let's back up and for the benefit of the whole audience. So so our number right now we're trying to accommodate is a little bit of RENA math in terms of our carryover number from previous cycles. That's our previous number that we're trying to accommodate with this specific policy. If we can get this adopted today or reasonably soon, then that shows that this cycle of the housing element, which won't end until December, that we're giving people adequate time to enforce this policy. So we will be good with 4th and 5th cycle. And then for the benefit of the group and everybody in the audience, then we're moving into 6th cycle housing element. And what Councilmember Biala is referencing is our number is 685, which Rincon is also helping us with. And I'm currently working with Rincon to kick that process off. And hopefully by December 2023, January 2024, we will have a housing element that the city council certifies. So there's 2 different kind of buckets, and we're trying to get our past due account cleared away for 4th and 5th while working on 6th cycle, 685, our new number. And I'm trying to help the city get to that goal by next December, January. So there's 2 different buckets going on.
Okay, so the 685 is in addition to the 1308 that we had commitments for before. So we now have to come up with another 685 affordable units.
No, and I'm not sure how much the council wants. So the carryover number is for the low and very low. And Nikki and Kamiko, they could probably correct me, but the numbers we're trying to get for this specific policy is the low and very low of that 1,300 number that you're quoting. Is that correct, Nikki?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just generally clarify. So your new RENA, your new regional housing needs allocation won't get added to your 4th and 5th cycle if you adopt this affordable housing overlay. That's that's part of this new carryover law that that HCD requires. So that's what Guido means when he's trying to get the city whole.
Okay.
Without the overlay though, so you promised the state that you would have capacity for certain units in the 4th and 5th cycle. Without the overlay, it will get added. So there's a penalty there, right? If you don't make good on your promise to have capacity for those units, and you didn't through the DVSP, right, then they would carry over. So, that I just want to make, that's a nuance there as far as when it gets carried over, if the affordable housing overlay isn't adopted, if these 23 sites aren't made available, in this cycle, we're currently in the 5th cycle, right? We're getting ready to move into the 6th cycle. So if they're not made available, then they'll have to be added on. But for now, the way that Guido has this worked out, with his the 6th cycle housing element on the horizon, and with this affordable housing overlay, you won't have to incur that.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that explanation. I don't want to overstep my 5 minutes. I don't know where I'm at, but if I am at that point, I'll save my further questions for later. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, we're kind of doing a round robin. Everyone gets 5 minutes on the first round, then we go round 2 and like that. So let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher.
Yeah, since this is new for me, I don't have a lot of questions, just mainly some remarks. I'm learning a lot. And already, of course, it has been discussed before that it's extremely disappointing that the city has missed out on millions of dollars. And it's good that there now is a timeline to get into compliance with this. So thank you for working on that. And also I would like to thank the Planning Commission for their 2 recommendations, and especially the one clarifying that the affordable housing requirements are just the minimum requirements. And I hope that this will encourage owners to develop when they know that they will, administrative approval shall be given if a project complies to these requirements. So thank you for working on this, and thank you for educating me and other members or other residents in Marina. Thank you.
Great. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you so very much for the presentation, Ms. Strigan. Is that correctly? Okay. I do have some questions. I want to give out some really kudos for a very thorough report, and also to our Planning Commission. I feel like they've done an excellent job. So I appreciate the footwork that they have done and the insight that they've done. This is a question for Guido. Do we have the staff capacity to offer an expedited carrot, like a quicker process? That's my first question. Stop the clock.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Next question was going back to the density. How was the density and having to do with the downtown vitalization plan? How old is the downtown plan, and are those density numbers still relevant, or do we have to go back and relook at them, because it appears that that was weighed upon very heavily in this analysis?
Yeah, and Nikki and Bryce did a little bit more of a deeper dive, but my understanding is we were trying to be sensitive to kind of realistic density ranges that Marina has already experienced, because the state, if let's say you propose, oh, we're going to do 90 units an acre, but you've never done that before, then immediately that raises a red flag. So Nikki and Bryce, when they did a deeper dive, they were trying to be sensitive to the downtown plan, making sure this was consistent with the draft plan, and that's going to be coming before you shortly. And then trying to make it realistic. And I'm not sure if Nikki, if you want to add some more to.
Yeah, I think I'll just add that so your first draft of the downtown vitalization specific plan was around 2011, and not much has happened since then. The ranges are often you see some kind of further analysis done, whether it's economic trends or regional trends and that kind of thing. It's from our study of the downtown vitalization specific plan, it's a different outlook, right? It's a different than what you're seeing. I mean, 2 to 3 stories, 48 feet high, sometimes three stories pushing maybe a 4th story in that case are pretty dense. I mean, so that's certainly something the city can continue to contemplate, but we were sort of working from what had been vetted heavily with the city for many years as far as carrying those standards forward.
Thank you. I just fear things may have changed since 2011. And then I do have some others, but I'm going to ask this last one. And that has to do with the affordable housing recommendation. So you have a 12% very low and a 15% very low. In the staff report, which I really urge people to read, it's very interesting. There's a case study for the city of Oakley in the Bay Area in Contra Costa County, and they did 100% affordable. And I'm just wondering, I tried to find the answer. Where did the 12%, where did the 15%, was that recommended from the Planning Commission? And secondly, do we have discretion to increase those numbers or play with those numbers?
Yeah, I can hit up some of that, Nikki, and then if you want to just tag team. So we were trying to, so let me just back up. So in your packet, there is the number, the 612. That's the number that we need to meet if we provide ourselves a little bit of wiggle room, or if one parcel doesn't get developed or one doesn't, then we have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of meeting our overall state obligation. And so starting with that number, then we tried to identify sites. And then from there, we were trying to identify realistic densities. And then looking at our existing inclusionary ordinance, for the 20% inclusionary, you're required to do, I think, 6% low and 7% very low. And so we were trying to meet our low and very low numbers. So we doubled those numbers. So those are directly from the ordinance in terms of what's our obligation? Well, our obligation is that number, 585, give or take a few. And then what do we need to do? We need to provide the low and very low. So if somebody wants to take advantage of this, well, then they need to double the number of low and very low numbers required by the inclusionary ordinance. And so if Nikki, if you want to do a little bit more
I'll just add that we ran some case studies around your region and Bay Area for overlays to find that range. And 100% is pretty aggressive. But we also vetted those ranges with affordable housing developers. So I think we had conversations with three or so affordable housing developers along the Central Coast and Bay Area, and they seemed comfortable with that range.
Okay, thank you. I'll reserve my SB 9 compatibility for my next round.
Right. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. While the other council members were speaking, I did look at the resolution and try to evaluate some of those objective guidelines, and I'm still a little confused. And so I kind of hate to go there, but I didn't see, for example, any guidelines based on color. And so I just want to make sure I have this right. If we adopt this tonight and someone has a vendetta against a city or just has a different design preference, and they want to build a blue building with green polka dots or whatever, because our guidelines don't address that, we have to allow that. Is that correct, or am I missing something?
I think that's a little bit of a stretch. I mean, obviously we would work with the applicant, right? There is language in our code that, things should not be obnoxious or unsightly or, right?
But objective or?
Yeah, those are objective standards. In the scenario you painted, we would have some pretty serious conversations with an applicant in terms of, what would proceed. But once again, this is building into the downtown plan, which will have far greater objective standards. That is coming before the council very soon. And on top of that, we are bringing objective standards forward. And once again, we're trying to get this thing adopted rather quickly in this year so that we can be whole for past cycles. And if we don't, as Nikki's indicated, that number gets carried over. And so that's the answer.
And again, I'm very supportive of the intent of what's been presented tonight. What I'm hoping to do is, in asking some of these questions, is kind of gauge the rest of the council, whether they are equally concerned about the things that I am. And maybe they're not. I know Councilmember Biala had mentioned, for example, in a previous discussion, having opaque balconies versus transparent. And I think her train of thought was, if people were not keeping a tidy balcony, at least by putting into an objective design guideline that it's opaque, that the street wouldn't be subjected to that. And so these are all kind of things that I think we could do a better job of looking at and building into our design guidelines. I think we could have, instead of working from a more lenient and getting more strict as we go, I'm not sure why we didn't take the more strict approach and say, hey, let's get more lenient as we go, as we realize these things aren't issues. But that's just kind of my perspective, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Heidi, did you have input?
You're muted.
I did. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just remind the council about the new format in which, after the presentation, it was clarifying questions and then going out to public comment right away before coming back to the discussion. So just a gentle reminder of the new format.
Okay, that's my fault, and I apologize. I thought we were into the 5-minute round robin, which is after public comment. So brief questions. I was surprised when I first looked at the map tonight, because I didn't look at the map when I reviewed the packet, to see what looked like a lot of commercially zoned lots on Reservation Road being included in the 23 approximate sites. So my question is, are we allowing multifamily residential on previously zoned commercial lots on our commercial arterial?
We have our GIS map. I'm going to our GIS map right now to get the exact zoning, but maybe Nikki could describe some of the lots that were chosen and why, and while I'm looking up the zoning for the parcels. So
Yeah, some of the base zone districts are commercial zone districts. So
How do we do that? Put residential on commercial zone lots? Do we want to do that?
yeah, keep in mind, in your downtown vitalization specific plan, again, just kind of drawing from the vision in that you allow residential throughout the entire downtown. In the core dish, well, I don't want to get too into that, but that's the line of thinking in your downtown, that you're driving residential to it. Yeah, there are some, and I'll pull up some of the exact numbers, but there are some underlying or base zone districts that are commercial in nature. So the overlay is the device or the mechanism that then allows residential, right? That's what's being laid on top of that commercial zone district.
Okay, since I have more to say to that, that's not brief. I'll stop now and ask council members, do you have any brief comments at this time? Let's go to Councilmember Biala. And a clarifying question type of.
Yeah, clarifying questions. I thought that's where we're at. So my question is, based on Councilmember McCarthy's concerns, is it too late to add some of these sort of, well, they're not minor, but, looking at, for example, some language in there that stresses the mixed use elements, the patios, the colors, things like that. Is it too late for us to put in some of those standards or talk about mixed use in the context of these 23 properties?
yeah, I mean, you are the final land use body. Yeah, I mean, if it's, reasonable and the rest of council agrees to it, then.
Yeah, because I know that, sitting through 1.5 years of the draft downtown vitalization specific plan task force, there was a lot to discuss about standards. And I know that this is kind of needing to go ahead of the final approval of the DVSP. But if we know already of some things that we'd like to include, we might as well do it, because the downtown specific plan really can't or should not conflict at all with any of these standards, correct? And yes, they only apply to a certain amount of properties, but we don't want to get into a situation where it conflicts. So everything in this OHA standards has to be carried over into the downtown specific plan, correct?
Right. I'm just being wary, and I would defer to Heidi on I understand, if you have an ordinance that has planning commission recommendation and it goes to council, my understanding, if you're making a material substantive change to the ordinance, then it has to go back to planning commission. So I would say if you're adding a few objective standards, that seems reasonable to me, but I'd have to defer to Heidi in terms of, how much can we really change it? Because we've already come from commission. So yeah. But
and I'll just add, adding mixed use standards, you'll be out of, you won't be making good on your promise for fourth and fifth cycle, right? Those sites were promised for residential housing units. So these 23 sites only. So keep in mind, you got the DBSP on the heels of this. That's where your mixed use vision is really going to come to light. But on these 23 sites, that's fulfilling your promise to HCD from the last few cycles. So there are overlays that do bring in mixed use standards, but that was intentional not to do it for this one.
I understand. Thank you. And in order to implement these, and I still would like to see if we could add just a few things to the objective standards, but how are we going to do the implementation? Like you said, you reached out to housing development community. Like, is that developers like Chispa, or you mentioned some people outside of the area, but who are these developers? Because I presume those people, if they understood what an OHA is, they will contact these 23 property owners and work with them
It's not our job to sort of refer the property owners to the developers, correct?
Right. We had a good cross section of affordable housing developers from the area, from the region. And so, I mean, we can certainly get the list, but Nikki and I had pretty extensive conversations with multiple people.
So are we counting on the developers to contact the property owners, or are we educating the property owners about these options for them for development?
Yeah, we've already done that. And Nikki referenced that in the presentation. We actually met with the property owners.
Right.
And several actually came to a meeting with the Downtown Business Association people.
Right.
They were noticed, and several came to the Planning Commission study session, and then a few came on December 8th. So we actually have already done some
of it.
I've personally gotten probably 12 to 15 phone calls from various business. So yeah, we've already started that. So
yeah, and I'm sure it's not done, because if 12 have understood this, then then that's still half only that know about this. But then the developers could also be outreaching to the property owners, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. And if the council were to make a favorable recommendation, we would be furthering our efforts to say, hey, we have this policy, we want to engage people, so that there would be continual outreach to those. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I think we can go to the public now. So we'll open a public hearing on the administrative housing overlay. Get the A wrong. Affordable housing overlay, sorry. And please raise your hand if you're ready to go. Let's start with Denise Turley. Welcome, Denise.
Good evening. So I have 4 main questions. I'll start with what I think is the easiest one first, which is, can anyone tell me what a half a parking space is? Do you cut it vertically or horizontally? Do you round up? And how come no handicap parking was mentioned at all? First question. Second question, how many higher than 15% developments already exist? Say, for example, Jinsei Oaks, is that an example of what you're talking about, going higher than the 15%? Number 3, is this AHO downtown specific? It sounds like it, but I wanted that clarified. And on the 48-foot building heights, which I realize are only on Del Monte and Reservation, does the fire department have some say on the height of the building, depending on what kind of equipment they own? Or if the developer gets the building passed and wants to do it, does the fire department then have to scramble for an extra fire engine or use mutual aid? I'll leave it at that, you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Denise. And we'll answer all the questions at the end. Let's go to Gabriel Sanders now. Hello, Gabriel. Good evening.
Good evening. First of all, thanks for a detailed presentation on the AHO, and thank you for taking into consideration the comments of Landwatch. I'm the deputy director of that organization. I think it was I who provided those comments. So it looks like you've taken them into consideration. And honestly, the plan looks great as far as our standards go. And I do hope that similar plans, perhaps additional sites, are used for the 6th cycle. As you mentioned, HCD favors this kind of method, and the incentives included for achieving arena numbers. So I did hear a question earlier in this discussion about use of commercial corridors, and I would just refer you to AB 2011 for that in terms of where streamlining can occur by right for development of affordable housing. using those transit corridors. But otherwise, I just want to let you know this looks great by Landwatch standards. It looks like it will increase density within your urban core and hopefully create opportunities to minimize some vehicle miles traveled for people who work in Marina. So well done.
Excuse me, Gabriel, was that, you say AB 2011? I'm sorry.
Yeah, AB 2011, 2022. Sorry, of the year 2022.
Right. Thank you very much.
Of course.
All right. Let's go to Adam Pinteritz.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my comments. My name is Adam Pinteritz. I'm the Government and Community Affairs Director for the Monterey County Association of Realtors. And I won't take up much time. I want to thank the council for their thoughtful questions and the staff and the consultants for their hard work in preparing this and all of the thorough information that was presented. So just expressing my appreciation for that. And, you know, it's understandable given the immensity of the housing crisis and the affordability crisis that you know, that we might want to consider more aggressive approaches. But it's also fair, and I speak as a Marina resident too here. You know, Marina isn't Oakland, and you know, I'd like us to achieve something and actually get and see more housing built. And so I think 12 or 15% of something, you know, sounds better than 0%, than 100% of nothing. So you know, I get it. You know, maybe we could think of this as a starting point and continue to work on more housing and housing affordability in the years to come. And that's what I hope for this. And again, thanks everyone for all your hard work on this.
All right, great, Adam. Thanks for your comments. Let's go to Jeff Markham. Good evening, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a quick question, I think, of Ms. Strigan. Of the other cities that you've worked with, assuming some of them have gone into implementation of the AHO, what have they done regarding permit fees, impact fees, deferring and reducing it, or completely waiving the fee structures? That's the first question. And then I had a second, just a general comment on, you know, what it's going to take to get the downtown revitalization plan actually fully approved, because I think this is the fourth project that I've heard of where it's referred to, and it's almost becoming like a mythical document because it never quite gets over the finish line. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment because there's been some discussion about, well, what about 100% affordable? When you're talking about these 23 separate areas, you're talking about asking a developer to come in and make a portion of it affordable. There are 100% affordable developers. They did the Junsei Oaks. They did the Dunes apartment complex. They have done many complexes within Marina that are 100% affordable. This is about taking a development project that might not have had any affordable housing in it, and through incentives for these 23 different areas, getting affordable housing into them. So there's a bit of a difference between what the council is asking, can we make something 100% affordable? And this, which is about making some of what is developed in a particular site, be it 12% or 15%, affordable for low or very low in order for them to earn these incentives. This is an incentive program, and it helps us meet our RENA numbers and our housing element all over again that we are behind on. So it's really important to understand what is trying to be accomplished here. It doesn't negate anybody doing 100% affordable, but understand the developers of those projects are nonprofits. It takes a long time for them to get through the process and develop a project, acquiring the land, getting it developed. It's almost, I would call it the most difficult kind of development to do. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's go to Grace. Welcome back, Grace.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to make a clarification. The question was asked, the date on the downtown plan, and the most recent downtown vitalization specific plan I have, because I served on the ad hoc committee for the most recent iteration of the plan, is 2019, not 2011. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Anyone wishing to speak that hasn't already, please raise your hand and we'll give you a couple moments to do that. All right, Francisco and Ruben, Rubius, welcome.
Would be, I have three of them. One would be on, I know someone already asked, we're actually property owners of one of the 23 identified parcels. And what would be, if you could elaborate, I know it's towards the end, would be the incentivized fees or permit process. Second would be on the design. Would it be, what is it going to be, more of the multi-family design process that you're going to have to meet? And the third one would be, would covered parkings be required? I know some of the examples that were given by the consultant had them.
Francisco, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to say at this point?
No, great. It's definitely going to give us an incentive to get these projects going, and hopefully it gets voted on today and passed.
Right, it's good for us to hear from you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go to Tommy Bolea. Welcome back.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council. So I guess I'm assuming these projects will be working with CHISPA, Section 8, Housing and Urban Development, and other entities that are local in our area. I'm assuming these buildings are going to be ADA compliant. Is this true? I'm assuming they are. It sounds like these buildings are going to be super dense. So are we talking 3-story, 4-story possibly? I'm just trying to figure out the size of these projects. And again, just confirming again, are these things, if whatever allocation is for low income, it's going to remain that percentage. So when somebody moves out and is vacated and somebody else moves in, it's still going to be, that part of is still going to be low income, correct? Or does it go to the market rate? And I guess just clarifying again, it's always, they're going to be all, that percentage is always going to be low income. It's not going to have a 10-year plan and then all of a sudden everything goes to the market rate. I'm assuming whatever percentage you pick as low income is going to remain low income for the life of that building or that project. Because I remember 20 years ago, and now I know where homeless veterans come from, he had lived in Pacific Road and everything was fine. He moved into a new development. They allocated so much for low income. Everything was perfect. He had the perfect life, perfect location. Of course, it was Pacific Road. He loved it. But then he gets a note saying, oh, this property or this apartment or this condominium is going to the market rate. And he had to move out or else he would have been homeless. And we had to actually find him housing. I don't know how we did it, but we pulled it off. This guy served in World War II. He outlived whatever this term was, and it went to the market rate from whatever it was, $500 a month to $3,000 a month. I mean, now I know where homeless veterans come from. I mean, I was so appalled. I hope that fine writing is not in any of this contracts, these developments. I hope not. I hope it's low income as far as is needed in the city of Marina, and always have that percentage of housing. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. And we'll give everyone a moment to raise your hand if you haven't spoken and wish to.
Good night.
All right. We'll close public comment, and Denise asked if we round up, and I think the answer is yes, we round up if it's 9.5, or in this case, it's going up to 5 and 6, right, Nikki?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. We would round up the parking ratio.
Yeah, and that was mentioned in the presentation that Nikki gave. And then the handicap, how do we address that parking designation?
Those are done primarily at the building permit stage. We absolutely will comply with ADA, and we'll have the minimum number of handicap spaces, and they'll be accessible and all that. That's just part of the building process. So.
And that answers one of Tommy's questions on the ADA.
So Mr. Mayor, I actually wrote down all the questions. I can address all of them if you'd like, Mr. Mayor, or.
That's great. Thank you.
So the parking ratio is absolutely, they'd get rounded up. We talked about the handicap. I'm not as familiar with the Gensay Oaks project, so that's a little bit before my time in terms of what were the ratios. In the ordinance now, 20% of any project that has more than 20 units has to have affordable units. Maybe someone else can speak to the Gensay Oaks project. In terms of the overlay, her question was, is it just for downtown? Because there was a previous EIR for the downtown, which we'll have to revitalize. For now, we were trying to be respectful of the downtown and keep it to the downtown. If the council does adopt it, other future property owners can use it outside of the downtown. In terms of the fire comment, yeah, absolutely. As a city, we're not going to approve something that violates the fire code. So we would work with fire in terms of what kind of access they need. And, every site is different and unique. So even if you have a standard, we can't violate life safety. We have to work with our fire department to make sure our buildings are safe. There was a reference to AB 2011. And then there was a question about the downtown. Yeah, so try to get hopefully the overlay adopted, hopefully at this meeting or soon. And then immediately I'm pivoting to the downtown plan, working with Rincon. We're trying to actually have a study session, informational update to the commission and council in February, March, releasing the NOP later in the year. And then once you release the NOP, that starts a whole CEQA schedule with hopefully adoption by the city council by December of next year.
Guido, NOP is notice of preparation?
Notice of preparation. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. In terms of the fees, section G of the ordinance list some of the incentives to implement the overlay, potential waiving, reducing, extending out the life of payment of certain fees. That was a comment from one of the speakers. And then in terms of covered or not, we're not necessarily covering that. The ordinance in section G does reference that surface parking lots and garages shall be located to the side or rear of the building. So that and there's language, surface parking shall be prohibited within the first 25 feet of the lot depth. And then structured parking shall be screened from the primary frontage. And I believe I've answered all of the questions, Mr. Mayor. If I've missed something, please let me know.
Denise asked how many, this is going to be a tough question, not for tonight maybe, but how many 15% affordable projects already exist?
That I wouldn't know off the top of my head, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to look that up. So.
Right. And then Francisco asked, such as on his property, are these 23 sites gunning primarily for multifamily design, or are there other designs that would be considered allowed?
Yeah, I mean, they would probably lean more towards the multifamily type of design, right? So.
Okay, and I think the answer is yes, that 3 to 4 stories are possible, and that's what Tommy asked.
Right, the ordinance talks about it at 42 to, where was it, 48, 42 feet, except for along Reservation in Del Monte, where they can go up to 48 feet. So that's just 3 or 4 stories, yeah.
And I think Nikki mentioned that, went over that.
Yeah.
And then Tommy's last question was, what's the duration of the affordability covenant or requirement?
Yeah, great question. The planning commission actually focused on that. On section F1(2) of the ordinance, it talks about a 55-year affordability covenant. And the commission was very proactive and said, Guido, put in the ordinance that will be recorded with the county recorder. So I thought that was really good input by the commission. So
that's a state law, is it, that 55 years is the max?
I'd have to punt to Heidi in terms of 55 years seems to be a standard affordable housing, but I don't know the exact law for why, but 55 years seems to be the standard for a lot of affordability covenants. So
Can someone answer that legal question if it's a legal requirement that it must go to market? It must be released from the affordable covenant at 55 years?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Right, I'm asking for legal if Heidi knows.
Mayor, I don't know that offhand. I'd have to double check.
Okay, it's a fairly important matter if we have discretion. I don't think, Juan, did you have input?
Yeah, I think the 55-year covenant follows the low-income housing tax credit program. It's the program by which the vast majority of affordable units are developed across the nation and in California. So back in 1986, I think the timeline was 15 years, and then they bumped it up to 30 years, I think in the early 90s. And then 55 years has become the standard that's set in California. And there's a handful, actually, there might be more states now that have that 55-year minimum rent restriction under the low-income housing tax credit program. That seems to be the benchmark by which all affordable developers operate now. If you want to go beyond 55 years, that's another question. But 55 years is essentially, I don't know if we'll live to see, if we build a housing development right now, if any of us would go beyond, live to see the 55-year regulatory regulations go away. By that time, most affordable developers plan on redeveloping a site. So most don't make it to that most will likely not make it to that 55-year timeline. By then it will redevelop and the clock will reset to another 55 years. So if there's a fear that we have to, if we reach that 55-year, regulatory end date, it's probably low risk, I think, for any affordable unit.
All right. Tommy's second half of that question was, while it stays affordable during 55 years, does it keep the same categories? A certain number of very low, a certain number of low.
Yes, I mean, that is the goal, right? To make it a permanent affordable unit. So
okay, so a very low in 2023 would have to remain very low for 55 years.
Right.
Yeah. All right, those are all the questions. Other council, did you note any questions that we haven't answered from the public? By the way, that was a great example of public comment, pertinent questions that, a lot of them I didn't know the answer to, and it's just great to get the public input when it's like that, especially. Okay, so now we go to our round robin, back to council, but before I do, I want to do a time check. It's 9 o'clock. I don't know how late we want to go tonight. I think maybe 30 people are going to want to speak to the card room. We have another hearing before the card room. Do we want to move the card room next? And even then, do we think we'll have enough time to not upset people by going so late? I can see the card room taking an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. That would put us at 10:30, 11 if we moved right to it. So council, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly what I was going to suggest, is if we could use, there's 39 people here. If we can hear the card room next, I want to ask if the next item is time sensitive and perhaps we can table it, and put just so the public knows, we usually, our meetings go till 10 o'clock and then we have to have a motion to extend. So I would ask that we please move the card room up next and extend as needed until after, go till 10:30 and extend as needed.
Kathy, your hand's up. Did you have an opinion on the scheduling here?
No, other than, this middle housing project, it sounds like we can table it. because it has to do with the general plan. Is that correct, Lane?
Right, it's not time sensitive, and so I just recommend that we just continue it to our next council meeting. That way we don't have to renotice
Great.
the hearing.
Great.
Okay, and if we need to go for the card room till 10:30 or 11, is everybody okay with that? Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher.
Yes, I would be in favor of that, but could we get a 5-minute break before we start that next agenda item, or 3-minute break?
But after, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Kathy.
but can we please finish this one? It shouldn't be very much longer. We
Okay.
have just one more round of discussion and then a motion.
Yeah, I haven't had my first round yet because it was just for clarifying questions. So now we're having our round robin. Some of you took it because I forgot how our ordinance, how our thing was, new rules. So let me jump in. The tree ordinance has always been weak in the city. Is there a chance that this affordable housing overlay can strengthen voluntarily these rules if they want to join the AHO?
Yeah, we would not circumvent the tree ordinance with this policy. We would make customers, follow the tree ordinance.
Yeah, that's my concern, is that we have a weak tree ordinance. So, for example, on private property, you can cut down trees without a permit, unless it's multifamily. But multifamilies aren't the only design that are theoretically allowed in this process, this AHO. What I got out of your answer, Guido and Nikki.
So the single family homes are exempt here, kind of unique for a city to cut down a tree. Commercial multifamily, they have to go through the tree ordinance, and we would absolutely enforce the tree ordinance. If there are concerns about the tree ordinance, that's a separate conversation. I'm happy to bring that back. We could have a discussion, but for now, we will absolutely enforce the tree ordinance, and we're bringing back the tree committee in February. And so we can have a larger discussion about that, but yeah, we're absolutely will enforce the tree ordinance. So.
Okay, so when you answered Francisco's question about, is it restricted to multifamily? Your answer was, we're targeting multifamily, but to me, that meant, no, it's not restrictive to multifamily.
If the council were to adopt the policy tonight, and if you allow housing in a zoning district, then potentially you could adopt the AHO for another parcel outside the downtown. But right now we're focused on compliance with the housing element and trying to hopefully get this adopted and in the downtown general area.
Okay. And then I brought up earlier, but then I realized it was too much time. So I wanted to bring it up now when it's appropriate. Commercial projects on Reservation Road on lots that are currently, multi-residential on currently commercially zoned lots. I thought we were trying to keep them commercial so we didn't lose the economics of having commercial corridors. And this is, sorry.
I just, because while you were talking to Nikki, I looked up the C1 and C2 zones. We actually already allow housing in those zones. So we're really just kind of perpetuating policies that are already on the books. So
okay, so that's inconsistent with my knowledge, because I'm probably wrong, that we've had some of these lots owners come to us and say, no market for commercial, we'd like to do multifamily. And our answer was, sorry, we're trying to hold on to our commercial. We're not looking to rezone them residential. And I think I had a conversation with Lane Long about this maybe 3-4 years ago. But can you confirm, that I'm wrong? Because I think I might be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the zoning code as I'm talking to you, the benefits of virtual meetings. Yeah, multifamily is allowed in the C1 and C2 with a CUP. So it is allowed.
So with a CUP, a conditional use permit, so does that throw a monkey wrench into if the planning commission and or city council didn't want, if it was appealed, to city councils, or if it was denied at the planning commission level because it needs a CUP, that sounds discretionary.
Okay, well, so there's two separate issues. There's your question to me was basically, are we somehow undermining our economic base, right? My answer back to you is no, because you already have in your code here, you can do housing with the CUP in the C1, C2 zone. To answer the second part of your question, this policy is if adopted, would be a ministerial process to get the city whole with previous housing element cycles. So those are two different buckets.
Okay, so ministerially, if I own one of these lots, can I get a CUP, or does a CUP by default have to go through the planning commission and get their approval?
If the council adopts this policy tonight, and if somebody uses the affordable housing overlay policy, it would be a ministerial process. There would be no CUP.
Okay, so we would be sort of weakening the commercial corridor by not having discretion to insist upon more commerce development.
Well, but once again, it's allowed already in your code. So
Through
I'm not
CUP.
sure if you can make that argument because you're already allowing it one way or the other. But I mean, that's more of a policy statement, Mayor. I don't want to make that. If you want to make that statement, that's fine. I'm just articulating back to you the facts of the code. So.
Right, I'm just sensing this is our last bite at the apple before we go residential on commercial lots. Now, if we had a CUP, we could say, hey, you want to do multifamily, great. And you put it above some commercial, so we get mixed use. And that's how we'll give you a CUP. But if we don't do that tonight, there is no CUP, is what you just said. So this is our last bite at the apple, policy-wise, to allow previously CUP necessary development to allow residential to come into our commercial lots.
Yeah, I mean, but my polite rebuttal, Mr. Mayor, is if the city doesn't adopt this, you incur more housing burdens from the state. You potentially could lose some of your land use authority, and you could be forced to put housing in spots you really don't want it, but you would incur that disincentive, right? So that would be my polite response to you.
I'll jump in here too, Guido. Again, based on your fourth and fifth cycle housing elements, you set policy to put residential units in your downtown, right? You committed to that based on your housing element policy. So I would say you can lean on that policy for decision making. Understood that you want to make sure that there's commercial and kind of an economically viable downtown. You have a chance to do that through your downtown revitalization specific plan, because that core district that you've identified is mixed use. In fact, it requires that commercial is on the base and that housing be either on the second floor and above or in the back, right? So there's that's definitely a standard in that DVSP. But I would say defer to some of your housing element is from your previous cycles calling for this residential and committed to residential here.
When you say here on these 23 sites?
In your downtown, right? In your downtown.
Okay, I'm just wondering if there's downtown sites that this AHO could include that wouldn't be converting commercial to residential without a CUP.
Yeah, and some of the criteria that we did look at, we first looked in that multifamily residential area, but had to expand our reach because the sites either weren't vacant, they weren't underutilized, they didn't quite meet some of our criteria. So we did expand that a bit.
Okay, last question. What would it hurt? What's the downside to include more sites than the 23?
Well, Nikki can answer in more detail, but we did do a mitigated neg deck clearance for these sites. If we were to expand it, there are greater environmental impacts. And correct me if I'm wrong, Nikki, my understanding we would have to recirculate the mitigated.
Yes, correct. You'll have to revise the environmental document and float it back out for public review, and it would delay your project.
Okay, last, just a comment. I think it's really nifty that we're increasing the very low and the low through this process as far as an incentive. I mean, that's a result of giving the incentives, is it increases those two categories, which are not as economically beneficial. So it's nice that we get them. All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so on the map, to your point, Mr. Mayor, it looks like maybe there are 11 properties that are on reservation or Del Monte. And I think that based on the need right now to get our housing, our RENA numbers, I think that I'm okay with that. And we do have the larger zoning and downtown specific plan that we can work with and ensure commercial sites. So I think for me, that's it. I would like in my own mind to get a clear, a clarification about the density bonus and this overlay, this housing overlay, because we in Marina experienced a pretty, I would say a pretty traumatic experience with the only use for the developer using the density bonus. So I want to just compare, because both of these are tools to increase density and get affordable housing. So if you can just verify if I have the right concept about this. So with the AHO, we're looking at specific properties only. And whereas a density bonus like the developer that came to Marina, they were already an already applicant. I mean, this was their project and they were, submitting this application, whereas these properties have not had any development on them, or at least not the ones that, we're encouraging this kind of thing. And in the AHO, they have to meet all the standards that are there, right? Whereas in the density bonus, they could actually choose to not abide by our established standards. Like they could say, well, I don't want to do the parking, and in lieu of the increasing the density, I don't have to follow the setbacks, I don't have to follow the parking. They get to choose what not to comply with. Is that correct so far?
Yeah, we should back up. So density bonus law keeps changing. Density bonus, our ordinance, we should probably just write it in pencil because the state keeps changing it every year. So there are density bonus concessions and waivers.
Right.
That's what you're alluding to. You get a certain number of kind of concessions, the deeper the affordability, usually the more concessions.
Right.
But if somebody has a density bonus project, they can also ask for an unlimited number of waivers if they can make the argument to the city that the waiver precludes the building of the affordable units. So it doesn't matter this policy, not this policy, density bonus or whatever. If you have density bonus in the picture, you can ask for waivers if you can make the argument. And obviously, the caveat always is if it doesn't violate public health, safety, welfare, that's always the disclaimer. But yeah, absolutely, you can ask for waivers. But that's separate. I mean, you can. That's almost a separate conversation because
right. No, I know it's a separate.
Yeah, you can do that with this policy, without this policy. So
right.
Yeah.
Right, because I know that they went up higher than what our zoning had previously wanted, et cetera. But I'm just trying to get, and both of them, these tools are supposed to increase affordability and increase density. So I'm just trying to understand. So, but all the objective standards that we're putting in on the AHO, these property owners, if they fall under this, they have to comply with all of the standards, correct?
Yes, with the caveat that if there's a density bonus and if they could somehow make the argument that doing the standard somehow, and Heidi probably has the legal term, building affordable units, then potentially there's a concession, or I'm sorry, not a concession, a waiver. Because concessions and waivers are two different buckets.
Right.
Bonus law. So.
Right. But if they didn't, if they didn't partake of the density bonus, then that would be, they would follow all of the standards in the AHO. Whereas in the density bonus, they're actually doing the opposite. They don't have to follow some of our established standards because they opt to have higher density so they can opt out. And then the big one is the benefit is that in the density bonus, they have to go through the planning commission. They got to go maybe do an appeal for council, but in the AHO, it's ministerial. So they don't have to come back to all these bodies for approvals. That's a big one, right?
If you get a density bonus and if you give somebody a waiver and if they make the argument that it builds the units, yeah, I don't see why you would have to go through a public hearing. So.
Okay. And both of these are incentives so that the developers who normally have a lot of issues, they always say it doesn't pencil out for building affordable units. So this is the way in which we still maintain a good profit for them, whoever it might be, whether it's an AOH or an AHO, or whether it's a density bonus. So, you know, I look at both these tools and actually the preference for the AHO because I think they're very creative. And even though they're at the smaller level, I think that incentivizing versus offering ways in which you don't have to follow our standards is wonderful. And so I hope that we find success with these 23 properties under the AHO and then expand that to other areas. I think that this might prove to be something that's very useful to the city of Marina.
Very good.
That's all my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I'm
Medina.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I made one other thing. In the downtown specific plan, we have only a tiny little paragraph on street trees. Is there anything that we should add on these sort of general standards about trees?
No, I mean, if you're asking me personally, I would say no, but it's obviously up to the council. So.
Okay, I don't know what implications that would have. Would that delay things or get into too much stuff that won't be in a timely way resolved? Is that what you're saying on trees?
I'm saying we're gonna follow the tree ordinance and we're gonna be bringing the downtown plan that will have more detailed standards related to trees and other standards later in the year. So this policy, it's your right as a council member, but I feel like we're gonna hit that up in the downtown plan. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to say it again, thank you to the 40 attendees that have been sticking with us through this process. I hope you've learned a good deal about government tonight. I have 3 questions. One is, seeing that this is, I don't want to call it an experiment, but a very innovative program to attempt to incentivize building. When do we get the next round? This being sort of the first test run, when is the next cycle that we can expect to see a next opportunity to either expand or learn from how it went?
Well, you have property owners on the call right now interested. I've already been contacted, like I said, about 12 to 15 times. If the council were to adopt it tonight and February 7th, I've already promised that we would do more outreach to property owners. So you'll probably see very quickly at least 1 or 2 potential applications in this next year, which helps me when I go to the state to say, hey, we've adopted this policy. We have people interested. We're not just making this stuff up. We're really serious about this. So you'll probably get some interest in the next 2 to 3 months. So
I'm very happy. And I do want to give Mr. Covarrubias, a property owner, kudos for sharing his opinion with us, because because we're making policy that affects property owners, and I think they need to be at the table. So I appreciate the outreach. Next is understanding, listening from Councilmember Biela's question. This is a very complicated process. You've had to step through and analyze our questions and sort of weigh them out in your head. Will there be opportunities for property owners to be, I don't want to say handheld, but really understand this process? Will they have a venue to be able to learn? And since it's an administrative process, what is the process if they appeal? Let's just say they're doing their best to meet the intent or follow the directions. And, you know, sometimes when standards are, we intend them to be objective, sometimes the interpretation is subjective. So can you explain to me, since we're working through an administrative process, would it come back to the Planning Commission? Who is the body that would determine whether an appeal is warranted?
Well, as a director, anything I do is appealable. I've become comfortable with that the last 6-7 years I've been a manager. So anything I do, if people don't agree with the interpretation, they have every right to file an appeal, and I'm comfortable with that. Usually we try not to go that direction. We try to work with people and educate them and try to have compromise and work with people. But yeah, anything I do can be appealed to commission and council, and we would work through that. But hopefully that's hopefully the path of least resistance. Usually we try to work with people and try to come up with reasonable compromise, right? So.
Sure. And then the first part of my question was, will property owners have I just hope this is a good experience, but sometimes dealing with government, property owners don't always, it's not always easy. It's very.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've already pledged to make that commitment to reach out and try to help people. So
I appreciate that. I just want to state my concerns about parking. We did have a very bad experience, and I know some of these things are out of our hands. So I just want to echo what Denise and Ms. Turley have said. I mean, I'm very concerned about the parking, but I don't think we can do too much about that at this point. I do support Councilmember McCarthy's concerns about some standards as far as, but we're not a Carmel, but I do think perhaps next time around we could adopt some more thoughtful color or those kind of things, uniform standards. And then the last question goes back to, as promised, Nikki, SB 9 is the Home Act, also known as the California Housing Opportunity, maybe help me here, and More Efficiency Act. And what this did was it allowed for additional units on properties. I want to ask a specific question. How is this, our guidelines, compatible? And what about setbacks when we start thinking about things like ADUs or making the best use of a piece of property? How is SB 9 reflected in this policy? Go for it.
So SB 9 is, there's two different buckets for SB 9. You can split a lot and basically get 4 units. You can keep a lot, you can have 4 units. So this is a little bit in a different category. We haven't, in the year I've been here, actually gotten an SB 9 inquiry. We might in the future, but this is a different kind of realm for policy. This is SB 9 is more lot splits, and if you choose to go that route, and then, or you can get up to 4 units. So this is a little bit of a different policy direction. So.
Okay, so it wouldn't be, it's more, I'm sorry, I'm in an office
No
that
problem.
automatically,
No
city
problem.
offices that automatically turn off their lights.
See, we're being energy efficient.
Since I'm the one complaining about PG&E bills all the time. So if we put it in a perspective of ADUs or creative housing like that, are these properties subject to those type of creative housing solutions, or is it?
Honestly, this is a little bit more focused on the multifamily. The SB 9 stuff is, a little bit more focused towards single family type and,
and only applies, Guido, to single family zoning.
Yeah, it's more focused on, hey, I'm going to split the lot. I'm going to get 2 units and 2 units. Or if you choose not under SB 9 to split the lot, you can get a total of 4. So it's a little bit of a different bucket for housing policy.
Thank you for clarifying that. I am done, and I greatly appreciate this conversation, and I hope people learned something. Thank you for all your hard work.
All right, thank you both. Let's move to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. As I mentioned before, I'm ready to support this, but I do want to get some clarification, especially in terms of with the objective guidelines. If the council decides they want to make them more robust than what they are, and again, for the record, they're less than a page from what I saw in the staff report, and whereas some cities have pages after pages of objective guidelines. But if we want to do that, how easy is it to do? Are we kind of set in stone with what we approved tonight?
I mean, an ordinance, unlike an initiative of the people, I mean, so ideally, and obviously, the council has to decide. Ideally, you would adopt the policy tonight so I can help the city be whole with the state. But an ordinance is not like a ballot initiative that has to go to the people. An ordinance is an ordinance. And if 90 days down the road, 120, if you see a project or you're not comfortable, we can certainly bring it back. It can be, just takes 3 votes and we can add stuff, but
Okay.
We can move towards adoption tonight.
Fair enough.
But
I don't want to cut you off. I know we got a lot of items. So again, ready to support this, but what I would ask council is if council agrees that we give some general direction to staff that, we take a more robust look at this down the road. And by down the road, I mean within the next couple of months, right? Knowing that these potential applicants are coming in. And I think, staff's ready to do that, but I don't want to be the only one saying this. I want to know that other council members are interested in having staff prioritize this or not as well. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Quick question to follow up. Nikki, you mentioned triggering environmental review if we modify this too much tonight, or not. So my question is, in the future, if we do modify it, as Councilman McCarthy is suggesting, do we have to be careful and aware that we might be triggering more CEQA?
For objective design standards that probably have, not a significant environmental impact, no. For something like changing sites and new locations for sites, certainly.
Okay, so my last question is about a new location. The most important property in the whole city might be the corner southeast of Del Monte Reservation between Starbucks and the new Starbucks construction and Walgreens, but it's not one of the 23. And is it because it's more than 10 acres, or is it less than 10 acres but just wasn't included for some other reason? But it's a critical piece, so to incentivize that piece would seem to move us further than any other piece in the city.
I have the site up, Nikki, if you want, but I think to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, that that wasn't included in the CEQA review. And by CEQA, if you make a kind of substantive change to an environmental document, and Nikki can correct me, I believe you do have to recirculate. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I have the site up, Nikki, if you want.
Okay, yeah. And then I'd also add, I think that's in the core district as identified in the draft DVSP. And we did aim to kind of stay outside of the core, knowing that it prioritized mixed use, knowing that it prioritized core commercial on the first district, on the first floor. So we looked to multifamily and then the transition districts first.
Okay, so you're saying it didn't fit your criteria to be considered because it was in the core?
Yeah, as I'm saying, we looked in the multifamily and transition districts first, in those proposed districts first. How big is the site though, Guido?
I'd have to pull that up. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have my PowerPoint, so I can't see this one. Can't see how many of the 23 are in the core area. I thought there were some in the core area of the 23.
No, none of the 23 sites are proposed in the core district.
Okay, so I guess that's the answer to my question. It's in the core district. That's why it wasn't included. Okay. Councilmember Biala, you might have the last word before we vote.
Yeah, and I want to follow up with Councilmember McCarthy and I understand this is very simple, I think, to add just two design standards, one about colors, because that's in the downtown specific plan, and then the issue of the patios having not a see-through because people always use it as storage. It could be under, there's one called ancillary structures. Could we just put some very brief thing about that and colors? And that's my only additions at this point.
That's fine. That's fine.
And I'm not sure if that's a question directed at me, but I would certainly support that, but I don't know that it's enough. I think that the guidelines are still very anemic and still require some thought.
Sure. Well, there's certainly lists, and what we have in our specific plan has examples, pictures, and all of that. So I think that we need to wait for the full build out of the specific plan. But I'm just suggesting this as consistent with some of the smaller standards that have been identified.
So let's remember that when we put together the motion in just a moment. Let's go to Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
I was going to suggest a motion, but perhaps Councilmember Biala would go ahead and like to make that motion, or Councilmember McCarthy. Perhaps McCarthy, since it was your baby at Planning Commission, and it would be your first. As
I'd be happy to make a motion to adopt an ordinance establishing an affordable housing overlay, mitigated negative deck, and a corresponding general plan amendment as listed in the staff report, with two additional design guidelines. City staff is directed to prepare an objective standards for patios to ensure the colors of projects are consistent with the city of Marina, and that city council gives direction to staff to further evaluate if additional objective guidelines might be warranted.
This is cutting edge technology we're watching on the screen right now. It's almost like Guido and Councilmember McCarthy have some sort of a brain connection. All right.
From experience, Guido is incredible at doing this, and I really appreciated the way this is done in Planning Commission.
Okay, so we need to get a second here just to
I'll
stay
be
on.
happy to second it.
Okay, now any final comments before we go to a vote? Ryan, I cut you off just because I wanted to get that second.
Who is the second?
Christina Dirksen.
Okay, Anita, we have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, that motion carries unanimously. Thanks to everyone for the large effort. Nikki, thank you very much. You might have just lost it. No, thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Guido. Thank you, everyone. Nick, you might have had a role in that. Thank you very much. All right, so just to check in on time, council, are you ready to launch into a late night? Councilmember Fisher? Yes. Councilmember Medina Dirksen?
5 minutes, please.
All right, and Kathy, Councilmember Biala?
Yes, but we need a little break.
Okay, so it's at 9:30, 9:36, so we'll go till 9:41. Okay, we'll see everyone back here at 9:41. Thank you, everybody. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Except we can't. We need one more council member to join us. Alex, hello.
Hi, Mayor. Good evening. How are you?
Good. Alex is our
Good.
city attorney in waiting because Heidi's going to turn it over to him for this issue. Heidi, do you want to disclose what you mentioned it earlier, but do you want to mention it again?
Yes, Mayor, I would appreciate that. Yeah, I will not be participating in this decision. My firm has a professional conflict on this item, so I'm going to recuse myself. The city has retained special counsel Alex Lorca, who will be advising the council tonight. So with that, I will turn off the camera.
All right. Thank you, Heidi. Okay, Alex, you want to take a moment to just introduce yourself?
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Alex Lorca. I'm an attorney at Fenton and Keller and have practiced public agency throughout my career. I believe this is my second assignment with the city of Marina so far, the first one being a bid protest. With that, I will let the city manager take over, or back to you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Welcome, Alex. So yeah, let's turn over to City Manager Lane Long to sort of frame this for us.
Sure. This is an interesting item here. There's been a lot of public comment, and so we've tried to respond to these questions. We also probably at the start want to have Alex talk a little bit about the community meeting that was held by the applicant and council members that attended, and that's appropriate or not, and if there's any bias issues or anything like that, so we can just get that taken care of and out of the way up front, because I know that has been some of the questions. And then Guido will handle the presentation after that. Actually, I believe Nick will be handling the presentation.
So through the mayor, there was a comment earlier about attendance at a community meeting. The Brown Act permits a majority of the legislative body to attend and even speak at an open and publicized meeting that's sort of held by another community organization. Of course, you know, if a majority of the council at that meeting sort of discussed, deliberated, took action on an item that's within the city's jurisdiction, that would be inappropriate, but the mere attendance or a singular speaker is not violative of the Brown Act. With respect to bias, mere attendance at a meeting probably doesn't rise to the level of bias. The matter before you is purely legislative, and to that action, you can bring your opinions regarding the matter.
All right, thank you, Alex. And I want to say that the meeting was well attended, and when I spoke, I didn't say I like this or I don't like this. I was just saying, hey, what I heard was there's two steps here. One step is to deal with an ordinance. The next step would go to Planning Commission for designation of areas to make gambling legal in areas that would not allow gambling. So those are the kinds of comments that I made. Even though I knew I could state my opinion, I didn't because I knew that this was coming up. So I just had to wait a few days. But I was really there to listen and be helpful where I could without, you know, trying to persuade anybody in any direction. Any other council member want to speak to this matter before we move on? Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding is, being a quasi-legislative hearing, that the ex parte requirements are very different from judicial, but nonetheless, in the spirit of transparency, I just want to share that I find this subject matter to be incredibly interesting. And prior to being elected, I did speak with the California Department of Gambling Control, which falls under the Department of Justice. I listened to several California Gambling Commission meetings. I listened to the community meeting that was just referenced held by Mr. Park and other proponents of the legislation. Talked to several community members, and I did talk to the California Nations Indian Gaming Association Everything that we discussed, I believe, will be covered in the hearing tonight. Pretty basic stuff that I saw in the staff report, but again, just wanted to disclose that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. I don't see any other hands up, so we're going to move on. City Manager, you had your hand up. Did you want to provide any input?
I was just going to mention, and I think Councilmember McCarthy did that, if anyone needed to disclose any ex parte discussions or meetings with them, now would be the appropriate time to do that.
Okay, I'll mention that I've had email correspondence coming in, like I think was addressed to most council members, most of these emails. The only thing that stood out was probably that I spoke at length with Paul Manuel weeks ago about this. When I went to his house for an unrelated reason, I forget why I went there, but we had a discussion there. And other than that, it's kind of just been answering emails that we've been receiving. All right, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was last year in the summer, I got a call for a Zoom meeting from it was Gordon Galvin, I think his name is, to talk about the Park West development, which I had no knowledge of. And so it was pretty much the standard initial marketing information that came through. And I have not had any communications until January 5th, in which all the council people were invited to this community meeting 2 weeks ago. And so I attended that.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Kathy. And that reminds me that about 6 months ago, I met with Gordon Galvin at the Oak Woodland Community Garden. He was there for Earth Day because I invited him, and we had a meeting there for about an hour, maybe 45 minutes. And we talked about, he just wanted to meet me and tell me about this idea he wanted to bring to Marina. And I always say yes to anybody that asks for a meeting. So we met, and that was my first education about what we're talking about tonight. All right, let's go to Councilmember Vischer.
Yes, I would just like to let everybody know that I attended the community meeting hosted by Park West at the, what is it called? The hotel here, this is the Marriott. Thank you.
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too received some sort of email, it was about a year ago or something. And I did not, for some reason, did not go to a meeting. I think something was set up, but I haven't talked to anybody representing the applicant. I did not go to the meeting held at the Spring Hill Suites. A little bit purposeful, just to keep my mind open, and I knew other council members were going to be there. So, and there was a special event for a veteran that I went to. The other thing is I've met with some business owners. I have gone out of the way to talk to constituents who have either reached out or sent me emails, and I did speak with a school board representative today just to get some point of view. So I've done just really good due diligence listening to everyone. And I want to thank everybody for sending in their comments or being engaged. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Christina. Okay, Lane and Nick, well, I think we'll turn it back over to staff.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and give a presentation on this project. Share my screen. Can everyone see my screen okay? Yeah, okay. All right, so so today I'm going to talk to you guys about the card room ordinance amendments. Starting with the background. So this project really goes back to 1975 when the city incorporated. There were 2 card rooms already existing in the city of Marina. They existed well prior to the incorporation of Marina. In 1996, the City Council adopted an ordinance 9606, which prohibited additional card rooms permits in the city of Marina. So, for instance, if one of those two card rooms ceased to exist, then under that ordinance adoption, no new ones could open without any change, without a change to the ordinance.
Through the mayor, sorry, Nick, your presentation is not showing, I'm assuming not just for me, but it's in slide view.
Oh, sorry, let me fix that. Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's let me fix that. Okay, thank you. Sorry, it's the reshare. Thank you. Is that better?
It's a little small font. If you could enlarge it a little bit.
Oops. Hold on 1 second. Let me just share. Okay. Apologies for the technical difficulties. All right, here we go. Let me try this again. Share. How's that? Oops. Is that better for everybody?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for the technical difficulties. I have a new monitor at home and I hadn't used it yet for presentation. So anyway, so I left off that so two card rooms, 1975, 1996, the city council passed the prohibition of additional card rooms. 2015, Mortimer's card room, one of the two card rooms, closed its doors. And in 2016, they did not renew their City of Marina card room permit. Therefore, only one card remains to this day. In 2022, the Park West Casino group applied to the City of Marina for a text amendment to allow an additional card room to come back to the City of Marina and be basically reestablish that second card room. The local card room laws that apply, currently card rooms are not permitted as a use in any zoning district in the City of Marina. And what that means is you currently cannot apply for a card room to any site in anywhere in the City of Marina, which is, will at a later date, we'll have to, well, if this does pass, that would be handled at a later date. And so what it means is that all card rooms in the City of Marina, for instance, the one that exists currently, the Marina card room, is considered legal non-conforming. So very limited on what you can do on that site. They're limited to only 25% of the assessed value in terms of repairs and improvements to that site. So very limited on what they can do. Yeah, that's the current state of the law. So the first round of changes that are proposed would be just to amend the sections of the card room ordinance in 3 different ways. And if these all 3 are adopted, it would do these 3 things. So the first would be assignment of permit. This section is very complex in its language, and it's very restrictive. So the proposal will be to clarify the process of assigning permits from one card room permit holder to another. The second proposed change would be to delete section that prohibits additional card room permits in the city. This would allow that second permit to be reestablished to Park West casinos. And then the third change before the city council would be just to clarify that this is only for the 2 card room permits, that it's not going to expand the card room permit chapter at all, and that it would continue to be just the 2 card room permits at any one time in the city. In order to amend or change your ordinance, there is a government code section 1996-1.1, which requires that any city, such as the City of Marina, would like to change it. They have to first submit their changes to the Bureau of Gambling Control, which is, as Brian McCarthy said, is a department of the Department of Justice. So we did send our ordinance changes to the Department of Justice well before 30 days before this meeting, and received a letter back from them. And the long and the short of that letter is that they do not see any significant changes to our ordinance in terms of expansion or additional card rooms. They noted that our card room ordinance existed prior to, and our permits existed prior to the state moratorium, and that we actually aren't doing anything except modifying our local ordinance. So the long and the short of their letter, which is attached to the staff report, if you want to read the whole thing, is that they don't, as attachment D, is that they don't have any issues really with us modifying these card rooms if the city council so chooses. A little bit more on the state law, just because we did get a number of questions from the public, and this has kind of come up a few times. Just wanted to clarify for the council and for the members of the public in attendance. The card room license moratorium did end in January of this year. That had existed for many, many years. And that allows jurisdictions to potentially add card rooms permits to their cities. So other cities in this in the peninsula, in the surrounding area, and anywhere in California really now have the ability to establish new card room permits in the state of California, and have that option to go down that path. But like I said, the proposed changes before the city council are not expanding our existing ordinance. They're just removing our own local controls to allow one card room to come back, and so we'd have a total of 2 card rooms. We did get a good number of questions from the community, and I do have 3 here. The first being that the zoning standards, distance from schools, security provisions, etc. of these issues. All these issues, all the zoning standards, location, distance to schools, all that kind of stuff, that will be discussed at this planning commission level if the city approves the amendments to the muni code tonight. So that will come later, and then once the planning commission hears those, they'll make a recommendation back to the city council, so they come back. As I stated earlier, non-conforming card rooms are currently non-conforming because the zoning code does not permit them in any zoning district as of today. If things move forward, they could come back and become a legal conforming use if the city council and the planning commission so desires it. And then state input. The state has determined that the license is valid if the city council authorizes this permit to be revitalized. So that really is an important note. Okay. Did want to point out that the adoption of this ordinance is exempt from CEQA, and no environmental review is necessary. Mainly, the main point here is that there's no potential for causing any significant effect on the environment. This is not a project where anything will change with any sites at this time. No site will be developed after this decision. That will come after more information is after the planning commission hears it and gives a recommendation on any sort of zoning information. And like I said, this is a 2-part process. So if the city council approves these ordinance amendments, the next step will be to direct staff to take the zoning text amendment to the planning commission that identifies the zoning district or districts to allow card rooms to be located. And then the planning commission would then make a recommendation back to the city council for review and possible action. Staff is presenting here a possible action for the city council. And that is the proposed amendments are exempt from CEQA under section 15060 C2 of the CEQA guidelines. And then to read by title, this is if the city council so chooses. And I can always bring this slide back up if the city council wishes me to later. And that concludes my PowerPoint presentation. Sorry for the original technical difficulties.
Okay, thank you, Nick. So this is the time for clarifying questions. You mentioned that security provisions and site locations, distance to schools, will be decided at a later date. So to Alex, are we to advise the public? Because I heard a lot of the emails I got did mention distance to schools. So are we to advise the public that in your comments tonight to talk about having a second card room, but to hold off on comments regarding security provisions and distance to schools?
Yeah, because of tonight's action is pretty broad in scope. I think there's a lot of room there to discuss sort of card rooms in general, but certainly I think it would be a benefit for everybody to focus in on the agenda item at hand, which is amending the municipal code to allow for the second card room permit.
Okay. At that hotel meeting a few nights ago, Councilmember McCarthy held up a press release, it looked like, and it mentioned that in what we're doing tonight, it does talk about distance to schools, I believe. So Brian McCarthy, Councilmember McCarthy, can you or Alex discuss if that's part of tonight's sideboards? I was
I
confused.
can certainly speak to what I held up was the city's public notice on this public hearing item tonight. I don't remember exactly what that said. And in addition to that, I will just say that the staff report does indicate that the action we're taking tonight would be to remove language or change the language, I believe, about the buffers to schools. Unless that's changed, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but that's my understanding is that is the recommendation, or that's in the staff report that's being put forth.
Just to answer that question, that is part of the application packet that the applicant gave to it's attached to the staff report, but it's not in the staff report or in the ordinance change. So the ordinance change does not include anything about buffers at this time. That will come after it's taken down to the planning commission level.
Did that change then from the first time that the staff report had come out late last year?
No, it was the same situation last year as well, where the applicant's application materials were attached to the staff report, and there is some proposed ordinance amendments in that application materials, but that's not actually incorporated into that staff report either. So,
but maybe I can clarify that. Initially, the applicant, they wanted to do both things at the same time. They wanted to change the code to allow it to be permitted and to go down changing our land use and zoning code. And we said those are two separate items, and the real appropriate item is to discuss whether or not council wants to continue to allow a permit, and because it's a waste of time and effort on the other issue. If council approves that, then the applicant will have to come in and we'll go through a text amendment process to amend our code to look at different potential sites in the city to permit card rooms, and that would open up everything that you talked about, from distance to schools to parks to everything like that. But that is not, we told the applicant that is not being discussed tonight at all. It is strictly whether or not to continue the permit.
Thank you, Lane. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
You're muted, council member.
I don't know what it is today that I have a problem with that. So I understand that the distance from certain locations is not proposed as an ordinance change. However, there's been so much talk about it that it is in the current municipal code card rooms. So I would like to just be able to read what it says and then people can discuss or not discuss it. But I think to not even address it when everyone's talking about it, I think is important, and it is in the code. So it's 5.32.050 issuance of permit, and it says that a card room permit may be issued for a period of 1 year upon the recommendation of the chief of police, subject to the following conditions and qualifications. And B is the action of the police in recommending the denial of such a project of permit on the basis of any part of this section shall be subject to an appeal. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's A4. Said card room is proposed to be located within 500 feet of a public school, church, hospital, children's playground, or any other public facility where the presence of said card room might tend to promote a demoralizing effect or cause a police problem or create public nuisance. So that's just simply in our current ordinance and is not proposed today anyway to be changed. Just a clarification. Mr. Mayor, are we on questions or?
Yeah, we're on clarifying questions, Nick. So do you or Alex want to take that?
Nick, I don't know.
Councilmember Kathy Biala is correct. That is in the ordinance, that there is a 500 buffer from schools, parks, public buildings. That's currently in the code. It's pretty, yeah. So that's in the code currently, and that is not being changed today.
Guido, did you have input? I saw you come on.
No, that's all I was going to say is that's not before the council for tonight. So
Thank you, Councilmember Viola, for clarifying that. Anything more, Kathy, before we move on to Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question about on page 3, there's a chart of the staff report. Could you please explain what the monthly payment to the city is based on this chart on page 3? If we're looking at 2022, the total gross incomes is 211,466 from a card room. What is the estimated revenue for the city based on this chart? Because it's a little confusing. I'm not sure I quite understand about the computed fee. So all I need to know is somebody to give me a number.
So yeah, that would roughly work out. And Juan's on this call too, so he might be able to speak to this as well. But that would roughly work out to be about $17,500 a month in revenue generated from. That's currently what we get from the existing card room for the 2022 fiscal year.
And that includes the fees and
No, that is strictly just from the card room tax.
just the tax, and then there's the additional fee that.
Right, you have a business license fee, which is not significant.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Oh, I've lost my place here. Okay, just to make sure that I understand this, so if we permit a replacement card room today, there's still no guarantee that there'll be a zoning change that can permit card rooms in designated areas in Marina in the future. So they're not connected at this point.
right. It's a 2-step process. Is the license going to be activated, and then the security measures, the buffer requirements, all that stuff will have to get worked out as a recommendation back to the planning commission, back to the city council from the planning commission.
Okay, and as a non-conforming use right now, if they were to transfer a permit, then the non-conforming requirements kick in, which means that there is no card rooms currently on any ordinance, and therefore that would essentially mean that they would not be able to operate as a card room anymore if we followed the non-conforming land use. In
So there-
between, let's say that we don't know what the planning commission is going to do in terms of zoning. So now it's at this moment, if we approve this, then it's a non-conforming land use, correct? And then that means that, well, what ordinance are we conforming to? It's all the ordinance currently on the books, which says that there's no card rooms.
It looked like Lane was going to say something. I don't want to step on.
Yeah,
that.
so when you talk about the non-conforming use, that's the existing club. And so for the purpose of this proposed applicant, there is no permitted site in the city of Marina that they can locate. And so if the planning commission council goes through a process and you determine that there is not a sufficient site for a card room, then all they have is just a permit and not the ability to build the site. Now, the existing club, that's a non-conforming use, and I think Nick was talking about that in the staff report, that they are also bound too. They can do maintenance things inside, but if they want to do major renovations, they have the same issue. It would require going through the same process to find to make it a permitted use.
Correct. Okay, got it. Okay. The other thing is, in the ordinance, there are so many references to the chief of police in terms of auditing the financials, in terms of validating the lack of criminal activity on a whole host of people, the employees that work there, the officers, the directors, even the stockholders. So is this something that the city has done to enforce this kind of very strong language in the code? I was pretty impressed by how strong that language is. Do we do that, financial audits? And also, do we continue to check criminal records of these, of the employees that are named in the code?
As far as the financial audit, we do contract out with our third-party audit firm, and they do what's called the agreed upon procedure review every year with the club. So yeah, they do on-site cash handling review, as well as review all of the remittances that they make to the city, or a sample of remittances that are made to the city. So we're covered on the financial audit side. And as far as the background checks, I think maybe Steve Rousseau can speak to that a bit, but they do pay a fee for those annual, I think it's part of their renewal, as well as when they bring on any new employees. Steve, you can correct me on that. There's a DOJ background check that's conducted, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So our police department does do the background checks, and they also for all the employees that work there, for the key employees, and also for the dealers, we take care of all of that, and that happens yearly.
Annually, okay. But if the code also says that it's officers, directors, and stockholders of the organization. So how do we check that?
That would be the all of the people involved in the operation of the business. So if there's partners involved, then those people that are involved also get background checks.
Yes, and who does that? The same people?
The police department would do that also, yes.
Okay, so that you have a process of knowing who the stockholders are, and being able to check annually on backgrounds?
As long as the information on the applications is correct, yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yes, and it does take staff time, so so any additional card rooms does, cause some staff work to do.
Thank you very much, Steve. That's it for now, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Okay, thank you. Very good. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. question about, since the ordinance that we're looking to change tonight does include that sensitive buffer, and I understand we're not changing that language per se, but it is part of what's being approved. I do have a question on that. Is that measured by property line to as it stands today? Is it measured? How is that measured?
It's,
I can take that.
you want to take it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally, you know, how the, what do they say, how the crow flies. So it's, you know, it's a 500-foot buffer, right? Then that's generally how we would interpret that section.
So with cannabis, my understanding is, for example, it's done from the nearest point of the property line to the nearest point of the property line of the sensitive receptor. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of, yeah, how the crow flies kind of thing. Yeah. So,
okay. In terms of limiting it to 2 card rooms and, you know, it has to be on the ground floor is what I think our ordinance says. Has there been any discussion about economies of scale and why did we choose that? In other words, why aren't we considering maybe a much larger facility that really would truly bring in maybe $300,000, $400,000 worth of revenue? Was that ever part of the discussion, or did staff just decide that the 10 tables and ground floor facility was more appropriate for Marina to consider?
yeah, that, you know, we were just trying to stick to the ordinance and really come and ask direction from the council. It looks like Lane wanted to say something. So.
Yeah, there's been no discussion on changing those parts of the ordinance. It was strictly whether or not to change that portion that would allow the permit to be transferred or issued. But there have been no discussions with anyone to change that. That's certainly something the council could explore and give direction down the future if you want to do that.
Okay, thank you. 2 more questions and then I'll pass the ball. The first one is really confused, and I did ask a question. I'm still confused about this part of the professions code that essentially says an increase of 25% or more in the number of gaming tables requires a vote of the people. And my understanding is that's not required in Marina. Now, is that because the state believes that it's not an increase of 25% or some other provision?
It's because the state believes that, and Alex can correct me if I misspeak, but it's because the state believes that these card room tables, these permits and tables existed prior to the moratorium. So the moratorium that prohibited additional card rooms, new card room tables, or expansions of existing card rooms beyond 25%. Our ordinance and our card room permits already existed prior to that, so it doesn't apply to these 20 and these 2 card room permits. So there's 10 tables per card room and 20 tables total across the 2 different permits. So those 2 permits existed prior to the state moratorium.
So it's because the permits existed prior to the moratorium, even though the city is saying they no longer existed from a city perspective since 2016.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy, I think in reading the state's response, the state recognizes that on the books, if you will, the municipal code, there's an allowance for 2 card rooms and 20 tables. Now, the holder of those may come and go, but it appears the state's interpretation is staff's interpretation, which is, you know, there's an allowance for that already. And so the provisions that you mentioned in the Business and Professions Code aren't triggered because there's no expansion of gaming from what's currently allowed pursuant to the municipal code.
Okay. Okay. Last question before I pass it on. Our agenda tonight has a lands acknowledgement to the Echelon Nation. As we know, tribes have an incredible stake in gaming facilities throughout the state of California. Did we consult with any tribes, especially the Echelon tribe, on what we're doing tonight?
We did not, no. We did not consult with the Echelon tribe.
Thank you. That's all for me for right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Yes, thank you. I first have a couple of comments just to clarify, because I would like to thank the public for having sent so many emails. and for being here tonight. And most of the written comments oppose the proposed changes. But as mentioned before, many of the letters incorrectly mention the removal of existing language that restricts the ability of a card room to exist near residential if the police chief finds it to be a nuisance. And just like Councilmember Biala, I read the entire municipal code about card rooms, and I also was impressed with the many restrictions in there and the power that has been given or that the chief of police has. So tonight we are asked to consider amending 3 sections of the chapter 532 to allow a potential second card room in the city. Each card room will still be limited to 10 tables and no more than 2 card rooms will be allowed. And like has been said, the current municipal code offers many security provisions. This will not be changed. I just wanted to make that clear that I understand that myself correctly as well. So the other 10 sections in chapter 532 regulate permits for card rooms and for card room employees, which will need to be applied for annually and will be issued upon the recommendation of the chief of police, subject to several conditions and qualifications. Denial of a permit can be appealed to city council. The chief of police has the right for cause to revoke or suspend a card room permit or card room work permits, subject to appeal to city council as well. And then section 532(120) contains card room regulations. The chief of police may temporarily withdraw approval of a permissible game or games if one of several findings can be made. And one of those is an increase in police service. So do I understand correctly that those regulations provide enough protection for potential crime issues? This is probably a question for the chief of police. Do you think this will be sufficient, or do you think there needs to be more language?
Well, those are great questions. I was looking over the municipal code, and once we decide on a permitting process, there are some amendments that the police are going to add in regards to safety and security. But what is in place right now has been sufficient.
Thank you. And I just have a question about the fees. So to recap, a card room pays the gross revenue permit fees and the city business tax, and then the annual permit fees for the card room and for each card room employee. And my question is, would it be possible to adjust those fees annually without needing to do an update fee study? I'm just concerned, if they don't get updated annually, the salaries of our staff do get adjusted every year with the COLA, and since most of the cost probably is labor, staff time, for me it would make sense to annually update those, or is that not allowed? I don't know what the rules are.
Through the mayor, if I might, your finance director can, oh, there you are, Mr. Lopez. I'll let you feel that. I was just going to chime in, but please.
Yeah, we can certainly look into that. It's been a few years, I'm going to say 4 or 5 since we updated that fee. I think it'd probably be a nominal amount at this point, but I understand your concern that, yeah, if we adjust it to CPI, we can look into that fee structure and see if there's an opportunity to just simplify it and just, taper it, have a reasonable growth every year. So we'll definitely look into that. And I think we're probably going to start some fee study discussions as we get deeper into the new year. So, yeah.
Thank you. Those were my questions and comments.
All right. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. So let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen. I think you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps I missed it, but the speaker, Mr. McElroy, did you introduce yourself?
I don't know if I did. Sorry. I'm Associate Planner Nicholas McElroy with the Planning Department.
with our city planning department.
That's
Okay.
correct, yes.
I was trying to figure that out. Welcome. I have a question. I would like to go to wrap this up and get to the public as soon as possible. They've been very patient. So I do have a question for Attorney Lorca. Are the questions that we're presenting, must they stay on point as to the ordinance itself? Because I have a question about a market study, and I'm going to stop there.
Generally, that's up to your parliamentarian, who is the mayor. If it's related to the ordinance changes, certainly it's within the purview. The further afield we get from that, it sort of becomes a gray area. So it really is up to the mayor to throttle that. If there's a tie-in to what's before you, I think it's fair game, but that would be my advice.
How about if I ask the question, if it's improper, I'll strike it. Oh, sorry about that. My question is of the applicant. Will they be giving a presentation?
We did advise them. I'm sorry, to the mayor pro tem. We did meet with them, and it is customary to give applicants approximately 10 minutes to speak, but due to the lateness of the hour, I defer to the mayor and vice mayor on that issue. So.
Well, my question is whether or not there had been any sort of market study to see what the saturation is, and the context for that being that there is another card room in town that employs 41 people. So is that off base to ask that question?
Let's go to Alex, because I don't know the answer. Sounds like it's okay.
Yeah, to the mayor, you are authorizing the second card room. Market saturation, I think, is a factor can be a factor in determining that.
Okay, is there an answer to that?
I would defer to staff on the specifics of the question.
Yeah, no stuff been done.
So. Yeah, well, we haven't done any market study on that.
Okay. The next question, and I will be done. Is there a time of the essence here? Is there something that is timely? Is there financing on the line? Is there any reason that this conversation is either happening now, or we need to make a decision on this?
I think that would be a question for the applicant. On our end, there's no pressing need.
Okay, I'm done. I'd love to hear from the public.
Hey,
after the mayor speaks.
Thanks. There's only one clarification question I have, clarifying question, and that is that a lot of the emails mentioned crime and related to card rooms as a reason for the opposition to having gambling in Marina. So I wanted to clarify if we have had crime associated with either of our two card rooms in the past. And I asked these questions to staff in advance, but I think it's an important enough question that it's going to come up. So let's address that. And who would like to address it, Lane or our police chief?
Yeah, Interim Chief Russo can answer that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It's that particular situation, with card rooms where they're located, both of them that used to be across, or one that used to be across the street, there's bars connected to them. So it's really difficult to tell, if the bar was related to the crime that was occurring, or if it was the card room. So you can't really tell the difference of how the crime got to be there in the first place. So we can't associate the card room with, giving you a definitive answer that crime has increased because of a card room. I can tell you that patrol officers go there routinely, and 50%, if not more, is related to proactive enforcement of just going in and doing walkthroughs of the establishments and doing proactive police work. As far as being called there for incidents, very rare.
I've been in Mortimer's card room once. And when I talked to Jesse, who was the manager, I talked to him about, how much police presence. Can you clarify if the establishment operators in Marina appreciate or resent the police visitations?
Absolutely not. They're very supportive of police being present, and they're more than willing to help us to solve crime. So they're very proactive in wanting to make sure that crime does not occur on the property or around the area.
Right. Thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick questions before we go to the public. First is, given the fairly dramatic voter turnout for Propositions 26 and 27 against those gambling initiatives, is there anything that prevents us from taking this issue to the people on an election? And what would be required to do that? What would the cost look like, just generally speaking?
If we did a special election, it would be over several $100,000.
And if we included it in the November election?
In the 2024 November election, it would just be included on the regular ballot. So there wouldn't be an additional cost on that.
Okay. And then the second question is, hopefully not too rhetorical, but I've been sent and seen several articles about how these gambling facilities are disproportionately affect disadvantaged communities and impoverished communities.
Brian, continue your question if it's a clarifying question to what the staff report referred to. But otherwise, yeah, there's a lot of questions we might have later, but this is for clarifying questions, and yours might be. So continue if you think that it is.
Okay, I didn't see that in the staff report. So did I miss anything, or was that looked at?
What was that again? I'm sorry.
Just any discussion about the effect that these establishments have on disadvantaged or impoverished communities?
No, we didn't look into that at all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all for me.
Okay, so I think we're ready to go to the public. So raise your hand if you'd like to speak.
Mayor, if I could just bring up one thing, I believe that the council continued this item till like 10:30. So I think we just kind of need a motion of how long you want to continue. Do you want to make this last item, however you want to handle this?
Yeah, let's say we go to, I'll motion we go to 11:30 if needed. And I think we might need to go even past that, but that's my motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, with the motion on the floor, I want to mention that to our audience and to our council, that if we get near 11:30, someone can make a motion to extend again. You can say motion to extend till we're finished, or you can specify the time, and we can make several motions, and we often do. But this motion on the floor is to extend until 11:30 if needed, and you might change that later, but that's the motion on the floor now. Brian, your hand is up. Did you have a comment on the motion to extend? Okay. We can have a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina
Yes.
Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you. Let's proceed. Brian, I think you had the floor, but maybe you were finished. You were finished. Sorry, I forgot. Okay, yeah, we're starting with public comment. Thank you everyone for being here. We're sorry it took this long. I think most of you were with us from the start, but let's go now to open a public hearing on this matter. And we'll first start with Mike Muller. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Council and Mary. Thanks for picking me first. I'll be quick because I know we have a long night here. But do we really need a second card room? I mean, I understand the applicant. I looked a lot into their you know, how big this company is and what their car rooms look like throughout Northern California. And it seems to me that if they really want to come to Marina, maybe the retiring existing operating casino can be bought out if it gets to that point. But I'm almost having like Cal-Am flashbacks where you let the fox in the hen house here. Once you start modifying things, how do you stop something like this? I mean, a gorilla in a town of 22,000 people. I don't know. I'm not a big fan. I mean, I guess maybe there's things in the background I don't know about. As far as revenue for the city, will it be good for the city? But I did hear you say that there's some studies you haven't done, you haven't looked into. So maybe we can just say no tonight and look into it later. Maybe not. Anyway, that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's go to Ann Russell Rudolph. Hello, Ann.
Good evening. Thank you so much for sending me the notice of tonight's hearing. My family for 50 years has owned and operated Marina Self-Storage. And I was very surprised when I looked at the card that I got from the city at the agenda package and found out that the proposed casino shares 100% of my southern border. So we are immediate neighbors for the entire depth of that property.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ann, but
yes,
that's for the future. So it has nothing to do with tonight.
No, I know. I just want to say one thing. I'm sorry. I just want to be included. I did not know about the January 5th community meeting. I would have come. So if I could just be included in those things, I understand about planning commission and all of that later. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Ann.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go to Hans Angchua. Hello, Hans. We're working on it, Hans. I got a weird message on my computer.
Tell me. That's
Still trying, Hans. It says I have to promote you to panelist, so I will promote you to panelist. And as soon as you're a panelist, you should be able to roll, Hans. Sometimes I just go with what the computer tells me. So Hans, you should be a panelist and you should be able to speak if you unmute yourself.
Very good. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. My name is Hans Chua and I am a resident of Marina. I'd like to say that I strongly oppose the expansion of Park West casinos into our city with their high-profile card room, which is a notable departure from the old card rooms that began in Marina. I also strongly oppose any changes to current city codes that would enable this, be this any effort to lift the moratorium on additional card room permits, or any proposed change to the code that weakens the city's and the police department's abilities to restrict or halt their activities. A colleague that I knew in law enforcement had mentioned to me that card rooms are burdensome, if not risk-enhancing establishments that consume police and staff resources. I still work in Santa Clara County, and it's known to me that the card rooms in San Jose, Bay 101, and Matrix are magnets for criminal activity and misdemeanors. That's why that city commissions an annual report to the council that tracks criminal activity at the card rooms. So the staff's fiscal impact analysis looks only at tax revenues, but it fails to cover potential costs. The tax revenues that are projected by allowing Park West to operate in our city are supposed to help fund one police officer, and I feel that that may not be enough. Dealing with the problems of a high-profile casino is likely to be a net drain on our police department and on our city's finances. Given all the financial challenges that our city faces, we don't need such an establishment. You also need to consider if this casino is in keeping with the city's vision and its residents' desire to create a safe community. I will simply let others speak to that, but speaking only for myself, I wouldn't want to have Park West Casino near my neighborhood, and I don't believe it should be near any other resident's neighborhood, and I don't think it should be in Marina. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans. All right, next, Nancy Amadeo. Welcome back, Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also against changing the ordinance. I don't believe that I have ever seen an ordinance changed to accommodate someone who wants to come into a business that wants to come into our community. And I look at this as especially an adult business. This isn't family friendly. This isn't about growing a more family friendly community. We're very family friendly, and this is going the opposite direction. I am concerned when you have an adult related business, it attracts other adult related businesses. And I will give you an example. Right now, we have the Marina Club. We used to have the Mortimer's card room across the street. Both had bars. Next door to the Marina Club, when I moved here, was a massage parlor. That was eventually shut down. It was actually considered prostitution going on there. It took a long time. But why did we have a massage parlor, 2 card rooms, and 2 bars in less than a block? Because they existed prior to us becoming a city. I do not want to see the kinds of businesses that a card room can, I don't want to say instigate, that's not what they're doing, but they attract like kinds of businesses, bars, prostitution, i.e. massage parlors, and bookstores, adult bookstores. Is this really what we want in our new downtown, the thing that we're trying to create? A vibrant, beautiful downtown, because I guarantee you there's only one spot that the park project wants, and that was in the packet as an exhibit. So to ignore that, I think, is inappropriate. It may not be what was in the staff report, but it was included in what the public saw. They saw a company wanting to be at the entrance to our downtown, and that was an adult-only business. Not only that, they want to locate it towards the back. It wouldn't even be visible to patrol. So I think it's important to listen to what our interim chief Russo said about them visiting on a routine basis the card rooms that have been highly visible. This one is highly invisible. And I guarantee you that's what they want to be, is invisible to the general public and primarily to our police. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Now let's go to Greg Simmons. Hello, Greg.
Good morning. Good evening. So I'm also not in favor of changing the moratorium to allow another card room. There's an article in the Voice of Monterey Bay that Royal Calkin just wrote about a week ago. And he raises the question about whether increased law enforcement policing a casino-style 24/7 operation is worth the benefit of having another officer, which I know that you, Mr. Mayor, and others might favor, that would occur, and then also additional costs that may occur with the regulations. So I think I don't see that a large casino-style card room fits with the image of the kind of town we wish to have in Marina. Generally, I think it's a bad bet for Marina. And I'll just point out that the new card room is really quite different in size and scope from the existing card room. So previous experience about policing and crime could be different. And I don't really know. The question that I have to either the police department or city staff, as part of our analysis of this change, have we done any analysis of the increased cost of enforcements versus the benefits? of allowing more gambling and as at least reported in the media, to pay for another police officer? That'd be my question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Greg. Let's go to Linda and John Sanders. Good evening, Linda and John. Yes, okay, you're there.
Okay, I have a presentation and John also has a presentation, so we're separate. Council members and distinguished guests, this is your downtown vision of Marina, a place with a unique small coastal town character where people can work, live, shop in an environment that creates a feeling of cohesiveness, compactness, and individual community identity. A place with a vibrant economy that accommodates a variety of businesses, residences, and civic uses, and a place that is architecturally pleasing and sustainable, achieved through attractive storefronts, eco-friendly design, and plentiful landscaping, pedestrian amenities to encourage people to walk through tree-lined streets, and socialize in civic and public places. Successful communities involve a broad cross-section of residents in determining and planning the future. These communities also capitalize on their distinctive assets. What is most important about a successful community? Communities with a vision for the future will always be more successful than communities that just accept what comes along. Communities that choose their future are always more successful than those that leave their future to chance. When left to chance, there is no cohesiveness, and the infrastructure often fails. Will a casino and card room enhance the vision of Marina? Creating a vision begins by inventorying community assets, natural, architectural, educational, economic, recreational, scenic. Then they build their plans around enhancing these existing assets. We have begun to differentiate ourselves from other communities with our beautiful library, a distinguished university, CSUMB, Joby and Aviation, just to name a few. None of these assets detract from the small businesses already here. A casino or card room just doesn't fit. It's not cohesive with the Marina, and it is not growing, that is now growing in stature. It places unknown requirements and demands on our infrastructure and resources. It says that Marina is willing to change its community vision simply for the sake of a single developer. We're in the midst of a recession. Do we want a card room here at this time? Remember Marina's vision statement. Do not lift the city's moratorium on a new card room. Do not change the existing language on the city ordinance regarding card rooms and casinos. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Linda, for being so good with time. Let's move over to John Sanders. Hello, John.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you very much. As Hans pointed out, the staff report presented to City Council is woefully inadequate. It merely presents projections of tax revenues from potential casino operations. The report completely ignores potential costs to the community or negative impacts. Research has shown that crime will increase. Studies also note that community costs can greatly exceed any tax revenues generated. So, if City Council approves these amendments tonight, what will you say to a local business owner when their shop is robbed? Will you shrug and say, well, these things can happen? What will you say to a homeowner who becomes a victim of crime? Will they understand when you say these things are to be expected? If you approve these amendments, then you turn your backs on this community and make it less safe. How will that benefit Marina? Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. All right, let's go to Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Paul Bruno. I'm a local business owner in the city of Marina. I had written a letter or email earlier today. Hopefully you've all had a chance to read it. Over the many years that I've been involved in the community, a lot of rooftops have been added for homes, but not a lot of businesses. We've added some, but there's always been a concern about the increasing of revenues in order to cover the costs of what it takes to run a city. My email basically touched upon the idea of making sure that we, consider revenue sources and that we don't turn away revenue sources when they become available to us. There has been 2 card rooms in the city. There had been for many, many years. I'm not afraid of the competition between the two. In fact, my comment is I believe that it would make them both better because that's what competition does. And a lot of the concerns of the residents and of the city can be addressed in the next process, which is where would you want to site it and what sort of conditions would you want to put on it? The city and those who participate will have a lot of input on what they want to see, where they want to see it, but to simply say no to a card room is not really appropriate at this time. I believe that you could condition it in such a way that it could be successful for the city. I do not personally play cards; it's not a hobby of mine, but I know people that do, and they do enjoy it. It's another form of recreation. If you don't like to play cards, then don't frequent a card room. But a lot of people do like to do that. So adding that and having that available to the community, I believe, is a benefit. My questions of the card room operators were about crime, and they haven't experienced crime. That hasn't been an issue. I've asked that of the police as well, and it hasn't been an issue. So I think that I think we can find a way to make this work. I think it's a benefit for the city, and I hope that you give it adequate consideration. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Paul. Let's go to Denise Turley.
Thank you. I'm going to be very brief. No parking. No crowds and other not desirable activity. I think that if you poll, you're going to have so far we're like 1 for and 5 against. We it'll probably be 25 to 75. The 25 being in the minority. Yes. I would hope that by some weird happenstance that this actually happened, that you're smart enough to we can get out of this quick agreement so that should you do it and things turn horrible, you can get rid of it quickly. And I do not agree with the fact that because our two small card rooms didn't have crime, but a larger card room coming into town, unknown to us and not based in the community, would necessarily have a lower crime rate. Thank you.
Okay, Denise, I think you're done. It was very difficult to hear you. But let's move to Frank Alamia. Good evening, Frank.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Frank. Good evening.
Hi, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I'm going to keep my comments brief. I think you all probably saw my email that I sent to you earlier today. I wanted to highlight some or discuss some of the things that were addressed here. There was a conversation about the revenue in 2022, the tax revenue that the Marina Club paid. I would encourage you to go back to the time where Mortimer's was open and look at the tax revenue and how it has improved since they closed and the Marina Club successfully built a first class, business. And now we're up to 41 employees. Employees, by the way, that are diversified from, Hispanic, Vietnamese, Chinese, Hong Kongese, Americans. We got a nice mix here. We can accommodate just about anybody who comes to the Marina Club and doesn't have a good command of the English language, let me tell you. Okay. There's a limited number of people that participate in gaming. And it's not like the Bay Area, like San Jose or San Francisco or Oakland or anything like that. There's just a limited number. We do get a few tourists every now and then. You bring another card room in here, you're basically going to cut my revenue in half. And unfortunately, my coworkers, some of them are probably better than half of them are going to have to be released. And that's my biggest concern. Okay. I noticed that, Mr. Mayor, you said you spent some time with Gordon. He's the project manager for John Parks. I was kind of surprised that you had done that, but nevertheless, it is what it is. I just want you to help my company out. We've been very good supporters of the community going all the way back to my parents when they came here in 1970 and opened up this 2-table card room at that time. Okay. We believe in playing it forward. This is our community. Ours meaning it's the Marina Club and the Marina Club coworkers. My coworkers strongly support playing it forward, particularly when it comes to children's activities. I'm called Uncle Frank when they need to raise money for a particular project. And I gladly whip out the checks and write those checks to help these kids out. That's the Marina Club. You're not going to get that with another card room. And unfortunately, I won't be able to continue the level of support that I've been able to do in the last few years. And that's about all I've got. I hope you can help and vote this issue down and restore my zoning, because we used to be zoned, and so I could do some remodeling. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Frank, for being so within the time. Let's move to Grace Silva Santella. Welcome back, Grace.
Good morning. Good morning, because that's about what it's feeling like right now for me. Good evening, council and mayor. I'm much too tired and it's much too late for me to be as eloquent as so many have been this evening. I'll say that I support everything that my fellow residents, Nancy Amadeo, Hans, Mark, John and Linda Saunders. There were others that have spoken this evening. I strongly urge you to vote no to end the moratorium on card rooms. I have sent you, both my husband and I sent you emails. It's extremely unusual for Ray to get involved in any way other than to be a volunteer when I drag him to activities and events here in Marina, and he is upset enough that he took the time this morning to write to you all. We have lived here 33 years and we have seen some amazing, beautiful changes that have happened to Marina. And for me and for Ray, if you say yes and change, go back to allowing not just another card room. We're not talking about Mortimer's here. We are talking about a large, out of town, a big organization. Despite them telling you or you telling us they have not chosen a site, they have in fact chosen a site at the entrance to Central Marina. You are not bringing Mortimer's back. This is a completely different kind of card room activity. And crime, potential for crime. And your acting police chief said that they're proactive in going into the Marina Card Club. I can only imagine how proactive they'll have to be at this location. And in closing, you look at the revenue and taxes you receive from the Marina Card Club. When this new casino comes in, they will cannibalize the Marina Card Club. You will lose that revenue. So don't assume you're going to have the Marina Card Club's revenue coming in as well as whatever Park West is promising you. So please, I hope you will keep the moratorium in place. And if you must do anything, then take it to the voters in November of 2024 and let us decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. Let's go to Jeff Markham. Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to reiterate what Hans said about the card rooms in San Jose, the Bay 101 and Matrix. I was in San Jose when the Matrix opened, and it was an upscale property that attracted a lot of patrons from all over the South Bay and East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area and even further out. The ownership was openly belligerent with the city, and they actually opened doors before they'd acquired all the licenses and permits. And the result was that there was a large increase in gang activity, prostitution, car theft, drug dealing, to the point where the San Jose Police Department had to have dedicated units to be proactive and to respond to the crime increase. And what's being proposed in Marina is likely to draw patrons from all over the Monterey Bay Area, and I'm worried that that may cause the same type of effect here in Marina, like San Jose experienced. Ownership really matters, and I hope that the city does a thorough vetting of this owner and calls the police departments in the cities where they're currently operating to see if they're also experiencing the problems that San Jose experienced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. All right, let's go to Paul Manuel. Hello, Paul.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking my call here or letting me speak, I guess. I did write you guys an email as well, and I hope you guys all had the chance to read that. I'm an avid card player, and I used to play cards at Marina Club as well as Mortimer's for years and years. When Mortimer's closed and then Marina Club basically stopped playing a no limit game, those of us that play no limit went to different card rooms. So I'll try to keep this as short as possible because I'm on time here, but I play cards with a lot of doctors, lawyers, business owners, and there's a high demand for a first-class high-end card room in this area. This area is missing out on a lot of revenue that card room could bring in. When you hear people talking about this big organization and how big this place is going to be, they're limited to the amount of tables that they can have. And it's up to you guys if you wanted to bring more tables in, or it's up to the DOJ. I'm not 100% sure. So I believe it's 10 tables, and so you can only be so big. The other part of this proposition that they're wanting to do is a restaurant. This city needs a good restaurant. We don't have one. We have Salt Creek, which is expensive, and it's not that good. Other than that, I mean, most of us travel outside of the area to go eat dinner as well. So you have a person that wants to bring in a restaurant and wants to bring a first-class card room that would bring in a good amount of revenue. And I hope that you guys approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Let's go to Mike Kennedy. Good evening, Mike. Hello.
Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Michael Kennedy, a resident of Marina. I am strongly opposed to the modification of Marina's governing documents that will enable more gambling in our town. Enabling more gambling halls in our town will forever change the DNA of Marina, and not in a positive way. It appears that there is a giddiness over the anticipated revenue that the proposed gambling hall will provide. Has the council studied the hidden social costs of gambling that will greatly offset the relatively measly revenue that will supposedly be generated? Over the past few years, many of us have fought the slant wells that Cal-Am wants to build on our beach. This city council stood in front of the Coastal Commission many times with the premise that Marina is a, quote, disadvantaged community. I find it inconsistent, if not hypocritical, that gambling may be endorsed and enabled in our community by this city council. How does the city council reconcile the inconsistency of a disadvantaged community with the hidden costs of gambling that will largely affect those who can least afford it? This additional card room will be an albatross around the neck of Marina. Please vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Okay, give everyone a few moments. Please raise your hand if you haven't spoken and you wish to. All right, let's go to Tommy Bolea. Welcome back, Tommy.
Yeah, good morning or good evening, getting close to good morning, but I don't know. Mortimer's in that card room, and I mean, I'll just use mild words like it's a shady area. What can I say? I mean, I would use other words, but it just doesn't look good for the community. I know it's a business. I know it's income for the city, and I'm not getting into that issue. It's just the overall, the bigger picture that's involved here. I guess one thing, do a crime report over 20 years and show us what the crime is in that area. 1,000 feet in each direction down Carmel Avenue, and present a report and see what it's like. Because if you get another one of these things, it's going to be like that or even worse. I would say try to get this guy, work with this business owner here, maybe move him somewhere else in Marina and clean up that part of Carmel Avenue. My gosh, it's been down looking shady for 60, 70 years. I mean, come on. You're going to revitalize this? Now's a good opportunity. I mean, I have ideas, but I just don't want to make this issue more complicated. I mean, it's just give us a crime report, I guess, step one, and see what this is. Because if you get another one, you can just figure on what it's really going to be like. And if you do build another one, if you do approve it, which I say don't, if you do approve another casino, card room, whatever, it's going to put this guy out of business for sure, because it's going to be a new facility, restaurants, ballrooms, whatever you want to call it. I mean, who would want to go to Mortimer's then? I would say take that guy and move him somewhere. I mean, I would mention certain locations, but well, across the freeway where those hotels are at, that would be nice. You've got tourists. I mean, if there was some open land there, you can. Who knows? I mean, I'm just saying, the city could build the building and lease this back out to the business owner. Be a money maker, plus the sales of the taxation that's on top of that. I mean, that's just an idea, but start the process of cleaning up Del Monte and the revitalization and the plans that you guys all have in place. But I mean, I don't even drive down Carmel Avenue, and it's just not. I mean, we're better than that. I mean, we need to move on. There's other ways of getting revenue. I mean, it's embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. And now we're going to go to Greg Fury. Good evening, Greg.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Couple of things. Mr. Mayor, I've watched you for years. As you know, I've supported you at one time, and I would just describe you as a magician. You're a master of smoke and mirrors at times. And I will tell you the word on the street, I haven't talked to you about it, but is you support this and you've been supporting it. You've advocated for it. And I talked to 3 or 4 different people that went to that meeting last week, the other night, and every one of them felt that you were steering the conversation, the presentation in support of it. Whether that's true or not, whether that's where you felt, that is the image you have presented. I will say,
Mayor, may I make a point of order through you, please?
hold my time, please.
Yeah, point of order, go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that we have adopted some new policies regarding public comment. They're 3 minutes and they're not supposed to be taking personal attacks at council members. So I just want to make sure everybody understands those rules. And Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to comment on them.
Yeah, I'll defer on this point of order because I don't know to Alex Lorca, our city attorney on this matter.
Yeah, as long as the commenter is tying the comments to what's before the council, if they're purely personal, as I understand them, comments regarding the mayor that are unrelated to what's before you, then I would agree it's not speaking towards the matter at hand. If they are tied to the ordinance, then I think it's a different story.
All right. So there's been some comments made in the last couple of minutes that are personal, and there's been some other comments that may sound personal, but they're related to this issue. So please continue, Greg, and try to follow our city attorney's comments with your comments. All right.
Certainly. I appreciate the clarification. I did feel they were tied to this issue. It's an issue of great importance for the city because it affects the city's vision. When you look at the different, I'd ask a couple of questions. Would any other city on the peninsula consider a card room? No. What is a particular concern, as has already been pointed out, this is not just a small card room. The individual that owns this has lined the pockets of many politicians throughout California with thousands and thousands of dollars. I don't oppose gambling. I think, I don't gamble myself, but I certainly don't see a problem with people playing cards. It's not that. It's what a card room can bring, especially one of this nature, an out-of-town person who has other card rooms. I was just reading a report from a leading publication that basically said that the card rooms in California since 2011 have attracted more investigations than all of the gambling establishments in the United States put together. Why is that? What comes out of it? I kind of liken it to walking through a nice tall grass field in springtime. And the problem is you step on a cow patty and there's a lot of flies there. What comes out of a potential card room operation that's very sophisticated? It's nothing the police are going to see. Money laundering, prostitution, drugs, potential violence. But most of all, what kind of image does that present of our city? My suggestion would be talk to Roberto Felice, Bob Nolan, Eddie Rodriguez, Tina Nieto. Ask them what their impression of should the city change the ordinance to let a company like this come in. That's over 100 years of police experience that from people that know the city very well. I'm, in response to Mr. Bruno's comments, hey, there's nothing wrong with business competition. If you're going to go that way and not be concerned, hey, open up a couple of wrecking yards down by the landfill. Bring in some happy ending massage parlors. Now we're talking real revenue. Line the streets with them. Because if you're just talking about revenue and you're not concerned with what the effects on this community, which is a family-oriented community, I don't know. I don't know what to say, but I think it will be politically the end of you guys. Whoever supports us, I think that people will feel really strongly, and I don't think a lot of people know about it. Once they do, you're going to get a real groundswell. Anyway, good luck in your decisions.
Thank you very much, Greg. All right, let's go to Nancy Fortman. Good evening, Nancy, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to say that I too am very strongly opposed to another card room in Marina. I'd like our police department policing our streets and not taking time to have to police a new card room, spending time on background checks, and the city staff spending time checking on the establishment's books. Most of the emails that were on the website were opposed to the new card room. and many of those in favor were from non-residents of Marina. Mr. Bruno, who runs a very successful business in Marina, does not live in Marina. He mentioned competition being good, but Frank just explained how it would be detrimental to his long-established business that does so much good for this community. Therefore, I encourage each one of you elected officials to vote for the wishes of the majority of the residents of this city, like those who so eloquently expressed themselves tonight. Please do not be influenced by outsiders or non-residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Okay, we'll give everyone a moment. If you haven't spoken and you wish to, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. I don't think there are any questions. So now we get to council, to what we call our round robin. But I'd like to give the applicant a chance to speak. Nick, did you have input right now?
Oh, I was just going to say that the applicant is Gordon and Michael Vassy.
Okay. So let's go ahead and applicant, you have up to 10 minutes. Should you need that? And welcome Gordon and Michael. And before you get started, let me move you over, because you're probably in the public sphere. I don't see Michael. Did you say Michael, Nick, or did you say another name?
I pulled him over, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
You got him. Cool.
All right. So I just don't see them. Mike Vacy, I see. Is that the Michael we're talking about? All right.
Yeah, this is Michael Vacy, and John Park is also with us if you want to let him in.
Okay. And Gordon, I don't see Gordon. Is he already over as a panelist, Matt?
Gordon should be on.
I just found him, and he needs to. There he goes.
So we have John Park, Mike Vacy, and Gordon Galvin. Is that correct?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, so please proceed. As a team, you have up to 10 minutes should you need it.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Delgado, members of the City Council. I just want to start by saying I admire your perseverance and your commitment to the community of Marina. I know you're going on hour number 6 with this meeting. So I understand that and I appreciate it. I am Gordon Galvin. I am responsible for government and community relations for the Park West project in Marina. The team that you'll hear from tonight, and I do promise that we will all be brief, includes our CFO, Mike Vacy, and our CEO owner, John Park. Over the last couple of years, it's been my pleasure working with and getting to know you and your staff, and I have been impressed by the number of residents and staff that are working to secure a bright future for your city, its business community, and residents. There's a lot going on in Marina right now, and it's all good. And I want to thank your city staff that has worked very hard to get us to this point tonight. Nick and Guido, thank you very much. And the issue before you this evening is another opportunity to support Marina's future by approving 2 card rooms to once again operate within your city. As you know, Mortimer's operated for 77 years, beginning in 1938, which is, I think, 37 years before the incorporation of the city of Marina. The precedent, however, of having 2 card rooms was established when the Marina Club opened in 1970 and has continued to operate to this day. So there is both precedent and demand for 2 card rooms in Marina. as Frank, the longtime owner of the Marina Club himself, told the Monterey Herald in September of 2015 in a story about the closing of Mortimer's, quote, Frank said, "We are interested in taking over the card room. We can open the doors and keep it viable," end of quote. If anyone can speak to the viability of 2 card rooms, obviously Frank can. Our goal is to elevate the entertainment experience for your community by including features such as a much needed community room for local groups to gather. This space will be available for community enrichment classes, organizations such as Rotary, Toastmasters, Lions Club to meet, as well as a venue for local musicians and comedy or yoga classes. Our proposal also includes a quality restaurant, which will provide a new dining experience for the community and for the residents. This project, with your support, ultimately would provide over 100 jobs, mostly living wage jobs, and provide a high quality entertainment and dining experience for your community. And to close my comments tonight, because I've listened to the community and I respect everybody that has weighed in. I understand the concerns. I just want to say to you that I know how tough your job is, City Council, Mayor and City Council. I've walked in your shoes as a council member many years ago. I'm not going to say how many years ago, but almost 3 decades in a Bay Area community setting policy for 80,000 people. I know that no matter how you vote on this issue, you will have people who will be upset and you will have people who will be happy. And that's just how local government works. But knowing that and having the experience with your job and having done your job for many years, I just want to assure you that if you decide to grant us a permit, we will make you and the community proud of what we will develop and ultimately operate. And with that, I want to turn it over to our CFO, Mike Bessie.
Good evening. My name's Michael Vasey. I am the CFO of Park West Casinos. I've worked with Park West Casinos for 11 years now. And I just would like to touch base a little bit about the finance of the company, the security of the company, and what careers that we would be able to offer your city. Park West Casinos actually consists of 6 card rooms. Of those 6 card rooms, 5 of them are card rooms that are small in Northern California. They operate 10 to 17 tables, very similar to what the Marina card room would look like. In the city of Marina, that card room would operate 10 tables. Because of our size, we do have the financial ability to actually build and develop a new casino. I think that casino would enhance the city. It would make it, improve it, and be better. Park West is actually an industry leader in the gaming industry in California. And that is because our focus is on the customer experience. We put a great deal of emphasis on security and safety within our facility. There's been much talk about the potential security issues and theft and crime. I would venture to say that if you talk to the police chiefs around the current card rooms that we have, you'll find that there is less crime around in our cities. In fact, it is not uncommon for, if there's problems on the outskirts of the property, that people actually come into our casino because it is a safe place. We have sufficient security staff there. We have a very expensive surveillance system that surveils inside the casino as well as outside, and it's not uncommon for the police department to use our footage from outside our property to help solve crimes that are in the neighborhood. In addition, it's a highly regulated industry. We are one of the few card rooms that go the extra mile. We continuously audit. We have outside auditors come in on a quarterly basis and audit our casinos, which is not required by the regulations. We do that as an added safety and security of our casinos. We are probably one of the few card rooms that actually has a compliance committee that ensures that all the card rooms are operating in accordance to regulations and what they call minimum internal controls. In addition to the added security and the compliance, we have our own training group. That training group is there to support the 100 to 150 personnel that will be on staff. Many of those people on staff will earn a living wage in your community, and our staff or that staff would be drawn from your community. We believe that our success, we believe it will be successful, and I believe that our success will provide additional tax revenue for the city, and it also provide living wage jobs for your citizens within your city. I want to thank you for your time, and I would like to turn this over to John Park.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and residents. My name is John Park. What led me here tonight? It started with a fascination with blackjack statistics, which led me in 1995 to start playing a game similar to blackjack in the card room. So unlike Vegas and tribal casinos, card rooms do not partake in winnings from the players. Card rooms earn their money through collections or an ante every time a hand is played. So I proceeded to play against other people in a game that was a mix of blackjack and poker. But a funny thing happened when I got off the table. The game would break and players would leave. So the card room realized that too and offered me $25 per hour to keep playing. And soon I hired friends, then bank tellers and many others. And all of a sudden there was a need, and therefore a new business was born. It was called a third-party provider service, and we started to get contracts with card rooms throughout the state. Looking at the future as a vendor, we just didn't know if we would get legislated out of business. So we started buying card rooms, and we applied to the California Department of Justice for our first card room in 2006 in Petaluma. And 2 years later, we finally, in 2008, were granted our license. Since then, we've grown over the years. We now employ over 2,000 people who enjoy benefits such as health, dental, vision insurance, and a 401k. A little bit about the California Department of Justice process to get here. The DOJ background application is grueling. I have 11 different gaming licenses. My license application is like this thick, thousands of pages. The DOJ even asked my neighbors and ex-girlfriend what type of person I am. Fortunately, I passed 11 times. And that includes the state card room license for the city of Marina. So ever since Park West started, we've been focused on providing a safe, friendly, and pristine environment for our employees and guests. We are looking forward to providing a first-class entertainment destination with a nice community meeting space and an upscale restaurant. We respectfully request that you approve our proposal in the city. Thank you for your time and consideration in this late hour. Your service to your city is inspirational. We are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right. Thanks to the applicant team, John and Gordon and Mike. And thanks for coming to our community last week to have a more informal, less structured, a more informal meeting. I think that meeting helped me understand some things, and you've repeated them tonight for everyone else to hear that wasn't able to go to that meeting. Well, thank you, all of you. So let's go to our city manager, Lane Long.
We're at 11:30 now, so we need.
Would someone like to make a motion on extending or adjourning? But I think we should probably extend. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
it is pretty late, and I appreciate the 27 people who are here. Let's go ahead and give it another 20 minutes.
That would be basically midnight, 22 minutes.
Let's give it to midnight then.
Okay. Was there a second for that motion?
A second.
Okay. Roll call vote, please, Anita. Is she still with us? Still awake?
I'm here. Councilmember Visser.
Yes.
Councilmember Fiala.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, so thank you, Anita. So now is the time for round robin. You can ask any questions, make any comments. Who would like to go first? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to thank the Park West team for giving that presentation. I think anytime a business like that shows interest in investing in the city of Marina, it's something that is worthy of thanks. We've had experiences where many businesses refuse to come to Marina or don't want to invest in Marina. So thanks for that presentation. You know, I'd really hoped to hear more compelling arguments tonight about why we would want to change the language in our legislation to allow more card rooms. And I'm not sure that I heard it. I have a number of concerns. I touched on some of them earlier. I think that we're a community that is disadvantaged, as we've said in so many other forums and places. And I think there's a lot of studies and science out there that shows that gambling disproportionately affects communities like ours, and that worries me. You know, it's interesting, some history on this moratorium that has been in existence for over 2 decades and recently expired due to a tie vote in the legislature. Even the person who voted against it said, quote, "Nobody in their right mind," end quote, would initiate the process of allowing more card rooms now, given where the state legislature stands on this issue. So I find that really interesting and concerning as well. The concerns I have about not contacting the tribal communities and getting kind of their input on this, the concerns about these having to be located solely in Central Marina, because my understanding is they cannot be located on the Fort Ord lands, the former Fort Ord lands, is a concern of mine. I think I'll keep it at that now. I'm really interested what my fellow council members have to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Visser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have many questions, I think, although they might come up, but I would like to give some background information about my own experiences. First, I would like to just make a comment here that I noticed. So for decades, Marina has had 2 card rooms that, as confirmed by staff, have not caused any major incidents. The Marina Club seems to be quite popular. From 2016, the first year after Mortimer's closed, to 2022, the tax revenues increased almost 60% just for this one card room. So clearly there are people who are using this card room. I think from my own experience, community rooms in casinos can be a very good venue for non-card players, especially since a restaurant is on site. Restaurants in casinos are known for offering good food at an affordable price. I have personal experience with the benefits that a casino can offer to the community. This might surprise people, but for 10 years, I have organized scrapbooking events in the Bay 101 Club in San Jose, at least twice per year. I was there from 7 a.m. until late at night. And in almost 25 years, I have hosted many events in many venues. The Bay 101 Club by far was our best venue, even for a group of, we used at 100 to 150, mostly women. We might have had a few men, but those were the exceptions. We felt safe. We were treated very well. You can definitely tell that hospitality is high in there, on their list. So this might explain why I am pretty open to this for Marina. I can see a few speakers and a few people have written comments they say Marina needs restaurants, and we do need a restaurant where we can sit. I do hope this is not on tonight's agenda, but if it gets approved, which is not certain, that the city can have conditions or work with the developer on the design to make sure that the restaurant and the community room are in the front, that people do not even have to cross the, what do you call it, the card room to get to those spaces. I know the state, thank you staff for answering my questions. So the state does allow, a pathway through a card room for minors. And I hope that if it's a new business, this should be avoided. This should be that the card room is strictly prohibited for anyone under 21. So yeah, the only reason we stopped going to the Bay 101 Club is when they remodeled and they gave up their large room. This was all before they moved to their current location, by the way. And for many years, I also lived just a few miles away from Garden City, which is now Matrix. And I know that many people went there just to eat. So it's not just not for card players. Somebody mentioned tonight, one of the speakers, and I really want to thank everybody who commented tonight. They were talking about a vibrant economy, and that's what I would love for Marina. But I have not seen any other businesses lining up to invest in our city, especially in Central Marina, the older parts. So with my personal experience, I see that this can be successful. I know people are afraid. The very first time I went to the Bay 101 Club for one of our events, I was scared. I went at 7 a.m. and I thought I'm going to a gambling club. It was dark. But that all changed when I entered, and they treated us so well and they made us feel safe. It was safe. And also over those 10 years, I now went back in my memory, we always dealt with the same employees there. People were employed there for a long time. So, so just to explain my background, one of the other comments, lots of homes have been added in Marina, but not many businesses. And we do need the businesses, not just for income, but also for, like somebody said, a vibrant economy. I think those were my main comments for now. So, and I really struggle. I have struggled with this. When people say, council members have made up their mind, definitely not. I have had not really sleepless nights, but it has been on my mind for many days and nights now. So because I know gambling addiction is awful, just like addiction to alcohol, cannabis, or other drugs. But there are many people who enjoy playing cards and who do this responsibly. So at the recent community meeting, two of my neighbors showed up, and I didn't know why they were there. I thought they might be there to protest like many other people, but no, it turns out he plays cards and he goes to San Jose because he didn't even realize that Marina has a card club. So and I know he's he's definitely not anybody who would attract any crime issues here in our city. So I tend to, well, I cannot say that yet, but anyway, these were my good remarks. So thank you. Oh, maybe can I ask a question now to the developer? Is it common for you to work with cities on the designs, so to accommodate wishes, even if it's not requirements? I don't know who will answer this.
This is Mike Casey. Absolutely. We expect that we would have to go through a process and work with you and the city to build a place that fits into the city and provides additional services to the city. We fully expect to build a restaurant within the city. We're expecting to put in a community room that can be utilized by both us and the community too. In some of our other properties, we have rooms like that, and there's there's several different organizations that do use those rooms, and we welcome it.
Yes, thanks. So especially, like requirements or wishes to have a separate entrance and to make sure that nobody has to cross or go through the card room to reach a restaurant or a community room or the restrooms.
Yes, we have that in many of our facilities already.
Thank you. Then I'll stop for the rest. Thank you very much.
Okay. And it's really hard for me to gauge what 5 minutes is, so you might have gone a little bit over. And if we go over 5 minutes, then we're supposed to yield and come back around for another bite at the apple. Let's go to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Park and your team. I was quite taken by your story. You're quite the entrepreneur. I'm familiar with the Bay 101, and I am familiar with the Matrix. So I just want to say that, I don't think government should be in the business of making, legislating, putting values on whether you play cards or you don't play cards, or I don't think that we should be in the business of making judgments. So I come to this with a very open mind. I would like you to know that. I purposely did not attend the meeting. I have talked to constituents. I have talked to business owners. I have listened very carefully. But a few things are glaring to me, and there's a couple questions I have. Is number one is, how does this, probably for Guido, how does this use really fit into our city planning? So I'm going to start there. And again, I worry that we are talking about the ordinance, but in my mind, I've heard from many people I respect and my constituents. So I'm going to start with that question.
We're just kicking off the downtown plan. So it's hard to say. It does provide an attraction. But it's hard to say in terms of the overall. We're just barely getting into it, so I'd have to come back in terms of the specific zones for that land use. So,
okay, so that has yet to be determined. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the land use tables are draft format, but we're going to be coming back later in the year to finalize those.
Okay, the next question is, another thing that I see lacking is. While I did reach out to some people in other cities about specifically Salinas and Bankers Casino, I'm lacking enough information here from an analysis from a law enforcement perspective. Thank you, Acting Chief Russo. But I've not, other than anecdotal information, do we even keep statistics, or how do we know? One of the concerns I have is that Mr. Calamia probably has regulars, so the police know them. And one of the thoughts that I have is, when you have a business that has the potential to bring new people to the community, I just wonder if there's any measurements that we can take or know of what kind of strain that's gonna put on law enforcement. Is there an answer for that? Whether or not we can see some more information from the police?
Yeah, like any business, it's going to bring crime. So, just like the big box stores brings crime also. Retail theft rings. So, when we're talking about specifically about card rooms, when we talk about major crimes, we haven't had any major crimes, but the police department's version of a major crime might be different than others. So when we talk about violent crime on people, we haven't had any of that there or in that area. Mortimer's has been closed for 6 years, so we don't really have any statistics other than going back to a legacy system, which would, like I was talking about earlier, is that we can't associate that with a card room, because in front of Mortimer's was a bar, and it was a fairly large bar. So we can't really associate the crime with the card room. As far as the Marina Club, it's the same thing. There's a bar, but we don't know if the issues came from the bar from across the street that bled over to the card room, or that other bar, or traffic stops that happen in front of the bar. We use those addresses there as a traffic stop, so it makes it look like there's a lot more crime related to those businesses there when it's just a simple traffic stop that may have happened. So there's a lot of analysis that can be done, but it would be very time consuming to actually pick out the particular crimes that occurred as a result of a card room in general. Crime is going to occur no matter what business is there. We have a lot of people that come from out of town that utilize the card rooms and other areas of the city. So we could put together analysis, but I'm not sure if that's going to be able to give you the information on whether or not you want to decide to move forward on a permit.
Okay, I do have some more comments, but I'm going to defer now to Councilmember Biala or whoever comes after me in the spirit of time.
All right, I appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You had your hand up way longer than me. If you would like to go, it would be really okay.
Try to let others go first and have the Mayor Pro Tem go second to last. But your hand wasn't up, so I went to her first, but please proceed, Kathy.
This has been an incredibly difficult and controversial issue. So the only thing that I can do at this point is really be honest and give you my candid perspectives on this, whether the many people who spoke in public may not agree, or those at home who are not showing up disagree with me or whatever. So here it is. I have to say that most of the speakers from the public, and I do pay attention to the public, had strong, very emotional sentiments against the card room. And I understand those. In fact, when I was on the task force for the downtown vitalization specific plan, we went through zoning land uses, and I was one of the people who said card rooms, no, not in the core, not in the transition, and it's there in black and white. So, I have to kind of look at that and say, what is my difference now that I see that the people who spoke up, I truly understand what they're saying, but also I don't have the judgment, I think, that gambling is bad, nor do I have the judgment of people who gamble, who like this form of entertainment, are somehow degraded in morals or values or something. I can't say honestly that I feel that way. And so, I don't have that part, although I can empathize with them. And, I liken it to people's comments whenever there was the issue of how many liquor stores we would have in Marina. I liken it to the struggles and what was said during our first go around with marijuana. I mean, we have 3 permits. It was a horrible process, to get the input from the public and sort of the stances on personal preferences. So I know that we've gone through that, and the history of our society has also been filled with things like that. We have all 3 of those things: alcohol, marijuana, and gambling have been illegal at some points, and now they're all considered legitimate businesses. And whether I agree and partake, I don't drink, not because I don't like the taste, I just physically can't. Or whether I did marijuana in college when it was illegal, or whether I don't care to lose even $30 when I gamble. These are my personal experiences, but I don't, as a council person, hope that I don't bring those biases or opinions to a decision that is legislative here. And I may have, a different perspective in terms of hearing the public today, because I think that there's been so many kind of a little bit of like vilifying people who like gambling. And so the people who do use the facilities, and there's got to be many, because obviously, the one card room has generated significant revenues, so they must be out there, and they're not bad people, and they are out there, but with the kinds of feelings against them, I would say that they would probably be reluctant to come and say that they support this. So I have to balance out that, not just say that the majority of people are opposing this, because I don't believe that's necessarily true. It's just that there's so much social pressure against them, so they would not be wanting to come and say, hey, I'm in support of this. But I also have a different perspective on this. This is legislative in my eyes, and we did legitimately have 2 permits from the very beginning, for a very long time. And if we do not approve a replacement permit, and it's not a new permit, I hear new, but it's not, it's a replacement permit. If we don't do that, what essentially we have sanctioned is a monopoly in an industry that, whether I agree with it or not, we have created a legal monopoly, which means that the remaining permit can essentially have a very high valued permit that we have created because we have omitted competition. And that would be a forever thing. And that would mean this non-conforming land use that I know that Lane was explaining earlier, is that they don't have to do, well, they can't do major renovations without that non-conforming use kicking in, and they no longer have the protections of being able to have a card room, right? So it's a disincentive to make changes, and they wouldn't have to if there's no competition. So I have concerns about that. I have concerns about and people in the public may disagree that this is a legitimate business, but I think that we hop to anecdotal supports without really concrete evidence to suggest that these people will line pockets or create crime or prostitution or all those kinds of things. I think we have to rely on facts. And I just really have a problem with us sanctioning a monopoly in this kind of industry. And I think that I heard, that competition is good. Someone said that from the public, and I believe that's yeah, that's fine.
You're good, but it's 12 o'clock. Or almost. I have a couple of different, it's going to be 12 o'clock soon. Actually, we got 5 minutes. I'm so sorry, Kathy. If you can finish quickly, great. If not, let's break right now and do an extension vote so we don't run into 12 o'clock. It's your choice. Are you about to wrap up, or do you want some more time? We'll just extend it and then go back to you to continue while you have the floor.
Yeah, you can have somebody else go. That's fine.
So your 5 minutes was.
I'm sorry, Anita.
I'm sorry, your 5 minutes was up a minute ago.
Okay, so good time to break, and we'll have another round, Kathy, as you know. But let's have a motion to extend or to adjourn. Would someone like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we extend for another 25 minutes.
Okay. So that would be 12:20 by my clock. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay. Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina, sorry about that. Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember Viola,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, Kathy, we'll come back to you. So I'll have my first bite at the apple here. Lane started off tonight saying this is an interesting issue for us. I think he meant that it was controversial. And I think Kathy just mentioned that it's controversial. It's become very controversial. Crime seems to be the number one issue, not the only issue, but crime seems to be the number one issue that comes up the most with folks. And I think our police department and staff have pretty much confirmed that there's not a crime problem related to our car rooms. Frank Calamia, the owner of our card room, said at that meeting, that he's a squeaky clean operation and he watches out for people that are over gambling and he refers them to the gambling, hotline, and he will cut them off, much like a bartender will cut off a person who's drinking too much. Not all card room owners are going to be responsible like Frank, but if we look at the factual history of our city, I mean, we're talking 80 years of gambling in these two card rooms where people play cards with their friends and play cards with new friends. I grew up gambling in my house, my older brothers and their friends. And as a little kid, I'd go to the table with my pennies and nickels and dimes. We have a great time playing poker. And I felt like a big boy. And it was really fun because I got to bond with my older brothers and their friends. And yeah.
We can't see you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So, and then
thank you.
I heard from Frank that that his card room, people go there to bond. They go there to recreate, to spend time so they get out of their house. And they don't spend a lot of money, except they spend $1 a hand to pay the house so they can hang out. And that's recreation. And to link it to crime, because crime happens in casinos, Las Vegas and other casinos and card rooms, that might be true, but when you look at the history of Marina, it's not true. And the applicant has nice places in small towns like Lodi and other places. And their smallest casino has about 100 jobs. Our current casino has 41 jobs, and they work really hard to get 41 jobs. But we were told that there are sometimes people waiting in line to play and there's not enough tables. So that to me tells me there's a demand for the old card rooms that we used to have, the two. And so bringing back the second card room that we haven't had for 5 years out of the last 80 doesn't seem like a big leap to me into the dark abyss of problems. And I recall that the dispensaries took us so long because our city council didn't want them for moral reasons and legal reasons, while other cities were approving dispensaries. Now Monterey is going to have dispensaries. Almost every city in the county is going to have dispensaries. But if you go back 6 years, it was only Delray Oaks. Little Delray Oaks was the only one that had a dispensary, and they were making $950,000 a year because everybody else was like us. We were thinking it was, it was illegal and it was bad, so we didn't want to go there. How much trouble have we had with 3 dispensaries? I'd like to ask our police chief, if dispensaries have an analogous history as our card rooms, and we have another card room, I want to ask our police chief if our dispensaries have had crime, because that was a big concern for people who didn't want dispensaries. Is our chief still with us?
Yes, Mayor. There hasn't been any crime related to the dispensaries. That answers your question. There's no analysis to even be done with that because we don't have any statistics to show that crime has been related to those.
Okay. And I want us to marry this university. I've always wanted us to marry the university and to have a revitalized downtown. You have to do things differently than we've done in the past. we can't be a sleepy bedroom community. We're going to revitalize our downtown. The dispensaries bring people downtown. Restaurants bring people downtown. It's reverse history to have people from the Monterey Peninsula cities come to us instead of us going to them for entertainment and dining in fine restaurants. So for them to come here, their doctors, their lawyers, and their people that want to recreate to come here instead of us always going to there to recreate downtown, Cannery Row, Alvarado Street. When we start to say yes to some things that are different and better and a higher caliber than we've had in the past, we're living revitalization. And if you want Del Monte to be revitalized, well, if you don't want Del Monte to be revitalized, just go look, because right now you can see it needs to be revitalized. So that's my first bite at the apple. But let's now make the start of our second round. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, it's a shame that we don't have some of that data. I think that some of the other council members have spoke to it. It truly is. And I think you're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. A lot of the things that we've heard today are anecdotal, and I think Councilmember Biala said that too. But I want to share my own anecdotal experience because it's important. I've been on 3 ride-alongs in the city of Marina. First one in 2010, and I remember that first one very well, where we went to Mortimer's. And I hope I'm not saying anything I shouldn't, but I remember the officer at that time walked me into the card room and said, "Here's one of Marina's more fine establishments." And he went on to explain all of the problems that happened in that establishment. And so clearly, from my anecdotal experience, there has been a lot of issues at that establishment. The third ride along was not that long ago, actually. And we arrested somebody hanging outside, actually, of one of the card rooms, who a week later went on to crash into the McDonald's in Sand City and burn it down. And so that was my other experience. And so for what the anecdotal experiences are worth, I'm sharing that with you right now. In terms of a legal monopoly, I think those are really good arguments. What I would say to my fellow council members is that 2 card rooms is still similar to a monopoly. I mean, if we only allow 2, these card rooms are going to rule the roost. They're going to both do pretty well, I think. And so I think, if we allow 2, we may want to look at what are commission a study, what are the advantages of maybe allowing a third or a fourth, and so that there truly is competition. Again, I have concerns. I'm not likely to support a motion to allow the second card room, but I do want to speak to Councilmember Biala's point about villainizing the people. I enjoy gambling. I've played at Marina Room. I've been in the Marina Club. I've been in Mortimer several times. I don't feel like I'm villainized for that. I mean, for me, this is more of a matter of really trying to do what's best for the people of Marina. And so, I just want to be clear that I don't certainly villainize any players. I'm a player myself, a really bad one at that. So I hope that, if more card rooms get approved, that I would be welcomed into those establishments, and people would love to play against me because I'm not good. But I just don't think there's an argument to be had for villainizing those folks from my perspective. And then the last thing I'll say is that it just is a shame that we also don't have more of the studies that show that these establishments throughout the country and in the state of California in particular do tend to attract crime. They do tend to affect certain marginalized populations. And we didn't see that before us in our staff report. And I regret that, but I understand how we got to this point. I think those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Those are some excellent points. So just to be clear, I came here with a very open mind, but my logical side goes back to, and I really think we did not discuss this. Let's look at the intent. Our city is growing and changing, and back when we incorporated, we grandfathered these card rooms in. And what wound up happening is, little by little, the vision and the intent of our formers who, I think we still share a good amount of the vision, in our state as well, went down the path of phasing them out. Okay, so we have to remember that. How this, I had a lot of questions about how this, I did some research on my own, how this license was revived. You work magic, Mr. Park. I couldn't figure it out, honestly. And that was a little troubling to me. Just for some background, Mr. Park, I was a journalist back in my days, and I always ask the questions that are not there. Like, and it's a bit troubling to me to see how this project has come into our purview. And the other thing is, I walk neighborhoods and I don't judge people, on the cannabis one, but guess what we did is we put a lot of restrictions. Like, there was local ownership. One has union workers, and one of your speakers said mostly living wage jobs. I worry about the 41 people with Mr. Calamia's place that may very well, find themselves either out of a job or find themselves in a different situation. So there's a lot of information here that's lacking for me. I'm concerned about the intent once again. There's no local ownership. There's been no talk of any kind of rules, anything. I guess maybe this is not the venue for it, since it's an ordinance thing. It's an ordinance concern. But I don't have enough information here. So I'm either going to support a motion to come back with some more information, because I don't think at 12:07 at night is with 23 people here, starting with 44, I think we're kind of doing a bit of a disservice to our constituents. So again, I do not have enough information, and I do not feel comfortable with what's been presented. It was first brought to us and then it was pulled. There's been a lot of conversation, and Mr. Park and your team did an excellent job trying to talk, get some information to us. And it is not a value. We're not in the business of, judging people for vices, but I do fear we are a community, a disadvantaged community. And I have stood shoulder to shoulder with many of the people who've spoken today and have made the concern with CalAm that, we are a very special community in where we're going and what our direction is next. I'm not sure I'm ready to make a decision just yet. And since time is not of the essence, I'd probably make a motion to adjourn and reconvene with some more information. Not to kick it down the bucket. That's why I asked if time was of the essence. But I really think we need to, Councilmember Biala said perhaps there's some people that, were a little embarrassed to admit their vice. And, again, we're not here to judge anyone, but we are here to make the best decision for our community. And at this point, I don't think there's enough information. And I think we need to hear from either some people on both sides. I had some conversations again with our school district people, and they put on the school district hat and they don't want it anywhere near our school. We've got the buffer zones, which is great, but then where does that leave us? So I just really worry about, again, what it's going to do to our existing card room. And that's also an onus on us. I'm sorry if I'm going over 5 minutes, is Mr. Calamia's, and, I drive by it all the time, and, he could use some sprucing up. And if it's on us because it's in a wrongly zoned, area, the sparkly new will get the interest, and, it's going to probably, kill his business. So I'm all for competition, but I'm just not sure this kind of competition. So, and I appreciate everybody's comments. I really do. Again, I came to this with a very open mind and really not wanting to be judgmental. So I would just put it out there that I would support a motion for some more information.
So let's get to some of that information. John, at the meeting we had at the Spring Hill Suites, people asked for some of that same information. And you have about 6 or 7 places. And you mentioned that competition, at least at one of them, was feared. and that in the end, everybody did better. You and the the club that was there before you was worried, and then you came in regardless of that worry. Can you relate that experience to this audience?
Sure. That was in Livermore, and I actually obtained that license. Those card rooms were in the back of a bowling alley, and so we moved that closer to the freeway in a nice facility. And it took a long time. And the first day that we had our big opening, I remember that the owner of Livermore Casino, which is across town, he was actually at our place drinking his sorrows away because he thought that he had lost his business forever because people were checking out the new place. What ended up happening is that a lot of people would travel to our card room. It's called Casino 580 as a destination, and we only had 10 tables there. And so we had an overflow of people that ended up going to his card room, and he's doing better now than before we came in. So I see that happening in Marina as well. And yeah, and in Casino 580, we have the card room side on the right, and we have the dining on the left. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. And then I want to get to intent that Mayor Pro Tem brought up. When Mortimer's closed, I was approached over the next 2-3 years by 2 or 3 people that were trying to make sense out of everything. The city's regulation, where to build or where to go. Could they build in, could they just open up back in Mortimer's? And buying the license or selling the license, there was a Massey family that was related in some fashion to the Mortimer's family or the owners. Maybe I think they were temporary owners, but there have been multiple families interested in doing what John Park is doing. John Park is apparently skilled and successful, so he was able to cut the Gordian knot that predecessors since Mortimer's closed weren't able to. And we see that John is a person of color. His story, there's no other way of getting around calling it the American dream. He did not start with a lot, but he loved what he was doing and he had a knack for it. And here he is in a much more successful place than he started. That whatever legitimate business you do, that is to be applauded. You work hard with restaurants and that kind of thing, or any business. It's hard to be a private business person and succeed. And he's obviously brought a lot of people along with him. So if he has 2,000 employees and he's going to bring 100 or more here, I do agree that Frank Calamia's business is going to suffer. That makes sense for a time. But like we've heard, if Frank had people waiting in line and John brings more people to Marina, there's probably going to be enough for 20 tables because he's not bringing in 30 tables. He's bringing in 10 tables. So we're going to have 20 tables again. We had 20 tables, before we were a city. We had 20 tables until a few years ago. So having 20 tables is not a big out-of-town company taking over and destroying an existing company. And Frank mentioned that he's looking forward to traveling the world. And, Frank is looking toward the future, not to be managing his card room every day. And he mentioned that his brothers don't want to manage the card room either because they want to enjoy life, outside of working every day. So Frank will probably turn over his license to somebody else. And Godspeed to Frank or somebody else to do what he wants to do with his card room, sell it or improve it or keep it the same. But that shouldn't hold us up as a city, improving our downtown. I've learned that the Kiwanis Club, the Lions Club of John's other casinos, they use those community rooms. So we're talking about families and the salt of the community using community rooms in John's other small town casinos, card rooms, and a sit-down restaurant, as has been mentioned. I kind of get tired of hearing how many people want a sit-down restaurant, and we have to wait until somebody wants to bring in a restaurant. But if we say no to dispensaries, roundabouts, scooters, card rooms, we're left with bars and fast food establishments in our downtown and gas stations. And having a nice, beautiful building that's new, that provides meetings and good dining and recreational card room gambling, that's consistent with all these other cities. If you look at the cities that have card rooms in California, they include places like Antioch, Oceanside, Santa Cruz, Atascadero, Livermore, Rancho Cordova, Petaluma, Ventura, Santa Barbara, Bakersfield, Gilroy, Woodlake, Lake Elsinore, San Rafael, Gilroy, Clovis, Pacheco, San Bruno. There's only 70 permits in the state, except now they lifted the moratorium. Those are cities that are akin to us, a lot of them. They're not bad cities, and they have card rooms. So obviously it's a legitimate business to have. But now with the new moratorium, or the new lack of a moratorium as of January, any city can do a card room. So here we are, same place Delray Oaks was, 10 years ago or 6 years ago, whenever that was. They established the first dispensary in our area, and they made bank. And the police had no problem. They had a substation, a police station above the dispensary in Delray Oaks because they were worried. Now they've abandoned the substation and they've kept the dispensary because they didn't need the substation. It was useless. It wasn't serving any purpose because there was no need for it. And so here we are considering a card room when every other city now can have a card room. So if we delay or we say no, we'll be back in 5 or 10 years after other cities near us have established card rooms, because now they can. There's no longer a coveted limited number of permits under a moratorium. And we'll eventually have a card room if it's productive and the communities like it who have it, similar to the dispensaries. But instead of being number 6 out of 12 cities in Monterey County to get a dispensary, we'll be number 1 or number 2 with Salinas. But we'll have a new dispensary, we'll have a new card room. And I think it's going to be great for our city to meet there because we do have a shortage of meeting rooms, and to eat there because some people don't want sit-down restaurants that we don't have today. So that's where I stand. And I would like to know, before we vote, what information Mayor Pro Tem would like to have so that we understand what we might be delaying to get. But I'm also ready to vote tonight. I see Councilmember Viala. Let's go to you next.
That was one of my questions too, is what more information do we need about Park West or about gambling? And I want to say that if we're going to look at detrimental effects of gambling, my goodness, we need to also put it in the context of detrimental effects of alcohol and marijuana and drug abuse. And I mean, I don't know that we should just focus on addictions that, quite frankly, are probably don't even rise to the level of some of the other things of alcoholism and drug abuse in this country. So I just want to keep that perspective when we decide about this kind of a business entity. But wanted to say, also respond to Councilmember McCarthy's comment about, well, he would want 4 card rooms. I think that what I'm saying, I would not agree with that. I think I still have some hesitancy about, overpopulating with whether liquor
Point of
stores.
personal privilege. I just want to point out that I didn't say I would want 4. I said that may reduce or increase competition.
Excuse me, Brian. I don't think. I mean, your point is good, but I don't think that's what a point of privilege is for. I think it's if it's too hot in the room or something like that, but it's not to argue. But you'll have your chance. It's just not through a point of privilege. But we
no,
welcome you in just a moment. Please, let's have a motion to extend if someone would like to make that motion. I think we need probably about another 10 minutes.
I'll make a motion to extend another 10 minutes until 12:31.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Viola. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. So let's continue with Kathy and then give the floor back to Brian.
Okay. And point of privilege is acceptable if you feel that I have impugned your integrity, which by no means when am I doing that. But if you feel that I have misperceived what you said, but I just want to say that if we expanded it in concept, then we're now putting it in a whole legislative dilemma about creating new card rooms. And this is why I only want it to be reestablishing an old permit period to avoid the monopoly, because we could create a really untoward monster here by saying we're only going to sanction one business. I think that's really a serious issue. I mean, we, at the national level, we're always afraid of monopolies. And yes, the big guys do become bullies with competition. I mean, you could say, hey, we only want Microsoft and forget Apple, but they're both huge and they both push out smaller tech companies. That's true. But if we only had one choice, my goodness, what are we creating here? So I would not. I think that I am just of the mind that we keep our limits of the original two to establish competition, healthy competition, even though it may be one-sided, but the other person can step up and do whatever they need to improve their services. I want to remind everyone that the ordinance requires an annual permit renewal. I mean, and I hope that we see that as a real serious thing, that if there is increases in crime, if there are any untoward effects of this, that the police chief does have the authority to recommend withdrawal of the permit. So, and in addition to all that I said, I think that the ordinance is very stringent. So we do have the ability to monitor what's happening with this card room. And I was told by Lane Long that before our previous police chief left, that she was asked about the statistics related to Marina and crime. And there was no report that there was no issues with card rooms. So again, I don't know what it is that we're looking for that would help us look at some of the facts related to this. And so I don't know that extending it, to outreach to people who do gamble, if they're afraid to say anything because of being identified negatively in the community, how are we going to find those people? I mean, I think that, we represent the city and our constituents, and we are tasked to use our own judgment. So I'm not sure that extending this is going to further clarify anything. I think that we all have sort of at this point made up our minds, and I agree with Councilmember Vischer. I was all the way up through 5 o'clock. I'm reading, public statements. I'm listening, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what am I going to do, and what should I do, and where is my logic taking me? Where's my heart taking me? And so this is by no means was an easy decision, and I don't think that prolonging it is going to help me at all. I mean, I think I have come to a place now where I feel pretty confident in supporting the renewal of the old permit to reestablish it.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. I forget the order we're going in, but let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Biala. Some of the questions I still had were I asked the very basic question of whether there was a market study to see what saturation was. There had to be something because you knew what your projections were and what your revenue was. So I was questioning that. The other thing is I don't know too much about the applicant. I tried not to read too much. But gambling, again, I'm not putting any values on anything. I just wondered if there was ever any violations of any gambling regulations. So if we're going to allow this to continue, I have some very serious concerns about that. The other concerns I have is I also hadn't made up my mind, but it became very clear to me listening to my constituents. I was trying to disregard those that were value-based and those that were more objective. So perhaps I know we only have a few more minutes, but I don't know. That is my reason for asking for more time, so we can take a look and what this actually. Perhaps Mr. Park, do you have any violation of gambling? Is it appropriate for me to ask that?
Yeah, so back in 2012, in terms of my attorney putting a loan together, there was a clerical error that we identified, and we self-reported to the Bureau. That was the only violation that I can think of. Like I said before, I've been licensed 11 different licenses, and they're continually renewed every 2 years. So
do you have any monopolies in any other cities or any other areas? Because monopolies is a big concern for us.
So most of the places, let me think. So Lodi, so there's other card rooms nearby. For example, in Lodi, less than 10 minutes away, there's 2 card rooms in Stockton, but there's only 1 in Lodi. And then, let's see, in Rancho Cordova, there's 2 licenses. They're about to start another one, so we have 1 of the licenses. In the city of Bell Gardens, 4 miles away, there's the Commerce Casino. So, and Sacramento has three card rooms, and I have 1 of those card rooms. So it depends on the geography and what cities are close by.
Are you unionized? And also, do you have project labor agreements on your buildings?
We're not unionized, probably because we give really good benefits and people do very well in our card rooms.
So those are the kind of questions, Mr. Mayor, that I really would like to flesh out. I haven't heard any of these things. I don't know. Again, Mr. Park, I'm not putting a value statement on anything you've said, but I just don't have enough information. So at this point, I'm not willing to support the ordinance. For those reasons, I go back to intent of our Muni code and who was doing how it was phased out. I fear for the 41 employees in my town. I don't particularly like the idea of a entrance to town, and it's again I just don't want to put my values out. I don't want to make any judgments, but I stand shoulder to shoulder with people like Nancy Fortman and the Sanders, who are my neighbors, and Miss Russell, who owns the business near there and didn't even know about it. And Mr. Kennedy, very good points made, and I respect their opinions. So I'm not willing to, unless I can make a motion for more information, I am not willing to support a motion in support of amending the code at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. I also respect, all the comments we heard tonight, and many of those people are neighbors that I will face tomorrow, I'm sure, or soon. But like I said, personal experience, I would not vote for this if I wouldn't believe that this can be a good thing for Marina. We need new businesses. I really think this will be adding to the vibrant economy that people spoke about. And I just would like to repeat, tonight, market study, people being unionized, or that's not the issue yet. We're only talking about whether we will allow a second card room to come back to Marina or not. All the other things are next steps. If it gets approved tonight, I am planning to visit probably Livermore, that's the closest. But I will not be hosted there. I will just pop in unexpectedly, and I will check it out and see, what the good or bad things are that are there. So that's just the next step. For now, I'm ready to vote for this. Thank you.
Okay, when we make a motion, I hope that it has a conditional approval. We'll have to ask staff about this. That we give staff a couple of weeks or whatever time staff needs to look into Park West violations, because that's something
Mr.
that
Mayor, it's time to extend. Sorry.
Yeah, good. I'll motion that we extend for 10 minutes to 12:42. Seconded by Christina. Is that correct? Okay. Let's have a roll call, please, Anita.
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. So to staff, can we conditionally approve this to give staff 2 weeks to find out if there's any major violations that we haven't heard about tonight? If there are, that we would then have another meeting and discuss what to do. Can staff check with DOJ or whoever to investigate violations? Because Mayor Pro Tem, that's one piece of important information that she's lacking.
We can definitely do that on the staff end. I'd want to ask Alex, is that appropriate to approve it and condition it on an action that we may have to come back and not approve?
Yeah, I would like if there was a little bit more clarity to that motion, and what is a violation, and what are the things.
Yeah, so I said major violation. I don't know what that means.
So I think we ought to maybe nail that down, the definition of that, because then staff is sort of left with, do we bring it back or not, if we sort of find a medium violation.
Anyone help me on a definition of a violation that would warrant revisiting this conditional approval?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if we go through this research, if it doesn't alter Council Mayor Pro Tem's decision making, I'm not so sure why we would do this. So if it's only one of 5, then we're going to be back to not knowing what else might be needed in order for her to comfortably vote. So I just question that.
Yeah, I don't know that she'll be voting to support this card room tonight, but I do know that she has articulated information that would be good for our city to know. And one of them is conditional approval. So let's not make a motion yet, but I do want to address other things that she said. Market study saturation. She's not sure if the market can handle it. She's concerned that we're saturated. And that, so let's just talk about that. The fact is we've had 20 card tables for a long time in our city. And Frank said that he has people waiting in line sometimes to play. So, a market study saturation study could take, a few months. It could take 5 to 15 grand. But I think that with all the rooftops increasing in town, and already in the past, we could support 10 tables. I think logic indicates that we can support 20 tables, especially with a new, fresh, inspired team that has 6 successful 100+ employee establishments in Northern California. So I'm okay with without requiring a market study saturation study before we vote tonight. The revenue projection that Christina has brought up is a good point. Can staff explain to us any logic behind any revenue projections that are in the staff report?
No, when you look at when we had both card rooms, you look at our card room tax of 139,000, and the one that makes sense is COVID. It kind of dropped a little bit, but the 211,000 for just the one card room, that was more than significantly more than when we had two card rooms. So, you know, looking at the data, I can't really make any sense other than there's a lot, seems to be a lot more demand.
Yeah, it's a good market indicator that we're up to $211,000 with a single small card room. As far as anything else, you know, I want to mention that our citizens have had regular organized field trips sponsored by our rec department to Chuck Chansey. If our city sends our citizens in vans to Chuck Chansey and they love it and they go on their own, whether they're in a city van or cars, I think it's part and parcel to it being a recreational where I don't want them driving to Chuck Chansey to have fun. I'd rather have them have fun. I don't want them driving to Fresno to play bingo. I'm glad we have bingo. I don't play bingo. I don't go to card rooms. I went to card room once and I lost like 30 to 40 bucks in 15 minutes at Mortimer's, and it was like fun, but not that fun for me. But I want other people who have fun doing these things to have fun in Marina. And to be a college town, it's part and parcel to having fun. And the police chief power over this annual permit is exactly or similar, almost exactly, to the chief's power over dispensaries. The police chief, Tina Nieto, could have shut down any of our dispensaries any year she wanted to, but there were no issues. And I trust our police chiefs to know if it's good for our community or bad for our community. And if things are happening that make our dispensaries or a card room bad for our community, I sure hope that they shut it down. And I sure hope that city council is asking them to check into things that don't look right for our community. So I trust that the security or the contingencies that we give the police chief are going to protect us from this harming our community. Okay, I think I'm done for the night. And let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina Dirksen.
I do need a clarification. Does the ordinance say or not say whether there's limits on the tables? Or is like the sky's the limit in terms of how much you can put down?
There is a cap on the number of tables.
No. I'm talking money.
I'll defer to planning staff, but I'm not aware that there is a limit on how much can be put down per bed.
Okay. If there's no limits, I need to be informed. I need to know more information about those kind of things. The other question is just a point to counterpoint.
Christina, can we get an answer to that question? Would that help you?
Let me make my other counterpoint really quickly, Mayor, and that is it's not true that two businesses could be supported because what happened with Mortimer's, they went out of business. Is that correct?
That is correct. They had management issues up the yin yang. They had a lot of things going on.
Well, there's a counterpoint to what you just said. So whether it was management or not, two rooms couldn't be supported or whatever the reasons were. So back to my other question on the clarification on that.
Okay, so at our meeting at Spring Hill, this limit, no limit scared me and other people. And as soon as it was explained, it was like, oh, that's what it means. So can staff explain the limit, no limits? What kind of limits does the current card room have? And what does it mean to be limit, no limit? And if staff can't explain it, we'll have to ask elsewhere.
Probably best if the applicant answers that. So.
Okay, we'll take it with a grain of salt because it's coming from the applicant, but let's hear it.
So in poker, I was confused originally because I played blackjack, but poker, when you're playing no limit, that's actually usually a smaller game. And in my head, I thought it was a bigger game, but when you play, you go all in. So say someone raised you like $20 or something, you put your money in and you say you're all in. So it's sort of like you can bluff. There's more skill involved. In other games, it really depends on how the State Bureau of Gambling Control has approved that. And remember, you need another person on the other side able to cover that wager. It's not like in Vegas or a tribal casino where you just go and bet your life savings because, you know, you're playing against someone, playing against the tribal casino or Vegas, you can bet whatever you want. So there's a counterpoint. It's like a balancing. I hope that makes sense.
If I might, through the mayor, and I knew I'd seen this somewhere, draw your attention to section 5.32.120 card room regulations, subdivision J. There are no mandatory limits on the amount wagered in any permitted games. A card room permittee may impose wagering limits on any game at his or her discretion. If wagering limits are established by the card room permittee for games, the limits for each game must be clearly posted.
Okay, so Frank Calamia can have no limit or limits in any fashion. But he, you know, he's not out to mess people's lives up. And okay, so enough said. Anyone have any final comments before we go to a motion? So would someone like to make a motion to deny or to approve? Mayor Pro Tem, Christina
I'll take a
Medina.
stab at it. If I'm reading the room correctly, I'm not a poker player, but I'm going to just make it that I'd like to make a motion to postpone a decision until more information is made available to us.
Okay, I'll second that. Now, to build on that motion, Christina, it's an open-ended motion right now, more information. That could take 50 years or it could take 2 weeks. So I think that the motion should be narrowed to tell us the information so staff can go get it.
Okay, then my motion will include backgrounding information on any regulations that were brought by the State Gaming Control Board and what those allegations, the disposition of those cases. If there was any disqualifiers that, well, strike that. The other matter is to explore whether or not taking a look at the ordinance overall and perhaps putting some table limits on all card rooms and come back not more than 45 days to further this discussion.
Okay, I'll second it for discussion purposes. So we're asking to delay for 2 pieces of information. Calling on the Department of Justice or whatever to give us the dispositions of any allegations or cases that may have been filed against this company. And 2, that we have staff come back to consider putting table limits on all card rooms. Staff, is it legal for us to put table limits on card rooms?
I don't know. We would have to look at that whole issue.
Through the mayor, is it table limits or wager limits?
It's wager.
Okay.
Is it legal for us to put limits on wagers, staff? Yeah, I guess, Lane, you said we're not sure, right?
Yeah, we'll have to look that up, but we can certainly check into that.
Okay. So I think having staff investigate limits on wagers is not an issue that anyone has identified as a problem, except when people had the misconception of what a no limit game was. thinking it was a high roller game that was going to ruin people's lives. And it turned out that a no limit game was actually a smaller wager game than a limit game, even though it was non-intuitive. So I am not in favor of limiting wagers because it's fixing a problem that's never existed in Marina, that no one's ever brought up as being a problem in Marina or other casinos, you know, that we're talking about, these small town card rooms. But I am in favor of conditionally approving whatever we do tonight on some kind of background investigation, because I'm 100% sure it's going to be clean as a whistle. But if I'm wrong, we don't want to have, you know, misrepresentations coming into our town. But, you know, if you have 11 licenses every 2 years turning over, you better be pretty clean by DOJ, because DOJ is probably not going to mess around with chronic, you know, violators. But who knows? You know, I don't know really what I'm saying here, except that it's a good idea to know who we're getting. And I think we know who we're getting, but our mayor pro tem finds this to be important. So let's do what we can. Okay, let's turn it over to, so we have a motion on the floor, but I'm not in favor of it because it talks about wager limits. But let's see if there's other motions that someone wants to make as far as a substitute motion. I'm so sorry. Let's go with Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we ask for a specific vendor's record for problems in their record, that doesn't have anything to do with the ordinance change that we're supposed to be voting on. We're not voting for them. We're hopefully, if we did business in the future with them after we get the ordinance change, after the zoning changes, then somebody should vet whether a particular vendor is legitimate and free of criminal activity, because we have that process already in place with the city. So why are we doing that now? I just don't understand that.
Let's ask staff. Is it correct that this particular history track record of this company has nothing to do with this ordinance, and that we can address that? We can have that that investigation later. I hate to call it investigation, but whatever. It's getting late, so anyway, staff, can you opine on that?
Alex, do you have?
Yes, sure. I'm happy to. That is correct. The item before you is an ordinance amendment that would be applicable, you know, regardless of who the applicant may be. City staff can confirm that if you go through with the ordinance tonight, subsequently there'd be an application specifically from Park West for this permit. But the item before you tonight is not specific to Park West. My understanding is they're the impetus behind this consideration, but they're not before you as an applicant for anything specifically tonight.
Would it be wrong for us to put in the motion that if we approve this tonight, that we ensure that such a check on their background would occur for any future permittee?
I would recommend discuss it or through the mayor again. Your police chief may have an opinion on that. Certainly the state, if they didn't pass at the state level, the state wouldn't issue the permit that they've received. As the chief spoke about earlier, there is the ability under the ordinance to pass additional regulations. So downstream, you could, if it wasn't explicit currently, and if the state background check wasn't sufficient for you, you could require that move downstream of this decision.
So are you saying it would be inappropriate tonight to include in our motion that whoever gets future permits under this ordinance would need to go through a background check of their business violations and disposition of their cases?
Yes, because the ordinance has been noticed, just for the strike through and deletion that's in the packet there.
Okay.
And I think it's well, anyway, that's, yeah.
All right.
I'll go ahead
let's-
and I'll go ahead and rescind my motion. I'm sorry.
Okay, so thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher. I'm sorry, let's go back to Councilmember Biala. It's getting late. Please forgive me. Kathy, were you finished?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the same comments, but also, so this is not for tonight, but for future. The application for permits, anybody convicted of any crime except misdemeanor motor vehicle violations, etc. We have a lot already in the code that applicants will need to apply for. So, but I agree that that's not on the agenda. So for all we know, if we approve this, then the next step that is to direct staff to take a zoning text amendment to the planning commission. They might come back saying, we cannot find any location in Marina where we can allow this. So I think we're premature now to look at that. So, or to discuss that. Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion? We don't have one on the floor. Councilmember Biala?
Okay, I will make a motion, let's see, to approve the first reading of ordinance so-and-so approving amendments to Title V of the Marina Municipal Code by modifying Section 5.32.090 to clarify the assignment of card room permits and amend MMC Section 5.32102 to remove the local moratorium on new card room permits and Section 5.32.106 to clarify a maximum of 2 card room permits in the city of Marina, and to direct staff to take a zoning text amendment to the planning commission that identifies the zoning districts or districts to allow the card rooms to be located.
All right, is there a second for that motion?
I will second.
Okay, I would have seconded it, but all right, any final comments before we go to a vote?
I'd like to make a substitute motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Brian, please proceed.
I move that we take no action on the amendments tonight and direct staff to come back to us within 12 to 18 months with an item asking if the council would like to put this on the 2024 ballot for a vote of the people. And if I can get a second, I will articulate.
All right, is there a second for that motion? If not, it will die for a lack of second.
I'll second, but I think we're out of time.
I'll motion that we go another 10 minutes to 1:10.
I'll second.
Okay. We'll go with Mayor Pro Tem Christina Medina with the second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
All right. So we have a substitute motion on the floor. Are there any final comments before we vote on these motions? Councilmember McCarthy.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll keep it brief. I just want to articulate why I made that motion. I'm just really concerned that the people of Marina have not had their voice heard tonight. And although I appreciate the enthusiasm from the council, I'm just not convinced that the primary motion accomplishes the will of the people. We know how controversial this is. Mortimer has been closed since 2015. I do fear that this issue will do more to tear our town apart than bring it together. And I'm just going to leave you with, as I was researching this, I'm going to leave you with a quick quote from Martin Luther King, because I think it's very appropriate. And he says, you may not know, but he wrote in a Vice column in Ebony, kind of like Dear Abby, back in the day. He said, one should live by the principle that he will not take from society without giving to it. The orderly existence of society is dependent upon this type of reciprocity. Gambling is based on the principle of taking from society without giving anything in return. It is really getting something for nothing. Powerful organized gambling makes for a breakdown in the structure of social life and a breakdown in the moral principles of any society. Not saying I believe that or not, but I just want to leave you with that before you go for a vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Brian. Okay, we have a substitute motion. Let's go to Mayor Temp Christina Medina Dirksen.
I was muted. Thank you to everybody who's still here. The conversation has sort of meandered from this, that, and while I don't want to make any judgments on a business, I think that once again, I don't have enough information, and I think listening to our constituents is really tugging at me. So I support this motion. And again, goes back to our intent. I think it's a little bigger than us.
Do you mean our intent is a little bigger than us? What do you mean, Christina?
The intent, my whole back conversation about what the intent of the ordinance was and how it went through some variations in the past. So yes, it's late.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So let's vote on the substitute motion to delay this for 18 to 24 months to bring it to the people for a vote in November of 2024.
Councilmember Fisher,
No.
Councilmember Fiala,
No.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Mayor Protem Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
No. All right. So that motion fails with council members Brian McCarthy and Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen in support. We have one other motion on the floor, the original motion to approve our ordinance amendments. I shouldn't say it. I want it to be stated correctly. Can someone state it correctly? Would the motion maker like to state it, or would staff like to state what they understand the motion to be?
Great, Guido. Thank you.
That the proposed amendments are exempt from environmental review per appropriate section, that reading by title only and waiving the future reading, approving this ordinance with the number of card rooms that we've discussed tonight, and refer to the Planning Commission the matter for potential modification to Title 17 of the zoning to identify potential districts for card rooms.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I like the wording better on the second part, is that we're directing the staff to take a zoning text amendment to the Planning Commission that identifies the zoning district or districts to allow card rooms to be located. That, let's see, identify zoning districts or districts to allow card rooms to be located, period. To allow card rooms to be located. And it's fine to keep in the zoning, in the Title 17 of the zoning code. It's fine to keep that. Yeah.
Hey, are we ready for a vote or something?
Yeah, I want to make sure that the motion maker and the seconder agree with the text since it has been modified in the last 5 minutes.
Yes, can I ask the question now? Shouldn't it include to take it to the planning commission? Or is that automatically
Oh, yeah, it said that it should say to take
take
your,
it to the planning commission?
right, yes, definitely. Well, you can just put in it's really the on number 2 of the staff report. To allow cartoons to.
Well, as long as you're happy with what's written there, Kathy, that can be your motion. And I think staff is drafting it as you speak. So it's probably kosher as far as staff is concerned.
Okay.
Her
I totally understand the intent of your motion.
Okay.
Okay.
But does it, okay, planning commission, okay.
All right, does your second hold, Elizabeth?
Yes, thank you.
Final opportunity for comments before we go to a vote. Okay, let's go to a vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen,
No.
Mayor Delgado.
All right, thank you, everyone. That motion passes 3-2 with council members Brian McCarthy and Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen opposing. It's been a long night. Thank you to the 23 people that hung in there on the public. Thank you to all the staff who's been there all night. Alex did a great job. Thank you for standing in for Heidi. And to everybody, have a nice evening. Thank you.
Night, everyone.
Thank you.
Good